snap, y'all. It's time. Welcome to the Tuesday CHUD stream. God bless you all who are a part of my kindred people of God. I hope all of you are well. Tonight, we'll be discussing not only CHUD, but all the things wrapped up involved with it. Who's who and who's on which side. This will be the separator of the wheat and the tares. A new litmus test. Here we go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday CHUD stream. I've been looking forward to finally being able to do this stream for you all and with you all for CHUD and for our people in general. After all, we are all CHUD. I know that most of you had been rolling your eyes for the last several months since the Charlie Kirk hoax, seeing all of the memes and all the people online saying things like, "We are Charlie." I'm sure that was a huge eye roller for most of you who know about the hoaxes that are perpetrated on the people. For those of you who know that Charlie is just somewhere else, probably in Tel Aviv, relaxing, enjoying his time with Ghislaine or Epstein or whoever else. It's part of the club that he's friendly with. So I couldn't help but just do a stream specifically for CHUD, obviously. Of course, you know this channel is going to be 100% aligned and standing firm right beside CHUD. And I have the obvious reasons why that all of you are expecting me to say, but also because any one of us will be CHUD at any moment. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's just white. I would stand with CHUD if it was only that. And let me be clear right now to every cucked retard who is against CHUD, who might visit this chat tonight or any time later in the future. Let me just let you know right out of the gate that I would not give two flying shits whether CHUD was walking up to blacks and instigating the whole thing and calling them niggers and saying, "You're a parasite, get out of my country, you fucking worthless niggers." I wouldn't care. I would not care. 0.00% care. If, and this is if, that isn't what he was doing, but even if he would have been doing all that they accused CHUD of doing, antagonizing, instigating, insulting blacks, walking up to them, approaching them, and insulting them, I would not give two shits if that was his entire gag. If his whole spiel, if his whole modus operandi was to charge right up to blacks and call them niggers and talk shit to them until they attack him, I would be 100%, not 99 point something, not 86, not 93%. I will be 100%. 100% standing side by side with CHUD. Why is this? Because obvious reasons. Blacks are allowed to, and all non-whites, this isn't just blacks particularly, but especially blacks, but all non-whites in particular are allowed to openly insult white people, insult our faith, Christianity, insult our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. By the way, they use our own founding documents to be able to do so, for all of you Constitution cucks that might listen in. And so, because they all happily, openly talk shit about white people 24/7 in our faces, laughing in our faces while they occupy our countries, occupy positions of our government, ruling over us, it is finally time for not only CHUD by himself to rise up, but it's time for all white men to rise the fuck up. I already explained this is year number 1 of 7 of Jacob's trouble, white people's trouble. This means that this first 3.5 years, white people are supposed to have a rising up. Somehow, it will be thwarted 3.5 years from now. But for these 3.5 years, we need to be on the climb. We need to be gaining ground. We need to be pushing back. We need to be fighting against what we have already allowed to amass up against us. CHUD is the spotlight. He's the litmus test. He's the thing that is now going out in the streets and doing what all white men should have been doing since live streaming began. Every white guy should be going out and antagonizing blacks just as they accuse CHUD of. Who gives a fuck if you're antagonizing them or not? You don't have to. CHUD didn't have to. But what I mean is, and I'm not saying we all should go out and antagonize blacks. What I'm saying is, and let me reword it just so nobody gets me twisted here, I'm totally okay with that. All right, let that be clear. I'm totally okay with all of us going out and antagonizing the fuck out of every non-white, including blacks, especially blacks, that we wish. However, what I'm actually saying, though, that we really should have been doing all this time is we should have been First Amendment auditing these niggers all along since live streaming and even the possibility to film with your phone at all became a thing where we at least had real video protection. And whether or not we got locked up and all this shit, at least there would be video evidence for generations in the future or for people in real time alive, white people, white children, young white men, white people alive at the time, to be able to watch the footage and know that that person, you or whoever, is incarcerated unlawfully by the beast system. Therefore, maybe someday at some point, if there is a rising up, one of the first things they hopefully will do is free all of the innocent white people who were part of our cause, part of trying to help save the white race. CHUD, no matter what bullshit you try to say about him, I've heard it all already. Oh, he's got a kid. How dare him do that? He should have let some single guy worry about that shit. Yeah, who? Who? There are a million single guys too busy listening to idiots like Nick Fuentes talking shit instead of being in solidarity with a white person. It's okay whenever Nick wants to say nigger. It's okay whenever Nick wants to talk shit about non-whites from his computer, not in real life. When CHUD goes out and actually says only the same things that Nick says on his show, whenever he feels like it, at his pleasure, CHUD goes out and only reacts to blacks chimping out at him because of his fame already of being known in his area for calling out blacks as they are. His local fame causes them to attack him, causes them to stalk him, causes them to approach him, causes them to all talk about wanting to kill him online on their nigger social media sites. And so, I wouldn't give a shit if CHUD was out antagonizing All of them. And what has every supposed right-winger, I'm very disappointed in many of the supposed right-wingers on YouTube. Very disappointed. And I will call those out tonight. I have a lot of tabs to show you all, a lot of different YouTubers to show you all. We're going to go through YouTube with the search free CHUD, and we're going to see who actually promotes on YouTube CHUD being freed and who is actually talking against CHUD. We're also going to put CHUD the Builder. We already have a tab set up ready to go with CHUD the Builder as the search, and it doesn't have free in front of it. And so it will be a search where we can scan through YouTube together and discuss who all we see even talking about CHUD and how much negativity is being blasted all over YouTube about him to make sure and shame him and all white men included with him. Now, this is the big problem with the cuckery of the fake right, is they want to separate themselves from CHUD. They're trying to distance themselves from him and say, oh, I disavow his way of going about it. I don't think, anybody should be going around antagonizing blacks. And they have all their different stupid reasons for either being it's fake virtuously wrong to do so, or that it's bad optics for the right, it's bad optics for white people. Who the fuck cares about optics? You realize that white people are the fucking victim under attack. We are a target. And all the rest of the world wants us dead. Who the fuck are the optics for? Who are white people trying to give good optics off to in the universe? There is no universe, but you know what I'm saying. Worldwide. Who? If all non-whites are happily in agreement with the Jews that they would prefer white people be exterminated, then who the fuck optics are we trying to give off good optics to? Who is it? There isn't anyone. The only thing optics is for white people, because only white people matter. So, if you were wanting to say, well, this is bad optics, then the only argument you could have for that is that it will make other white people be turned away from wanting to go to the right side, the right wing, But even that is a stupid argument. We are already under full attack. We have been attacked by the Asians. Yes, Asians. We have been attacked by all the fucking spics of every manner. We've been attacked by niggers since day one of the Jews showing up here with them. We've been under attack by Jews and Arabs and Indians and every fucking manner of brownoid that exists on this earth, all within our own country where we are minding our own business, doing our own fucking thing, trying to do our fucking job, mind our fucking daily job and business. We didn't tell these assholes to come here. We didn't fucking demand that they come here. We didn't force them to be here. They came here against our will, at our expense. They're here at our expense right fucking now, every legal one and every illegal one. And yet, we're supposed to bow and kowtow and pander and coddle these invaders who want us dead, hate our guts, envy your children, and wish they would die. And you give a fuck about optics to them? You give a fuck what they think about you? You give a fuck what they think about your look? I promise you, the last thing in the world any white person needs to worry about with non-whites is optics of all things. Because of all things the non-whites wish they were, it's a white person visibly. Non-whites could give a shit about being able to sound like white people when they talk. Non-whites could give two shits about having any kind of sensations that white people have to the touch that they might not have as a brownoid, which isn't true. We all have the same touch sensations, probably. We all hear about the same, so they don't give a shit about being able to hear as well as white people do because they probably hear as well as white people do. They don't give a shit about having to speak a white language. The one thing and the only thing they care about is the visual aspect. The optics of white people. And guess what? The only thing they care about is they wish they were white. It has nothing to do with what white people do, whether it might look bad to the non-whites or not look bad to the non-whites. That's irrelevant. Non-whites' opinions of white people is irrelevant. You realize that, right? When you walk past a flock of geese standing next to a pond, you don't beat yourself up about whether or not that flock of geese are talking shit about you as a white person. Whether they think you look like an idiot, or they think you look like a rude asshole, or they disavow you for some behavior you have. No, you don't give two shits. Why? Because they're just fucking geese. Likewise, with non-whites, you have no reason to give two shits what any non-whites ever think of you. Not how you look to them. Now the only caveat I'll give that is you should never look less than a non-white in front of a non-white. Don't go out in public looking like a raggedy piece of shit while the non-white's standing there and is dressed up in white people's clothes and got white people cologne on and got a freaking white people haircut with white people scissors from a white people barber, and he's looking down at you like you're this scuzzbag white trash. Don't be like that out in public. You need to be looks-maxing in public, and I don't mean like clavicular bullshit. I'm talking about be clean. Don't leave your house stank nasty. Take a shower. Have clean clothes on. Don't wear wrinkled ass shit. Wear normal clothes. Wear them properly. Look and act like a proper white person when you go out in public so that you automatically outshine non-whites, regardless of whether or not they have more money than you. They could have on the more expensive white people clothes. They could even have on the suit. They could be pulling up in the $150,000 Mercedes, and you pull up in a Toyota Tacoma. But you're white, and they would trade all that jewelry they're wearing. They'd trade that cologne and all those clothes and that Mercedes and the big house that they got all from their diversity hire job. They'd trade all of it in an instant and kill their whole family if it meant that they could wake up tomorrow and be a white person. So all you have to do when you're out in public is be clean and in clean clothes that aren't wrinkled so you don't look like a fucking retard. Dress normal. And you will automatically, by default, outshine the non-whites. Your optics, by default, will be that the non-whites continue envying you and wish that they were like you, wish that they were one of us. So for all these cucks who are worried about optics and all that bullshit, shame on all of them. Fuck them, okay? Oh, you're going to be worried all the way to the guillotine? When some nigger and Jew are standing there ready to put your head in the fucking guillotine, you're like, well, at least I looked virtuous all the way to here, you stupid ass. Optics doesn't mean shit. Not even to our own people. Who gives a fuck what our own stupid ass normie people think? They're cucked out of their fucking mind. That's the whole problem we have in this country right now. The whole reason we're not in an all-white utopia right now is because of our own stupid-ass cucked people. So who gives a fuck what they think? And I hear all the bullshit. Well, we're trying to win them over, stay white. So, obviously we got to freaking be cool. We got to look good. We got to not do things that would shun them away, scare them off. Fuck that. How are you going to harden white people into real soldiers for Christ? Real soldiers for white people, real soldiers for our race and our destiny, if you're too busy, giving and ebbing and flowing with every little freaking disruption that the left and Jews want to throw at white people. Oh, that's not a good look. That's not a good look. That's not good optics. Fuck your Jewish optics. I don't give a fuck. CHUD is proving two types of cucks totally wrong. The First Amendment cucks, and by default, every First Amendment cuck practically is a Second Amendment cuck, but that's not always the case because a lot of lefties are, quote, First Amendment cucks because they want to be able to talk shit about white people and Christianity all the time in the public, in the open, without being punished. So there are some First Amendment lefty cucks that are not Second Amendment cucks, but then the Second Amendment cucks are usually First Amendment cucks also. And you see them in the comments. I know y'all have a billion times. Some fucking idiot in the comments And it's usually of a video talking shit about white people or talking shit about Christianity. And this retarded, cuck-servative, Trump-loving, Q-turd retard, don't tread on me, no step on Snick, idiot, will come in there and say that typical trope, that universal saying where it says, I might not agree with what you say, but I'll die to defend what you say, or whatever the fuck, that they're willing to die for this other asshole, and they're right to talk shit about white people and about Christianity in our own fucking country. This retarded right-wing cuck, fake right-winger, not a real one. This retarded Trump-servative will get on there. The Second Amendment cuck. The whole point about the Second Amendment is overthrowing a tyrannical government. Then anytime they decide that it's also for self-defense at home, they'll use that also in a comment section about some guy that shoots someone trying to break in their house or whatever. But then when it comes to defending himself, when he's being attacked by niggers, when it comes to CHUD being attacked by niggers, where are the Second Amendment cucks? Well, he was antagonizing. He was provoking them. You can't do that. You can't walk up and instigate something, and then if the person attacks you, you shoot them in self-defense. That's not self-defense. Bullshit, it's not. If CHUD marched right up to some niggers and said, hey, you stupid, worthless, parasite niggers, why don't you get the fuck out of my country and move back to Africa where you belong? If he just cold walked up to niggers and said that everywhere he went, and if the response every time is they attacked him immediately for saying such a thing, and then every single time he pulls out his gun and goes, hey, you're going to try to kill me. Bam! And kills them, shoots them, kills them. That is self-defense. It is self-defense. It doesn't make a fuck if you came up and started shit first. There is no clause that says that, oh, I can't defend I'm not allowed to defend myself anymore if I started shit with someone. No, there's no such thing as that, because starting shit can be two different things. Starting shit could be you just insulted someone, which is what CHUD is being accused of. CHUD is being accused not of threatening niggers, not of walking up and saying, hey, I'll blow your brains out, nigger, don't come any closer, or whatever. He doesn't walk up threatening anyone. The accusation, which isn't even true about CHUD, is that he would walk up to blacks and antagonize them, instigate something, insult them. Well, guess what, cucked-ass white people who have a problem with that? Guess what non-whites have been doing, particularly and especially niggers, have been doing to white people since fucking video camera phones existed. And even before, by the way. For decades before. All these cucks that blame Obama say, oh, there's none of these race problems were ever a problem until Obama. You fucking idiot. Niggers have been a race problem the entire time they've been here. All you have to do is read any history book about them. They've been a massive fucking problem for white people through every decade, through every generation. Raping our women, attacking our children, killing our people, and getting away with it. Decades before Obama's stupid ass was ever in office. These dumbass Trump conservatives. Good grief, I hate hearing their stupid asses say that or seeing it in the comments. So aggravating. Anyhow, this marathon tonight, or the stream tonight, is an encouragement, a marathon type encouragement for CHUD. Please, if you have not donated to CHUD's Give, Send, Go, please do. I don't have the link to give you at the moment. I'll give it to you later. It's very easy. Just get on Google and type CHUD, Give, Send, Go, and it immediately brings them up. It's the first thing that's available that offered to you. Very easy to donate. Make sure you check the little thing that says how much you want to donate to Give, Send, Go for your donation. It throws that little pop-up box there at the end when you're about to pay. And just make sure you don't pay it way more than you wanted to pay it, because it defaults you, or I don't know if it defaults you, let me not say that, but it has different selections, and some of them are as high as like 20% or 30% of whatever you were paying for a donation that you would have to pay extra on top of the donation to Give, Send, Go as a donation to them. So make sure you check a very low percentage that you want to send them, not 30% or whatever of the donation amount you're giving to CHUD. And please do donate to CHUD. Now let's cover some of the other arguments about CHUD. First of all, let's digress right back to the one about him being a dad. How dare this dude do this? Because after all, he's a dad, and he could have just let any other white guy who has no kids, start off this revolution, kick off this litmus test, highlight this First Amendment and Second Amendment, I should say hypocrisy, if you will, of our government when it comes to white people, whether we can say anything to non-whites that disparages them or not, and whether we even have the right to defend ourselves with deadly force if necessary, using a firearm particularly. Now keep in mind, Daniel Penny didn't even have a fucking firearm. So, here we are. We're faced with this scenario. I've seen all the different things. I've seen people say, oh, I think it's a psyop. Oh, he's paid by the SPLC. He's a crisis actor. I've seen all the excuses. The bottom line is, this dude is the real deal, and he's been going around for a while now. He was down and out 6 months ago. He started his Give, Send, Go 6 months ago, when his old lady had, dumped him or whatever, left him and shit, and started talking shit to him about something else involving them, their relationship, whatever. Now, let's cover the parameters of this, him being a dad, therefore shame on him being the guy to take the torch and do this. First of all, a whole bunch of our great men, our ancestors, who led our white people to not only revolutions, but victorious revolutions where they overthrew a tyrannical regime that was ruling over them, or they conquered a neighboring kingdom that was being evil toward them and their innocent people, and they're defenseless. Those men had women, those men had children, and they had to go off and venture in wars and go off and explore this world to map everything we know and enjoy now at a touch of a finger. They had to do that shit alone, leaving their women and children behind, carrying the torch because no other white man was standing there to do it at the moment. And that's what CHUD is. There was no other white man out here doing what CHUD was doing. There should be 500 million of us doing it every day. And yet, we have one guy willing to take the torch. And he knew that his woman was going to end up going sour on him. He knew that he was going to lose time with his kid probably over it. But he knows already that he's a white man, a young white man, trapped in his own country, conquered by Jews, already born into a system that is designed to utterly destroy him as fast as possible. Through the food he eats and the water he drinks and the air he breathes and all the social interactions he ever has, and through all the blocking of being able to have work from corporations demanding diversity hires only. He knows he's already fucked. He knows as a white man, he has nothing but an uphill climb all of his days till he dies. And he knows that it's only a matter of whether or not he can make enough money to get far enough away from niggers and Jews to not have to deal with the anti-white, anti-man, anti-Christian world that we live in now. You have to be a multimillionaire to be able to live outside of it. Even I, who lives as far away from non-whites and the city as I possibly can, still am forced, because I'm not a multimillionaire, because I'm not a fucking billionaire, I'm forced to have to go into the cities to make money like everyone else, and have to mingle around and be surrounded by and enthralled up to my ear holes in non-whites. who all know that they are here at white people's expense, and they have no qualms with it. Oh, they smile at you. They're so friendly to you every day at work. They know they're here at your expense. And they've got it all justified out in their head that they're not the evil piece of shit parasite invader mooching off of your country, stealing your people's jobs from you, knowing that your own government is working against you and welcoming them. You know what they do to justify it? They tell you right in your face with a smile, your own government is who let me come here and take a job from y'all. And they say it with a smile, as though that completely gives them full immunity from it. As though they're not the criminal. They're not complacent in this conspiracy crime, this organized racket. No, in fact, it's all the Jews' fault only. They look at you with a smile, and they're insinuating when they say that. They're basically saying, look, I know I'm a soldier of the Jews here, ruining your quality of life and your children's future and your grandchildren's destiny and your white people's heritage. But I'm nice to you. I'm pleasant to you. You're my friend. That's why they love to say my friend. They always call white people my friend. It's the first thing they learn to call white people when they get here is my friend. They're not your fucking friend. And I'm so sick of seeing these idiots who say, oh, I have a black friend, or oh, I have a whatever friend. No, you fucking don't. You have acquaintances that happen to be non-whites. That you have your own self cucked your own self into believing that they are friends of yours. They are not. They are here waiting on the day, which happens to be the fall of 2029, when Jews will finally declare a purge of all white people. And they're all here just milking us for everything they can get until that day comes. And they know that's what they're here for. They're not oblivious to it. No Puerto Rican is standing in America going, oh, you mean I just accidentally flew here and accidentally got a job from a white person here because all the it's fashionable to hire brownoids, and oh, you mean the Jews give me all my tax money back at the end of the year, 100% that I paid in, knowing while I see here all the white people bitch every day at my job that none of them get almost any of their tax money returned to them at the end of the year when they file taxes? By the way, haven't I told y'all that the biblical year begins April 1st? When are taxes due, y'all? When does the IRS operate its fiscal timeline year to year? April, not January. So that should tell you who privately owns the IRS. But getting back to CHUD and the arguments against him. The next part about him being a father is, well, his kid's going to be in danger now. That may be true. But consider this. He already is a working class person who cannot afford $100,000 a year to put his little boy in private school away from the niggers. And even if he could, let's say his business started booming tomorrow because all the white people supported him, and of course let's say he was free like he's supposed to be, and let's say all white people started supporting him and gave him endless amounts of work to do so that his business just starts booming and thriving and he's making lots of money, hand over fist money. You think that woman's still going to be away? You think his woman's still going to be like, fuck this loser? All of a sudden, she's going to have a change of heart. All of a sudden, she's going to turn a new leaf and be like, you know what? My bad, dude. I guess maybe your idea wasn't all that bad after all. Now, did it play out that way? No, but it's our own white people's fault that it didn't play out that way. Anyone who's a based white man who lives anywhere near where he lives should have immediately hired him to do something. Or, at minimum, told him, hey, I want to give you a donation. Set up a Give, Send, Go, which he ended up doing, and I'll throw you some cash, bro, to help you keep going, keep your business going. God bless you for being a young white man in an anti-white world trying to run your own business. Godspeed to you. And it's not just running some bullshit business like a Somali daycare. This man's actually having to build you a deck, build you a new bathroom, build you a new kitchen counter thing, build you a whatever. Now, the other aspect about it is not only can he not afford to put his kid in private school to be away from niggers, but guess what? Jews will put niggers in every private high school or every private school now. So now, even if a white person coughs up a whole $100,000 a year to put their child into a private school, a very high level, you got to wear a uniform every day and shit like that, private school, guess what? When you come to pick them up, guess what you're going to see walking all over the freaking private school? Niggers in the same uniforms, going there for absolutely free on your tax money. That's right. And I don't care which private school you say. You could even pick one including in a church like Presbyterian private school or a whatever, Seventh-day Adventist private school. It's full of niggers now. Because Jews, for the last 20 years, have been saying, white people, we know about that trick. Yeah, all you have to do is shell out $100,000 a year. That's all you have to do. All you have to do is shit out $100,000 a year per child of yours, and then they get to go to a school where there are no niggers? No, you don't. We're gonna create a program to make sure that we put niggers in all private schools. That way, all schools are inclusive of blacks. That's the Calgary plan. We will artificially elevate the Negro in every facet of white civilization. Every facet. That includes private school, y'all. That includes nice neighborhoods out in the middle of the country where there never used to be a single non-white and just a few older white folks living out in peace on large pieces of land. Living in calm, tranquility, quietness, peacefulness, no crime. And they weren't allowed to build a shed across the street for their tractor because there's a special moth that breeds in that forest right across the road of the other side of the road where he owns more property. So because of the protected moth, he ain't allowed to build an addition to his tractor sheds that he needs for storage space. No. But then 6 years later, after they've told him absolutely not, there's a protected moth in that side of the road, in that forest. You can't touch a single tree over there. Don't even think about it. 5, 6 years later, they come along and go, you know what? We need blacks out here. You white people are living out here in the country all by yourselves in peace and tranquility and crime-free bliss. An all-white utopia out here? No, sir. So what do? They come along and they go, hey, fuck that moth we used to talk about, and they'll clear the entire forest. They'll clear the whole fucking thing. 250,000 trees, blam, gone. To build a neighborhood. And then what do? Fill it with niggers. Fresh from the city who have never even been that far out of town. They don't even know how to get out there. But that's why that's why the Jews created GPS and now not created it, we created it, but that's why the Jews allow white people to have GPS now, so that blacks can have GPS. So that now, whenever they don't know how to get out to their brand new house out in the middle of the nowhere in the country, super far away from their nigger town that they live in town, now they get to get in their brand new Honda Accord, their brand new Hyundai SUV, their brand new Maserati perhaps, and they pop on the GPS that Jews now allow to be included in all of our cars from the factory. And they take your tax money and they buy them those nice new cars with the GPS so that the nigger can just follow the GPS to where they got to go to get to their brand new house that was built for them also on your tax money out in the middle of the country. So CHUD, seeing all of this as a young white man trying to fight his way into the world as being somewhere and having some money for himself, for his future and his kids and everything, he sees that his white son has no future. What the hell is his little white boy ever going to do when he grows up? If the world his boy is growing up in is going to be even 10 times worse than it is right now for him. CHUD is looking at the future saying to himself, if this world hates me and I'm as alpha male as I am, and it's pushing back against me as hard as it's pushing against me, what's going to happen to my little boy who's forced to go to school surrounded by more and more niggers and more Indians and more Arabs every day of his life as he grows? How's he going to develop? How's he going to learn math when he's busy being stabbed and having shit thrown at him and having to wait on an interpreter to repeat all the different fucking languages in the room of the lesson the teacher's giving? He knows his little boy is totally fucked already. Because he's already totally fucked. And he already was before he even started this First Amendment audit against the niggers. Why do you think he ever started it in the first place? He got sick of being accosted by niggers and they just have free will to accost us anytime they want and even attack us. And even kill us. And he knows this. And he knows his little boy is growing up in it. And that by the time his son is his age, his little boy will be totally fucked in every direction. There won't be anything he can do. He won't be able to make money. He won't be able to utter one word in public negative about anything other than white people, or he'll be killed right away by anyone. And it doesn't matter if CHUD isn't smart enough to be a visionary to see that that's what's coming. He knows it innately. He knows it subconsciously. That's what's caused him to do this in the first place. And I say, God bless him. And it doesn't matter if people want to talk whatever stupid shit they want to say. Fuck them. And any disparaging comments that I get on the chat tonight, even if I don't check the device and catch anyone saying something negative about him, I will catch it post-stream. And if I see it with my eyes, your name is getting banned from my channel forever. No more being able to comment on any of my videos or posts or in a chat at all. You'll be posting. You'll think other people see it because you'll see it. It'll show you from YouTube as though your comment has posted. But all you have to do is bounce out and come back, and it won't be there. Because I will have hid you from the channel. I do not care what anybody's negative speech or ideas or anything about CHUD is. We are tribe the fuck up on this channel. I don't care if CHUD was out walking up to niggers going, fuck you niggers, get out of my country. I don't care. I am Team CHUD 100% all the way through and through. Zero fucking exception. I don't give a fuck what any kind of backstory about CHUD pops up in the future. I don't care if some bullshit about him pops up that, a year ago, he was caught doing something, whatever, some crime. I don't fucking care. I don't care that he walked out of that restaurant without paying for it because they fucking kicked him out. All it took was some nigger calling there and saying, I don't want that racist white guy eating at your restaurant. And shit. And instead of that restaurant saying, fuck you, he's spending $400 with us right now, dumbass, and hanging up the phone on the guy who isn't spending anything there at the moment, and probably never would, and actually would be a real dine and dasher if the nigger ever did go there and eat, and definitely wouldn't tip when he was there. Meanwhile, CHUD was going to eat, was going to tip, the whole thing. Enjoying his evening. And they approached him off of a nigger's phone call. Someone who wasn't even there eating, spending money at the establishment. So they decided to side with a worthless nigger anonymously calling on the phone, not spending money with them, rather than side with a customer that's currently in their establishment spending $400. And so they approached him and said, you need to get up and leave. Fuck you, I'm not paying you then. How about that? I've heard all the, it's a private business, you can kick someone out if you want. Bullshit, they would have never done that to a nigger. They would have never walked up to a nigger. If a white man would have called their restaurant and said, Mr. Restaurant Guy, you have a black guy sitting at your table in there by himself eating, and he hates white people. Kick him out right fucking now. You know what they would have done? They would have said, click. They wouldn't have even said a word back to you on the phone. They would not have said one fucking word in response to you on the phone. They would have just hung up the fucking phone on you. Some idiot. And just hung up the phone on you as they're thinking that. What is this wacko calling about? Click. And you know that's right. You know that's a fact. You know for a fact that if a white man anonymously called that restaurant while some nigger is sitting in there and has racked up $400 of a bill so far in food, minding his own business, not causing anyone a problem, if some white guy called anonymously who's not there, not spending money there, not a customer there, and said, hey, you have a racist black guy in there who does racist streams about white people and talks shit about white people to their face on live streams, you need to kick him the fuck out of your restaurant right now. Do you really think that they would have even said one word back to a white guy calling them saying that? They would have hung the fucking phone up. Click. That's all the white man who called them to complain about the black eating at their establishment who's racist. That's all he would have heard is the phone go click. Contrarily, what really happened, because the races were reversed. The stupid, worthless nigger calls with his retarded click noise version of English and threatens the fucking white people at this restaurant that they better get that white cracker ass, racist ass CHUD to build out of there. And what does the restaurant do? Yes, sir, Mr. Worthless Nigger Parasite that doesn't belong in our country. Right away, Mr. Parasite Nigger. We'll obey you right now, sir. We'll go kick the evil white man out of our establishment that's about to owe us $400. He's about to pay us $400 for the food he's eating, and he's about to tip our waitress probably a really nice percentage of $400, which would be quite a lot of money for the night for her. Yes, sir, Mr. Worthless Nigger, anonymously calling us from your car because you don't even patron our place. You're not even spending money here right now. Yes, sir. So I don't give a shit. Niggers dine and dash on purpose. They go to restaurants every day and night intending on not paying $1. They do it everywhere they go, every day. And to my disappointment, I heard Lily Gaddis say on her stream about CHUD yesterday, or her video where she mentions CHUD yesterday, or maybe it was today in the morning or something. She said, no, we got to hold ourselves to a higher standard than them. Okay, but the point is, he's showing that there is a double standard. Comprehend that if white people never actually do the same thing that niggers do to us constantly, dine and dash, stiff us, talk shit in our face, antagonize us, if white people never do it back, if we just obey Lily Gaddis's advice, and she's a pretty lady, and she's smart, and she's based, and I love her very much, but it's very disappointing to hear her say that we need to hold ourselves to this higher standard, okay? In other words, don't ever do anything then. Just keep losing. Just keep taking L's. Just keep losing and losing and losing and losing until we're done. Now, does she really mean that when she's saying that? No, but that's the result. The result of saying, no, we're going to take the high ground always and always, and we're never going to attack back. We're never going to fight back. We're never going to antagonize back. We're never going to instigate back. We're never going to start shit with them back. We're always going to pander. We're always going to kowtow. We're always going to prostrate ourselves to them because of our higher standard we keep for ourselves. Bullshit. That will get us nowhere except where we're at right now. That whole concept is why we are where we are right now. Trying to take the high ground. That's how the Republicans keep all of the right-wing voters, the people who vote for them, pacified. Every time these boomers, and I know they're not boomers, but people that misnomer, they call them the misnomer boomers, older white people, when they vote for politicians and then the politician doesn't provide or perform or does not do the things they promised they were going to do, the excuse comes out, one of the excuses always is, look, when they go low, we got to go high. We have to take the higher ground. We have to, yes, they use lawfare against us. It's really legal fare. Yes, they use legal fare against us, and that it doesn't really affect us white politicians who are sellout Shabbos Goy to the Jews, but it does affect all of you white people who voted for us drastically and ruins your lives. Look, even though it ruins y'all's lives and totally gives them an unfair and an unrighteous victory over you white people who voted for us, we all as white people, as Republicans, we've got to take the high road. We've got to have higher standards. We can't play dirty back. That wouldn't be Christian of us. That wouldn't be white of us. So while they play with no rules at all against us, we have to play with all of these extra arbitrary rules that we hold ourselves to. All these higher standards that we have that non-whites are not even designed to give a shit about. Imagine if a group of white people just insisted that polar bears were actually decent creatures. They just need social help. They need social workers. They need to be, kowtowed and pandered to and coddled. And they need, midnight fishing. It can't be basketball if it's polar bears. So maybe midnight fishing, since polar bears like fish. You could have like a midnight fishing a program for them. Something to just keep them calm. They're not just bloody, murderous killers. No, look how pretty they are. Look how innocent they look when they're just walking around minding their own business. No, these things just need social care and counseling, and they just need to they need to have people see the better side of them instead of always looking at them in a negative light. What would happen? No matter how much social interaction and effort and sweet talking and come here, little polar bear, it's okay, I'm not going to hurt you. No matter how much of that garbage some idiot group of people would ever try to do with polar bears, it will never be successful. Polar bears are not interested in your fucking virtuous, help the animals, be kind to all of God's creatures bullshit. They're polar bears. God did not design them with politics in mind. God did not design them to have shame. God did not design them to be grossed out by guts and blood and gore and death and murdering something. That's called the law of God written on your heart. The only creation, the only creature walking this earth that possesses the law of God written on their heart, where they have shame, where they feel embarrassment or shame if they do something wrong, where they feel guilty if they do something bad, are white people. Adam kind, Adam and Eve's descendants. We are the only ones. Do you realize why God hates mongrels? It's for two reasons, not just one. The first reason is obvious, because he did not create mongrel varieties. And he wants the kinds he created to reproduce their own kind so that their kind stays on the earth in existence. He does not want kinds to mix and mingle and interbreed and create these hybrid mongrels he did not create. And the second reason he hates mongrels and plans on destroying all of them with eternal fire, which will happen, by the way. Don't kid yourself that it won't if you're a race mixer. Is because, well, they are not white, and they cannot pass on the white traits. They will not have the law of God written on their heart. Okay, you have to have two white parents to be a white person. And in order to be a creature that exists on the earth that has the law of God written on your heart, both of your parents have to be white, because you have to be white. If you're not a 100% white person, you do not have the law of God written on your heart. That's the problem. The second problem with mongrels existing, with race mixing, with passport bros. Any brownoid kid you have is dead meat. NXR Studios, Gavin McGinnis, whoever else. Let it be known to y'all. And it's not Stay White's opinion. That's the Holy Bible that says it. That's God that says it. So, you don't like that? You take it up with God. So, I'm going to get to the chat here in just a minute, and we'll get on the internet in just a few. But I wanted to just start off tonight absolutely shitting on anyone who is against CHUD. So I'm going to continue on with CHUD things. I'm going to cover some more points here. I've already covered the points about his child and how dare him be the one to take the torch. And let me just say one more thing before we get off the kid thing, because that's the big one they're trying to shame him about, is that he's got a kid. And he should have waited for some other white guy who doesn't have a child, who has no obligations to any child, doesn't have to worry about a family or any of that, to be the one to take the torch and do this. I know that all of you have seen the meme somewhere on the internet that says, if not you, then who? And if not now, then when? If not you, then who? If not now, then when? And that's a really good pair of fucking questions right there that he probably asked himself. He probably sat there and said, nobody else seems to give a fuck that niggers are, attacking us and ridiculing us and antagonizing us everywhere we fucking go. But I have enough balls to say something about it back to him. Some white people are small people. You know, I feel terrible for a white guy who is a smaller white guy. You know, when I walk past those type of white guys, I don't feel like, ha ha, shrimp. You know what I mean? Ha ha, I mog you, buddy. That's what all the other white guys think about when they walk past the shorter stature white guys, you know. In my mind, I say bless their heart. I feel bad for them. Because they're being put in a standard that they're put in an impossible category. They're put in a thing that they cannot compete in at all. That it's just impossible. You have all these women walking around now saying they're not interested in a guy unless he's 6'3" or 4" or whatever crazy heights they're saying now. Some of them say 6'5", 6'6". And they're doing that shit because they've all been cucked into watching niggers play basketball. So they see all these niggers, and it shows their heights on the, when it shows their name sometimes. It doesn't say that every time, but, I'm sure once in a while, they love to mention their height. Like the sports commentators, they'll mention someone's height versus some other guy's height, and that's how he managed to outdo him in that play right then. Well, so-and-so Smith, he's 6'6", and the other guy is only 6'2", so he's got 4 inches on him. That's gave him just enough reach. He was able to tip the ball past his hands there. So they're always mentioning their height. They're always showing it somewhere in their stats. And so all these white women who've been cucked by their own dads, who are sports cucks, who worship niggers, they now worship niggers just like their dad does. And so when all they ever saw their dad worship are niggers that are 6'4" and 6'6" and 6'3" on these sports team things, they've now told themselves, okay, well, I have to have a guy that's at least as tall as all those niggers, and he's got to be rich like all those athlete niggers are, with the big giant watch and the gold teeth and the gold fucking jewelry and the big wheel, or the big cars with the big wheels and the big houses. He's got to have all of that, or I don't want a guy. He can't have me, I should say. He can't have me if he's not a guy who has all of that. Now, how is any white guy who's a working class white guy that's under 6'3" or whatever gonna ever? It's impossible. Basically he's been told by his own women of his race, you will never get to have any of us. You're going to be a loner your whole life. You're never going to have kids or a family or anyone who loves you. You're just this like filler person who's really more of an NPC. You're just kind of a background character. You're not really one of us people. Because if you were, you'd have to be, by default, this, incredibly tall, 6'5" or whatever person, and have $1 million+ a year coming in, and whatever all the other things are, So, I feel terrible for those people. Now, CHUD, I don't know his size, all right? But if CHUD is under, say, 6'2", then I respect him even more. I give him even more props than what I give him right now already, especially if he's like a short guy. If he's a short king, massive respect if this dude's a short king and he's out doing this shit, because I feel fucking terrible for our short kings. I really do. And I pray for, their well-being, and I can't imagine. It's terrifying to me to think, and it makes me say an additional thank you in my prayers, by the way, for all you men who are not burdened to be a short king. You need to add that. You need to include that, itemize that as one of your thanks, one of the things you give thanks to our holy God for in your Sabbath prayers. You could have been born some dude that's 5'6", and now imagine growing up as a gen whatever. It wouldn't matter what generation you are, but imagine you're born into this new generation. You're a young guy. You're like 25. You're done growing for your life, and you topped out at 5'6", right? Imagine hearing all of these white women, seeing it in all their freaking, I don't want any of you to use social dating apps or any of that crap. I don't believe in that crap. I don't use it, and I recommend that no one else use it either. Most likely you'll just be set up by niggers in a trap and robbed and perhaps killed. So don't use dating apps at all. Those are highly dangerous. It's also a great way to end up with STDs, because let me tell you, any white girl who's willing to meet you for a hookup is also meeting niggers for hookups. And do not ever kid yourself into believing otherwise. Sometimes they feel like having a white guy, so they'll go ahead and have a white guy for the night. But they fuck niggers if they are on those hookup websites. Like, I don't know what all of them are, but the ones that are famous, whatever their names are, to Tinder one. That's the one that all the women are always getting busted on, cheating on their husbands. Well, guess what? Half the time when they're cheating on their husbands, guess what they're cheating on them with and get caught cheating on them with? A nigger. So any white girl you ever see has one of those type of apps on their phone. No excuses. If you see the app little thing, the icon in their phone, meaning they have the app downloaded on their phone, that means they are a nigger lover. They are a mud shark. Okay? And they can tell you, oh, no, I only date white guys till the cows come home. They are 100% full of shit. Whether it's that site, look for, if you ever see a girl on any of those sites, any of them, I don't know what all they are. I just know if that one's a big deal because there's another one, too, though, that's a real big deal. Bumble. That's the name of it. Bumble and Tumblr. Not Tumblr. What did I say a minute ago? Tinder. Bumbler or Bumble or whatever and Tinder. Those two, white girls are getting caught all the time on social media. They're getting busted as having accounts on those things, cheating on their dudes, or just being whores. They may not have a boyfriend, but just being a random whore. And that's why I just don't get on those sites, because all you're doing is you're banging mud sharks, okay? And you do not ever want to even put a finger on a mud shark, okay? She could literally have a disease from niggers that even if you touch her with your finger on her arm, you could catch something terrible from her. So just don't even go near mud sharks. Don't go near dating apps, because that's exactly what is on there. But my point is that, let's say this 5'6" guy, all right, this, God bless him, he's born into this world that hates his race, hates his gender, and I know it's not gender, hates his sex, just completely hates everything about his exact demographic. And on top of it all, his own women of his own race are not on his side and are gleefully sleeping with and claiming that they only want to be contacted by the race that actively is destroying his world, So imagine this guy, if CHUD is short, right? If he's a short king, imagine him being the guy who's decided to take this torch because he already knew that he's screwed, his boy is screwed, their future is screwed as white men. God bless him. Now, on the flip side, let's say CHUD's, an average guy, 5'10" or 6'1" or whatever, pretty tall or average tall. And so let's say he's that height, right? And he's done all this. Well, I would say same props almost, but slightly less because he's not a short king, right? So the taller he gets, the bigger he is, the slightly less props I would give him. But it's not because he's getting less props. It's just I would actually be giving him way more bonus props if he's a short king and he's doing that shit. So I don't know his size, though. And so I don't know, I don't know how he, if he can throw hands or any of that to be able to defend himself. But the bottom line is none of that's really, truly relevant, because what's at stake here is the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. Whether or not a white man can say whatever the fuck he wants in public to someone else, it doesn't matter as long as it's not a threat. Now, a lot of people have been confusing the concept of threatening someone with the idea of insulting someone. Okay? He insults niggers, if you want to call it that, by saying, what are you, chimping out? Whenever they start acting up toward him and attacking him, threatening him, stuff like that. Then he defaults to calling them out as being chimps, and they're chimping out on him, and he calls them niggers. Well, a white man is allowed to do that and not be attacked and harmed by the niggers. Okay? A white man is allowed in the white America country that our ancestors created. Okay, freedom of speech means freedom of our speech, not theirs. It means white men are free to say whatever the fuck we want to say to whatever non-white invader is in our fucking country. And it does not mean that any non-white invader gets to come to our country and say whatever the fuck they want to us or out loud in public in general. It does not give them those freedoms. It's freedoms for white people. They are freedoms for white people only. They do not apply. No freedoms in our country apply to a Jew or a non-white of any kind. They have simply duped white people into agreeing as though they do, but they do not. And so, this whole idea that CHUD is an asshole or a piece of shit or some loser, or that he's only doing this to get clicks and fame, good. I hope he is only doing it for clicks and fame. How about that, cucked pussy? Because at the end of the day, he's being a First Amendment and Second Amendment auditor. Can white people say whatever the fuck we damn well please like we're supposed to be able to, as long as it's not a direct threat at someone like, hey, you nigger, I'm going to shoot you right now. Or if you fucking blink your eyes, I'm going to fucking blow your head off. He doesn't say that shit. And for all the idiots that said that he did say he was going to blow a nigger's head off, they tell all of those idiots who say that to rub both of their IQ digits together to comprehend the word if. I-F. If. He literally started the fucking declaration with the word if. If some nigger attacks me, if some nigger runs up on me and attacks me and harms me, I'll blow their fucking brains out. That's called normal. Niggers have directly told white people and killed white people on live streams and laughed their ass off while he did it. And the Jews go, oh, the poor niggers, they can't help themselves. And free them. Now, in a weird twist of irony, this is the Jews, by the Jews freeing niggers constantly and saying they can't help themselves, they're not fit for trial, knowing that they're just using that to free them. This is basically them admitting to you that they know that they are just beasts who are not designed with shame or the law of God written on their hearts, exactly like I told you in the beginning of the stream about them. That's what they're basically admitting to you. They're saying, look, these niggers literally cannot help themselves. They envy you so much and they desire your white women so much and they can't have them on a whim all that easy, all that often. So if they can't find a sports cuck's daughter standing around, if they don't have a cheerleader standing around, a sorority college girl standing around that's willing to just bang their brains out for free to piss off daddy, then they've got to just attack the first little innocent white girl they see walking by, whether she's 5 years old or 3 years old or 30 years old or 80 years old. The Jews gave them an Obama phone and make white people pay for it through Lifeline. So the nigger sits there and watches hours and hours and hours of white women being penetrated by black dicks day and night. That's all he does is watch those videos on the internet. And the first white girl he walks past within arm's reach is getting it. And what do they say? They say, oh, he can't help himself. He was insane. He's got a mental problem. He's whatever. All they're telling you is, look, he's a beast. He's a polar bear. You tried to go domesticate the polar bears. You can't do that. We can't lock this nigger up. That would be unfair. He's an animal. He's meant to just kill things. He's meant to just envy white people and kill them. That's what he does. That's his nature. You can't be around niggers if you're a pretty white girl. You're just going to be raped and killed. You should have known better. We can't throw this poor animal's whole life away just because he raped and killed 2 white girls. They should have known better. They were fucking around in public where there was dangerous wildlife. That's what they're admitting to you by freeing niggers over and over again. We think of it as, fuck you, whitey, ha ha. We're using it to exterminate you. We're going to keep freeing them so they keep killing more and more of you. And that's true. That is the second prong of why they do it. But the other prong of why they do it is because they already know that blacks do not have shame or guilt in their, they don't have souls. That's what's so hilarious about blacks calling their music and their food soul food and soul music. They don't have fucking souls. And yes, I said that. You want me to say it again? Blacks do not have fucking souls. Why? Because no non-whites have souls. Who has a soul, you all? What is a soul? A soul is God's law written on your heart. That's what makes you a soul. If you don't have God's law written on your heart, you aren't a soul. You're soulless, literally. That's what it's called. If you don't have the law of God written on your heart, it doesn't matter that you're a walking, living white person. It doesn't matter that you're not dead yet. You're called soulless when you don't have the law of God written on your heart anymore. So, that means, by default, anything that does not have the law of God written on their heart, a.k.a. the non-whites who are not descendants of Adam and Eve, they are beasts. They do not have souls like what you and I think of when we think of the word souls. They have their own non-white version of it, perhaps, so that they can experience love and fright and concern and different things within their own kind. But it's not a soul like you or I, as white people, conceive of the idea of soul as being. Okay, non-whites sitting in their own environment, untouched by white people ever. Okay, if Mexicans had never interacted with white people, they would literally just be doing what Mexicans did back then. Killing their kids for fucking sacrifices at the top of their little fucking temple they found that white people had left behind after the flood. They would have been hunting animals, building teepees, whatever the fuck they would be doing. And that would be it. When the conquistadors came and saw what all they had going on, there were a lot of them, and they had a lot of kind of commerce going on among themselves. We see that in India and all the third world shitholes. So they had plenty of commerce and trade going on among themselves. But there was no enterprise, there was no construction, there were no tools. There was no intelligence. They were just mindlessly going about their day among each other. And they can detect pain or detect if they're in danger. They can detect if they're about to be harmed. They can detect being harmed. Just like any other animal, they can detect danger. They can detect harm. They can detect bad things. They know that they feel good after they have a full belly of something they got to eat that they wanted to eat. But you have to understand that even all of the four-legged common animals, clean animals, they all have that same type of soul. If you're nice to the animal all the time, chances are it's going to be nice back to you. Unless it's a predator type, like a polar bear or some shit. But, even those, if you're nice to a predator sometimes predators are nice back. Doesn't mean they're always going to be. Doesn't mean they're not going to suddenly turn on you and eat you one day, despite the years of being nice to you and you being nice to it. Those tiger tamer brothers found that out the hard way after years and years with the same tigers, thinking they're best buddies. So that's the thing, let those tiger tamer, those tiger whisperer brothers who toured all over the world with those tigers, let them be a lesson to you about blacks and about non-whites in general, thinking that you have a friend, whatever. Okay? Because certain blacks are nice with you right now. Just because they're not gleefully murdering white people right now doesn't mean that they don't know what they're here to do when the Jews finally call for it. They all know what they're here to do. Every non-white knows they're here to do it. Every nigger knows they exist here to do it. And I don't mean just the niggers who were brought here. I'm talking about every nigger that was born and raised here, whose family's been here since the 1600s, knows that Jews brought them here to exterminate white people. and that someday it's going to be called for by the Jews. A national, or worldwide, I should say, purge declared against white people. And all they're doing is just biding their time until that day comes. And that day will come, and it will be in the fall of 2029, 3.5 years from right now. All right, let's get in the chat real quick and say hello to everybody who's visited early on tonight. I noticed that Jack was our first visitor, and he had chimed in really early on when I first activated built the stream and all that, and I knew I wasn't going to fire it up for hours, but he had saw that I had got the thing up and going and ready and chimed in right away. And his new handle is Long Legs. So if any of y'all see Long Legs in the chat, that is Jack himself, Jack the man. And he said, "It's me, Jack, new channel. Cheers, brother, and everyone. I'm at work, so I'll be listening." Well, God bless you, and thank you for chiming in first, way before everybody else. Stephen Crumley, also a very first noticer of the night. He said, "Cheers to all of you, brothers and sisters." Deb of Christ, also a first noticer of the night, saying hello to all of you. Hello, dear. God bless you. And God bless you, Jack, and God bless you, Stephen Crumley. A Coleman is here. Hello, God bless you. Happy Tuesday to you. And he said, people need to stop glazing these shit talkers who never go outside. That shit on people who go out and put in work. That's exactly right, brother. That's exactly what this stream tonight is for, is to snap some of our wannabe right-wingers out of that last little bit of cuckery they're still hanging on to about worrying about what non-whites think about us, what they say about us, other than we need to be worried about when they talk about threatening us and shit like that, or conspiring against us. Of course we need to pay attention to those things tactically and militarily and heavily. But what I mean is when they just are like, "Oh, see, y'all white people so racist." We need to stop giving two shits about their attack accusations of racism and all the, bigot and not being inclusive of them. All of those things we already know are just Jewish tactics handed to them, laid in their lap, to use against white people to shame us into cucking all of our women and our children and our country and all of our things away to them. And then once we have done that like a bunch of fools, then the Jews will come in and, acting completely based, 100% ethnocentric for their own people, will utterly decimate the blacks using our own military equipment that we train them how to use so that they don't have to physically fight the blacks because they know they never could defeat them physically. And they will decimate them with our helicopters and our airplanes and our tanks and our battleships and our guns. And then once all the blacks are eliminated, they will then rule over all the world's dark races. So they plan. And so that's why we don't need to be giving a shit what any of them think about us. We need to care about only what we pro-white people want for our white people's destiny and future and our country. And that's it. And we don't have to give a fuck what anybody else thinks, including white people. And there was some cheers back and forth, people saying hello, Jack and Deb of Christ and things. And then, let's see here. Miss Loyal White Knight has stopped by already. Maybe she's still here. Hello, God bless you. And happy Tuesday to you as well, dear. Thank you for chiming in. Thank you for your kind visits. And she said, I had an awesome weekend. I took me and my daughter fishing. Such a great bonding we had. I have a family gathering this Saturday, so I'll be back home in Mississippi. Well, that's awesome, dear. God bless you, and I'm so glad to hear that you and your girl had a great time out on the lake. It's always fun to go fishing with your kids, and so I love hearing good memories being made by our people with their children. And our white children are in such a dire straits now in the world they're having to grow up in. They don't even realize that they're growing up in hell. And because they don't know any different. They've never been in our all-white utopia to even know that they are born and living in hell. And so I feel so terrible for them. So anytime I hear about our people taking their little white children out to create good memories for them that they will carry. That child will remember those things. He might not remember the whole day, but he'll have flash moments of memory of a happy moment sitting next to you, you looking at him smiling, the sun's behind you shining, and he or she casts thing or pulls a fish out or whatever. There will be flash moments. Even though you lose a lot of your childhood memory as you grow to adult, you'll still have little flash memories, and those little flash memories mean so much more than you could ever possibly imagine. If you just thought about it for a minute and realized how good and how wholesome and how solid and happy and at peace it makes you feel once in a while when you have one of those flash memories from your very early years with your parents having a good time somewhere. It touches your heart. It keeps you going. It levels your mind and soul. And so Godspeed to all of you, and God bless all of you who make good memories for your children. Take them places. Show them amazing things. Show them the flowers and the trees God has made. Pluck a flower and hold it in their eyes up close and show them the intricacy and the delicacy of the petals and the little I forget what they're called because I forgot my anatomy now of plant life, but it would come to me eventually if I thought about it for long enough. But all the things about a plant, all the things about trees, walk them over to a tree and show them, have them push on it. Have them kind of pat it with their hand to realize the weight and the strength and the magnitude of this tree. And then look around you, honey, after you realize the magnitude of just this one tree. Now look around and realize God made trillions of them for us. And just all these ways that you can inspire and teach your children to appreciate not only the things God has made for us to admire about his handiwork, but also for that God had made for our benefit and for our well-being and for our learning for the future. And not only that, but it's the trees are for protection and for safety and comfort and all these things that are enveloped by just this one simple creation God made. And then apply, now think of just this, the magnitude and importance of just this simple thing as a tree here, and its weight and its magnitude and its importance and all the things it gives. Now imagine a person like you with all of the body parts in you that are all so intricately and perfectly and very delicately made that could easily be damaged, and then your whole body dies. It all is held together just so, with delicate, sensitive, easily damageable tissues and fluids and pressures and electricity in certain amounts. And it keeps your body functioning in this perfect state. And if the body ever leaves that perfect state, if it ever has something that disrupts that perfect state, suddenly your life is in total hell, in total jeopardy, in total misery, and completely handicapped in many ways. And so over time you can, through the showing of things and building good memories and explaining the differences in magnitude of things, you can rear your children up to appreciate our God and appreciate that all the things that he has given us as blessings, being made in the colors of Jesus Christ, if they're born blonde hair, blue-eyed, if they're just the fact that we were born descendants of Adam and Eve, that means we're part of his elect. And that alone is such a huge, huge blessing by itself. Without that blessing, there would be no point in us existing at all. There's no point in non-whites existing other than they are here to function for our enemies, the Jews, as bioweapons to use against us. That's really all they're here for, is for tempting our women and for being used as weapons against us when we disobey our God. And so this is why they're here, and we are under a curse of them because we allowed Jews to take prayer out of our schools, to take Bible study out of our schools, to cuck us into believing that they matter more than our own race does, according to our Holy Bible, to convinced us to believe that our Holy Bible, even though it says our earth is flat with a dome over it, that in fact they've went up in the sky really high and proved that in fact it wasn't, or that it isn't, and that the Bible got it all wrong. And therefore, the Bible's wrong. If it got one thing wrong, then it's wrong. It's not the true word of God if it gets one thing wrong. So that was the whole point of the Ball Earth claim and cucking white people into believing such a thing. Same thing with believing in the Big Bang and trillions of years and dinosaurs, I meant to say, and evolution and all that garbage. It's all wrapped up into one thing of Jewish fiction that stems out into many branches of Jewish fiction, but all of it leads back to the one core Jewish fiction, that is that there is no 6,000-year trial that you're in right now, Whitey. No. In fact, there's trillions of years that have existed, and you're just a nothing that's along for the ride. You're not special. You're not created special. You're not better than any of these non-whites around you who clearly, even though clearly you are, in fact, you're just a happy accident like all the rest of us non-whites are and all the rest of the critters are, and the trees and the clouds and the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars. Yeah, it's all just a happy accident, and you're just included all up in that with it. You're no thing special or no better than anything else. And so, because white people have allowed all of this cuckery by Jews to just be swallowed by ourselves, we just accepted it all and said, okay, I guess you're right. I guess we're losers. I guess we're nobody. I guess we're just salamander, protozoa, evolved fish. I guess it doesn't matter if we have our own country. I guess it doesn't matter that we have all of our countries invaded by non-whites, but they all still also have their own country for their own race somehow. I guess all that's fine because, after all, there's nothing special about white people. In fact, we're even worse than all the non-whites. They're better than us in every way. They're just as American and just as European, just as Swedish, just as German as we are. But also, they're even better than us in every way. Somehow. Joey is here. Hello. God bless you. I'm sorry that I didn't scroll far enough. You had blended in with long legs as I was scrolling along there. My apologies. God bless you, Joey, and happy Tuesday to you as well. Miss Loyal White Knight said, I think all of us Anglo-Israelites that are Christian-based should form our own community the same way Eric Orwell is doing for his community in Arkansas. Well, I totally agree. In fact, that's what I had hoped originally that Eric Orwell was. I thought that he was going to be this, when I first heard about Return to the Land, it sounds, the name and all that and the idea of starting an all-white community, especially with all the attack of white people in our faith, Christianity, and all those things. I immediately defaulted to wrongly assuming that it was hopefully a based Christian white group that was doing it. And so, I was all about that. And then and so I promoted them at first. Remember, right away, when I discovered about the community and all that, I posted support for them. I sent them money. And so, I thought all was well, but I hadn't looked deeply into them because I knew on the surface, at least, that it really was a pro-white group and it wasn't like non-whites pretending they were white people or something like that, like Indian scam, but that it was really real white people who were really pro-white people who really did buy a place in Arkansas and really declare they only want white people there, and they really have been getting negative visitors and negative media attention for it and all these things and lawsuits and threats and everything else over it. So I just defaulted to siding with my white people no matter what and sent them money and supported them. Well, then they did some 8-hour live stream where they had different pro-white people come on and speak to them and speak with everyone that we were watching. And I found it not only, hugely unuseful, and the reason why is because all of their guests were Europeans over in Europe. All right, so they cannot help us in any way, shape, or form over here. They don't understand our legal code here. It's completely different than their legal code in their different European countries, Sweden and Switzerland and all these places, people they were talking to from these different places like that. Their laws are ass weird, completely different than ours. In fact, they're under worse hell than we are legally right now. The Jews have already locked down all the Nordic countries really aggressively. And so, people in Sweden or Switzerland or the UK or any of those places, they can't even speak one ill word publicly at all about a non-white, or they're getting thrown in jail immediately. So, CHUD, this is exactly the situation for CHUD. This is exactly why CHUD the Builder had to come to exist. And it just so happens it's this guy, Dalton Etherly, but it could have been you. It could have been me. It could have been any white person. It could have been Jack. It could have been any of us who is just fed up all the way to the max. You could just consider CHUD the manifestation of black fatigue. Okay, that's what it is. He's fatigued. We're all fatigued. We're fucking sick of them. We're fucking sick of their bullshit. And CHUD has the balls to call them out for it. And there's not a thing wrong with that. I support him 100%. Not 91%. Not 99.1%. I support him 100%. And if I had more money to give him right now, I would. So the thing is, of course, everybody has more money they could give, but I just mean if I had more I could just throw away at the cause right now, I totally would. Because if I had 10 times more I could throw at his cause right now, I would throw all 10 of it. This dude is literally a pioneer, doing what other white men should have been doing. All of us white men should be doing all of the fucking time. Anytime we're out in public and some nigger starts fucking chimping out, the first thing you should do is pull out your phone and start live streaming you on your own camera, selfie yourself in the shot. That way, if they attack you from behind, you caught it on camera getting hit by them. But you keep yourself in the camera, and it also keeps the phone opposite side of your body from them too, by the way, so they can't reach out and snatch your phone or slap it out of your hand. So always keep it pointing at yourself, selfie mode, right? And have the chimp on the other side of you and call him out. Oh, we got one. Are you chimping out? You going to chimp out? Call him out. We all are CHUD. All of us are CHUD. Fuck, we are Charlie. We ain't Charlie. We're not Jew-obeying suckers out duping all the Trump conservatives to obey Jews. That's all he did his whole career. And I don't want to hear any bullshit about the last week before he was killed. He was having second thoughts. Bullshit. That's how Jews create the narrative so that you believe he was assassinated. When really he's a crisis actor, and now he's fine. He pulled a WWE blood squib stunt right in front of your face. Defied all the laws of artillery physics. And drove away in an SUV instead of an ambulance. Wasn't kept right there on site. No, thrown in an SUV and whisked away. Which never happens, by the way, if someone's shot in the neck. And so, he's fine. He's sitting somewhere in Tel Aviv or Canada or New Zealand or wherever the fuck they sent him, Argentina or some shit. And so, we were never Charlie. Charlie is a fucking crisis actor, Jew, fucking obeyer, Shabbos Goy. What we all are is we all are CHUD. All of us have been, at some point, bothered by niggers in public. Whether we were directly bothered by them, directly accosted by them, directly aggravated, instigated, attacked by them, or if we were just perturbed the whole time because of the fucking piece of shit parasite being there, fucking with white people's peace on purpose. Being antagonistic with their loud-ass speakerphone or their whatever the fuck thing. And unfortunately, I'm going to lose the chat in a minute because I did not plug in my device that I use to watch the chat, and it is about to croak on me. I'm plugging it in right this instant, but it's still going to die. Because for whatever reason, for the last couple of years, ever since some firmware update on my phone happened, now when I plug in my phone, instead of it, say, but you know how any phone, if it was all the way down to like 1% or 2%, you could plug it in and then it would never die. It would start climbing from that 2% because it's charging after all. And it would climb from the 2% to 3 to 4 to 5. And just as long as it stays plugged in, you could keep using it. You could keep talking on it. You could be interneting. You could have the screen on full blast, whatever you want. And it would stay charging and stay working. Well, a few firmware updates ago, about started maybe a year ago, that was when that firmware update was that caused this. Ever since some firmware update that I was forced to do about a year ago, my phone, when it gets down to, say, 15% and says that, you know, hey, we're going to die, you need to plug it in. If I plug it in at 15%, it will still, while it's got the charging symbol and it's supercharging with the USB-C all the way from the USB-C brick to it, and it says it's supercharging, it will keep dropping, and it will even drop like a rock all the way to 0 and then power off because it dies, even though it's literally charging and has been for minutes and minutes. So a good example is right now. I told y'all a few moments ago that I had plugged in the device, right? When I plugged it in, it was at 5%. It has already dropped down to 4, 3, 2, 1, and now it's at 0. All right, and it's been at 0% now for maybe a whole minute. And here any moment, the device will probably just shut off completely, even though it's plugged in and charging. And I plugged it in when it was at 5%. It should have just held 5%, especially since it's supercharging, and it should have just started climbing up from there. But no, it will drop below this 0 here in a minute. Even though it's plugged in, the whole thing will just shut down. So I'll have to wait a moment or two while it's off, and then I can turn it on, and then I'll have to wait on it to boot all the way back up. We're going to see. Maybe it'll survive it. It's been holding 0% this whole time now for at least another minute now. But normally it will just shut off anyway on me. It gets down to 0 while it's plugged in, and then it just still goes ahead and dies. So very aggravating that it's been doing that for the last year since they did that firmware update. Not happy about that. Hugo, the pork eater, is here, y'all. Hello, God bless you, and happy Tuesday to you, Hugo. Thank you for your kind visit. He said 100%, brother. God bless all of you who are on CHUD's side. We are CHUD. That's the bottom line. We cannot separate ourselves from CHUD because we are the same white man as CHUD. We're fed up with blacks. We're fatigued from non-white bullshit. We're fatigued from the Jewish fucking allowing of all of it. And the only recourse we have is to start talking shit back. Start calling them out. You have to understand, if we don't ever talk shit to niggers back, they will always think that they dominate us, that they scare us, that we're weak, that we're afraid of them, that we're cowards. This is why CHUD had to come to existence. This is why all of us are supposed to be acting just like CHUD all of the time. And just so you know, I do act like CHUD all the fucking time. Anytime some Negro acts up in public, or any non-white, I don't give a fuck if it's an Arab, a fucking Jeet, I don't care what it is, a Spic, a Puerto Rican Spic, any of them, I don't care. If they act up in fucking public in front of me, I'm going to call them out. And I'm going to call them out racially. I'm not just going to say, hey, dude, calm down. I'm going to say, hey, you fucking third worlder, you don't come to my country acting like the piece of fucking shit like that. I'll say it just like that to them. I call niggers parasites when they get fucking mouthy in public. I tell them, shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear what any worthless parasite has to say to us. Get the fuck out of here. And I run them off. And no matter what they say, I just talk over them. Blah, 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 blah. And I don't let them get one solid word at me. I just blah, blah, blah right over their whole shit they're saying. All right. Bert's Eagle. Or, let's see. Bert Siegel. Bert Siegel. He says, huge arm. I don't know what that means. He must be talking about something further up in the thing. He said truth, though. And he said fact. And he said up before that, yup. So he is sounds like he's in line with us. Well, God bless you. Thank you for the kind visit. And his name is Bert Siegel, y'all. Welcome, Bert. Welcome, Bert. And God bless you, and happy Tuesday to you, Bert Siegel. Thank you for the visit and for the words. And he also said, it's a myth they have some magic strength. Arm wrestle one. Oh, okay. Now I understand what he means. Aha, okay. And he also said, Chuck has a thick neck, like a lug head. Well, that's good. So the thing is, like, Chud may actually be kind of a bigger dude. I mean, he actually, yeah, now that I look at his pic here, he does kind of look like he's got, like, you know, he's a little stocky, you know? And so, good for him. God bless him. And, you know, honestly, what I had said all that about Chud's size and all that is, well, I have already explained it, but I'll just real quick explain it again. It was mainly I was just going to give him extra props if he happened to be this, like, smaller statured guy, you know, underweight, under height, whatever, you know, under average of all those things. That would have mean he's even crazier and has even more balls than he already has, you know. Jack had said, we should foster our youth to lift and be strong and train with firearms, etc. Absolutely, 100% true. After all of us were raised that way. I know Jack was raised that way. I know I was raised that way. And I know many of you folks in Generation X who are men were also raised that way. And he said, I'm 6'2", 180. I'm good to go. Yes, you are. That's a perfect build overall for a soldier build. So that's good stuff for you. And let's see here. Dev of Christ said, yeah, my husband was really big into teaching us how to use firearms. The boys have learned from a young age for safety and protection. Good. That's great. That is great news. That's great to hear. And, you know, as y'all progress further, you know, hopefully a good man will come into y'all's life here in the next 3 years. Hopefully sooner than later, but, you know, it may take a year or two. Who knows? Maybe God does not have any guy planned in mind. Maybe he's going to have you be the one that steers the boat all the way until his arrival. But whatever the situation is, I hope that God either allows you all to become involved in firearms in such a way that you can use them to keep you and yours safe, you and your children safe, or if God just blesses you to always be protected in a circumstance where you nor your children ever need firearms at any point to be saved by the Holy Ghost's protection. And so, whichever way God maps it out for you, I pray for y'all's safety and your well-being, just as I do for all of my people who visit and all of my people who are a part of our people. And let's see, like Jagged said, Chud did nothing wrong. Exactly. He did nothing wrong. And the thing is, you know, like I had started off the stream saying, I wouldn't give a shit if he did. I wouldn't give a shit if and again, I don't even consider it wrong. I don't consider it wrong for a white man. And this isn't just me saying I don't consider it. It flat out is not wrong. Objectively, is not wrong for a white man to walk up to any non-white existing on our soil. By the way, they're not even supposed to be here. Okay? So therefore, it is 100% okay for any white man to walk up to any non-white piece of shit, worthless parasite existing, occupying, standing on our soil of our country, all at our expense, by the way. It's totally okay for any white man to walk up to any non-white parasite in our country and accost them, insult them, talk shit about them, and talk shit about them any way they want, especially racially. In fact, that should be the number one primary way that every non-white is accosted and insulted and antagonized and instigated against, is purely racially. Because that's what they hate about us. Their hatred for us is purely racial. It has nothing to do with our inventions. They don't hate us because of automobiles. They love driving our automobiles around that we invented. They don't hate us because of our air conditioning. They would die without that shit nowadays. They don't hate us because of our touch button heat. They don't hate us because of our electricity. They don't hate us because of the cell phones that they get to use now or the internet they get to use now. If it wasn't for white men, blacks couldn't sit around for hours all day on the internet watching white women be penetrated by black dicks on videos. They love our inventions. So what is it then they hate about white people? Well, it's your race, dipshit, duh. That's the only thing they hate about us, is our race. So guess what that means, people? Guess what that means, white people? That means the number one thing that's totally okay for you to insult, to walk right up to a non-white. Fuck them. They're in your country where they don't belong. You can walk up to any nigger you want, any pack of niggers you want, and I don't mean this physically. I don't mean that you could outpower them all. I don't mean you could walk up to 20 niggers and call them all niggers and tell them to get the fuck out of your country and actually survive a fist fight against them. What I'm saying is lawfully, not Jewish legalism, lawfully, God's law. Real U.S. fascist Christian law says that a white man can walk up to any fucking nigger or any fucking pack of cheats or any fucking pack of Arabs and say, fuck you third world shitholers, get the fuck out of my country and do it right now. Fuck you and all your stupid little brown, little worthless pieces of shit. Get the fuck out of my country right now. Chud and you and I and every white man could do that all day long. To every non-white we fucking see, completely unprovoked, we're the provoker. And if they have one fucking word to say back to us, we just keep insulting them. And if they attack us whatsoever, if they just so much as put a finger on us, that's battery, says our law. And if they really try to harm us, if it's clear to us that they're definitely going to try to attack us and harm us, potentially causing us extreme bodily harm or death, then you pull the strap and you full mag dump their ass. You don't get a shot or two on them and then, oh, he's down. No. You full mag dump. When they hit the ground, that means finally you got a still target that you can finish filling it up with lead. So, we're going to get into the internet. I'm going to go ahead and take a swig here of my drink. All right, the device did stay on. Miraculously, it held on at 0%, and it has clicked its way up to 2%, so it's not going to die. So hallelujah. Now I can keep going in the chat and say hello to anybody else who has stopped by. Blue Columbine is here. You all, hello. God bless you, and happy Tuesday to you. I hope that you've managed to still be here before I finally got to saying hello to you. Thank you very much for being one of the first noticers of the night. And he said, it's been a hell of a week. So glad to be here. Well, bro, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you so much for coming, man. And for however long you're willing to hang out with us, man. God bless you and Godspeed to you, bro. And thank you for your kind visits, man, always. And Blue Columbine says, be like Chud, white love, white power. That's right. You damn right, 100,000%. Always stand with your white people, especially when it's a white man who's fighting against the machine, especially in this exact circumstance we're in. This is literally the litmus test whether white men are already done for all the way or not. We already know the answer is yes. The fucking bail amount proves it. The fact that he's in jail at all proves it. He was attacked by a nigger who literally was on social media bragging to other niggers for 2 hours while he was driving to where he knew Chud was going to be. That's premeditated, okay? Premeditated attack. He premeditated driving an hour plus to go where he knew Chud would be, because Chud had to go to court. And he waited on Chud and eventually started hollering at CHUD once he saw CHUD in public. Now, CHUD, being a based white man, walked right the fuck over to him and said, hey, what's up, guys? You like my new suit? And this is all witness accounted, by the way. And they immediately started talking shit to him. You ain't gonna call me no nigger. I bet you won't call me no say I'm chimping out. And what is CHUD gonna do? He's gonna go, fuck you, nigger. And he's gonna call him a nigger right away. What, are you gonna chimp out? And then the dude was like, I told you, you better not say that shit to me. And then CHUD walks away. CHUD has the right to say whatever the fuck he wants to them. He's a white man in his own fucking country. Niggers do not belong here and did not create this country and are not supposed to fucking be here. And they don't have the fucking say-so that we have. No one has the say-so that white men have. And we have been cucking and allowing our fucking speech to be taken from us for so long that now the whole world of non-whites here expects us to already know that we don't have a voice, to already know that we are the subservient bastards to them. And they expect us to behave that way, to act accordingly, as Cody would say. Well, I declare, fuck all that noise. I'm on CHUD's side. I call niggers out anywhere I go. I call non-whites out anywhere I fucking go. I could give you 2 examples that where I fucking exploded on 2 different non-whites just last week. But I'm not going to tell those stories tonight because it would sound like I'm big talking myself. But the bottom line is, I had to put 2 different non-whites in their fucking place, screaming down their fucking eyeballs to eyeballs. I screamed down their fucking throats right in their face, eyeballs to eyeballs. Full threaten mode, too, by the way. I'm talking I threatened their ass. Way worse than anything CHUD ever said. I told the motherfuckers I was going to fucking put them in the ground. And I told them that straight in their face. So, you think CHUD tells a fucking nigger or a non-white what's up? You ain't seen shit yet. Wait till you see me on a live stream telling a nigger what to do. Anyhow, I've gotten through most of the stuff. Blue Columbine said, I've said hello to everyone who has said something in the chat so far. And Blue Columbine said, the other day, some nig asked me for a cigarette, and I ignored him. And he kept going on, trying to talk to me. And I was like, I don't talk to niggers once I was in position to get away quick. Good for you, man. That's the thing is, we've got to start letting them know by how we interact with them that we are not afraid of them anymore. That all that boomer shit, as they call it, about, being worried about the scary blacks and all that shit is over. All right, Gen X is who started that. We were having to be forced to go to school with the motherfuckers every day. So we quickly had to learn that we couldn't be afraid of them because they use that as an instant freaking excuse to attack you because now they see you as a weak, easy prey. And just like any super predator, as Hillary correctly called them, they will immediately use any sign of weakness of yours as the open invitation to conquer you instantly. Whether it's sexually conquer you or steal your woman sexually, rape her, take her from your hand, beat your ass, take her, rape her, or just beat your ass because you're white. Whatever it is, they see you, if they see you have any kind of weakness whatsoever. And by the way, anything they consider weakness, the things they consider weakness are things that white people do not consider signs of weakness, like courtesy, politeness, friendliness, kindness, caring and giving, generosity. They see all of that as being a gullible sucker. They see all of that as you are just simply prey. They think of you as a little breaded chicken wing walking around going, everything's fine. All these little animals around me that love eating chicken wings would never eat me. They're all so friendly to me as long as I'm friendly to them. I'm not racist against them, so surely they're not going to be racist against me. That's the retarded idiocy and ideology that cucked white people have. They do not understand that non-whites do not have the law of God written on their hearts. They are beasts. So they do not think like white people do. Just because you would never attack someone's child. You would never see a defenseless, helpless child walking down the sidewalk and think to grab them and carry them away and rape them all night and chain them to a room in your house and make them your sex slave all the rest of their life till you decide to murder them and dismember their body and all this shit. Just because you would never in a billion years do that or think that way or think to do something so heinous like that does not mean that non-whites would not do so. We even have mentally defective, fucked in the head white people who have become so evil and wicked that they've lost the law of God on their hearts, and they've done those types of sicko fucking things. So, just the idea that white people even have the potential to do that if they lose their law of God written on their hearts, that tells you right there that by default, all non-whites have the propensity to do that. To be that way. To be what white people consider wicked. In white people world, in Christendom, in our white high trust society, their standard common practice behaviors are considered evil and wickedness in our sight. Why do you think Jews created anti-fascism? Because any white Christian fascist country would never ever tolerate any degeneracy whatsoever coming from any non-white race. We would never tolerate Indians dumping shit in our water supply. We would never, and trash on the sides of the road. We would kill them on first sight of doing so. Our ancestors would have murdered them. Not murder, it wouldn't have been murder. It would have been killing them. It would have been justified capital punishment. Our ancestors would have executed them right on the side of the road. And guess what? That would have been lawfully correct according to our holy Bible, our holy God's white Christian fascist country laws. That would be not only normal, but it would be expected and it would be celebrated and rewarded. They wouldn't be arrested and have a $1.25 million bond inexplicably. No, instead, they would have articles in every newspaper. Local heroes execute worthless Indian invaders dumping garbage on our beautiful countryside roadway. And it would go on to detail that two white men were driving down northbound down, Wembley Road when they saw two Indians dumping garbage out of a box truck into the ditch on the side of the road. The two men hurriedly got out and were armed and executed the two criminals on sight. The mayor of the town has offered to invite them for a dinner and is going to give them a key to the city. That's how a white Christian fascist nation would operate. It would celebrate any attack on our country, be it Pajeets dumping garbage on the side of a country road, or dumping garbage in our river or our creek, or niggers attacking a white person because they outnumber him or because he's defenseless or weak. For an Indian getting in a swimming pool and grabbing a bunch of white girls' butts and coochies while he's under the water swimming around. He would be pulled out of the public pool and executed right there in front of all the other non-white males. So that all the other non-white males sitting there, first of all, there would be no non-white males in our country. If we were a white Christian fascist country, there would be zero non-white males in our country to have ever grabbed a white girl's butt or coochie while he's swimming around in the pool because he wouldn't be in our country to ever be in a pool, to ever be near our white girls. So really what would happen in the white Christian fascist country is it would be a white boy doing all of that, and he would be pulled up out of the pool, and he would be executed in front of all the other white boys so that all the other white boys know you're not to walk swimming around in the pool grabbing all the white girls and sexually assaulting them. But in the case that we have now where we have non-whites in our country, if we at least would execute the non-whites on first sight of committing any kind of crime against our people, they would at least know that we rule our country with an iron fist and take zero shit from them. So, fuck every fake-ass right-winger who has disavowed CHUD, who refuses to support CHUD. And we're going to go through now. I know I told y'all we're going to get on the internet. Now that I've went through the chat, I am actually going to hop on the internet. Let me hop over here. So first thing I need to do is shut the music off. So let's do that. Bam. Now we're going to go to the interwebs. Oh, I can't go there yet because I got to go. I don't want to mess up like I did last time. Let me actually get you to the internet with me first. Boom. Okay. Now, I'm going to real quick. The first thing I'd like to do tonight is I want to go through and show you how much shit talk there is about Chud the Builder on YouTube when you just search his name specifically. So I'm going to put it in quotes real quick because if I don't put it in quotes, it'll end up throwing some other Chud things in there too. So we're going to just put it in quotes. Now, of course, it's got this first thing about Charleston White or whatever, that stupid nigger that pretends he's cool with the white people and pro-white people. He's not. He's a worthless nigger who brags about the fact that he raped a white girl back in the day, and he's probably done it more than once, but he bragged about it at least once. So, of course, when you put in Chud the Builder in quotes, all you see are, other than this one here where they want cucked white people to think Charleston White's on our side, all the rest of them are mostly niggers talking mad shit, and cucked white people talking mad shit about our boy Chud. And so I'm just scrolling here. Lily Gaddis's take was not very good. Very disappointed in that. Disappointed in pretty much a lot of people's takes. And funny enough, I was impressed by certain YouTubers, and you're going to find out who they are tonight too, because I have a tab of each one of their channels open to show that they're in support of Chud. Here's the worthless nigger twins. You don't have to give a fuck what they think. But, of course, they're probably against Chud. Proving that they're not really pro-white like they LARP as though they are all day. I have not seen what Michael Knowles, the cuck, thinks about them yet. Oh, look, he called him a racist live streamer. So, yep. Fuck you. All right. Chud the Builder speaks from prison. Oh, here we go.
So CHUD the Builder is speaking for the first time since being incarcerated for the incident that took place out.
Whoops, I didn't mean to click on that. Let me back up. Anyway, also, here's what's interesting is see how Leonardo Joni has the free CHUD thing that Rightio, the channel Rightio, had actually originally posted in one of his community posts. She took that from Rightio, which I had posted also. She took that. It's in my slideshow tonight anyway. She took that and posted it in her thumbnail here, as you can see on the screen. But then when you click on her video and start actually listening to the part where she gets to about CHUD, she actually acts as though she's not in agreement with CHUD. Basically like the others, like how Lily Gaddis was. Oh, I don't agree with his way of doing things, and basically saying like, oh, Ray, he's the scary R-word streamer, you know? And it's like, dude, what? And then she ends up, of course, the idea is she's got it framed here in her thumbnail as though it's free CHUD, like she's pro-CHUD. as though, and what that would do for a lot of our people is it would fool them into clicking on her video and instantly giving her a like, which I had to take away because once she got to the CHUD part, and the thing that sucks is all the rest of her hour and 20 minutes is super based, exposing Jews, exposing this, exposing that. Her whole video, this whole hour and 20 minutes, excluding the part about CHUD, is fucking great. I would even say excellent. But the CHUD part itself, she just falls apart with. Basically acting like she needs to be distancing herself from his way of going about doing shit. And really, there is no other way to do it than what CHUD's doing, y'all. There is no other way, okay? Blacks either antagonize you in public or they don't. And white people who have to be around blacks regularly because they're where they live and whatever, and they can't afford to fucking move and all this shit, so everywhere they go, they have to be surrounded by blacks fucking with them all the time. Those white people are eventually going to get fed the fuck up, and they're going to finally say, I've had enough. I'm fatigued. I'm beyond fatigued. It's beyond exhaustion. It's beyond fatigue. It's beyond rage. Now it's time to actually do something. And the only thing a white man can do, short of pulling a full-on falling down moment where you just walk around and blast any non-white you see, is you put yourself near them where they start antagonizing you because they know about him, because they know about who he is and what he does and whatever. They start immediately talking shit to him, immediately threatening him. And it's not insults and antagonizing and instigating like they accuse of CHUD. They are straight up threatening CHUD. They immediately start saying shit like, I'll kill your ass, nigga. I'll shoot your ass, nigga. I'll smash you in your shit, nigga. They're right out of the gate. Anything they say to CHUD, they start with threats right out of the gate. And so, first of all, proving CHUD perfectly 100% true and accurate and correct about them, but also it's showing that not only is he 100% correct about them, but that this is the only way to expose how bad it's gotten. There is no other way to expose how bad it's gotten. You could explain a hypothetical scenario of a guy like CHUD the Builder. You could tell white people all day long who are still cucked out of their minds, listen, imagine there was some white guy that just walked around filming blacks whenever they are acting aggressive toward him, and then he becomes famous for it, and then those blacks would then be attacking them anytime they see him, but that further proves his point. You could say all of that hypothetically to a cucked white person, and it would never stick. They would never absorb it. It would never make any sense. They would never give a shit about it. They would never even consider it for 2 seconds after you're done saying the hypothetical scenario to them to try to get them to understand reality for once in their life. No, instead, it would just go in one ear and out the other. It might not even go in one ear and out the other. It might actually go in one ear and just bounce right off of that ear and never go actually in the ear. So you could try to hypothetically and all this and explain a what if about CHUD the Builder type of guy existed all you want till you're blue in the face. And you would never get a single white person to ever snap out of their cuckery. Meanwhile, CHUD the Builder here is going to do just that. This man is going to separate the wheat from the tares. All right? Anybody who is not on CHUD's side is not on white people's side. Period. Dot. They can LARP as though they are. Their whole YouTube channel may be geared as such as though they are. But this right here is the litmus test, you all. If you are not on CHUD's side, like niggers would be for OJ or Rodney King or St. Floyd or fucking Carmelo Anthony or the fucking nigger that killed Irina Zarutska or any other nigger that's killed any other white person, then fuck you. You're not a real right-winger. You're not a real pro-white person. And I don't give a shit if your whole channel is based on white people and their well-being and all their issues and concerns and their destiny. If every fucking video you've posted is about white people, but you're not pro-CHUD, you're not pro-white. Period. And that's the bottom fucking line. So here we go. We're going to scroll on down through here and see others who are talking about him. This guy is a total cuck. So let's hear what he says. I'm sure it's going to be embarrassing as fuck.
No, I get it, you're racist, but like you kept using the police to your advantage, which is snitching to us. So we can't have that. And also, like, you shot yourself, which is just goofy as hell. That's a bad look for us. So, I mean, if you want to do something, you can be a drug mule. You know, if you want to, you can like, you know, just keister it. Because look, either it's that or we sell you to the blacks. Either way, your butthole's getting played with.
I was pretty dead on, except in prison, if you go around doing that goofy racial shit that Chud the Builder was doing, it'll be the whites that take you off the yard immediately. You are putting everyone at risk of going to a race war, so your own people, they're going to be the ones that are going to take you out. And the AB, they don't ask you if you want to be a mule. They just tell you what you're going to do, and if you don't do it, you get stabbed up.
Let's just tell him real quick that he's a retarded cuck. You are a retarded cuck to the absolute max. Bam. Bam. Thumbs down. And I love doing it. You all, anytime you accidentally click on a video, now I know that wasn't by accident. We clicked on that knowing he's a fucking full cuck and knowing it was going to be an absolute L-take. I clicked on it for that reason on purpose. But anytime you click on anything that you click on by accident, right? Or that it turns out that they're against white people or they say anti-white shit or whatever, always, always, always give the thumbs down. Never leave the video until you've given it the dislike. It matters, okay? The dislike button still matters. People still look it up to see whether or not the dislikes are huge on a video that they should be huge on, and oftentimes they are. So, you know. And, you know, there will be things like this. Like, see this, I realize you can't see my cursor. I forgot to add that back on the screen. It's still hidden in my settings. But if you look at the top video on your screen here, you'll see, you know, this, you know, goofy nigger, and he's holding up a free him sign. I guarantee you if we clicked on this video, he's not actually a free CHUD advocate. He's probably just making fun of CHUD, and he's making fun of white people who want CHUD freed. Here's a lawyer pretending to give a not anti-white take on CHUD the Builder, but I'm sure it would be no matter what. I'm sure his cuckery would bleed through the entire thing. But you'll notice like almost every one of these channels are all non-whites. You know, niggers. Let's see here. New CHUD the Builder clone is now in Nashville targeting black people. Ooh. All right. Let's click on that. God bless him, whoever he is. We'll have to donate to him too. What do we got here? What do we got? Good. May he start an absolute revolution. I hope everybody becomes a CHUD the Builder. God bless you, buddy, whoever you are. We'll have to look him up. I don't know who he is. Maybe we'll have to go back to that nigger's channel or that nigger's video in a little while and see if he says who the guy is. That way we can look him up. But anyhow, let's see here. Now, I have more interesting stuff to show you about this CHUD the Builder search here in a moment. I'm just scrolling down through here to show you that all these are niggers that are talking about him. Let's see here. See, niggers. Because white people don't even know about this. Only the blacks and non-whites all know about this shit because they're the only ones that are involved in a racial war against white people. White people are busy doing their thing all day, worried about if they get good grades in college or they got to do shit for their job. Their corporate office is expecting them to have a TPS report turned in by the end of the day. They've got shit to do. But non-whites that live off of our welfare, look at all these fucking non-whites that live off our tax money. They've got nothing better to do all day than to make videos hating on white people. And then what one guy, a white guy, do you keep seeing over and over again? This fucking cucked faggot that's had apparently since he's been to prison, he tries to be like, look, I'm the guy that's been in prison that tells you all the things that prison people think. All you are is a hole for nigger dicks, bro. That's all you are. You were an absolute bitch in the prison. That's clearly what you were. And all he does is sucks niggers' dicks on every video. He's an anti-white piece of shit. Fuck you, J.D. DeLay. Fuck you and your nigger-loving piece of shit ass, dude. And all your fucking garbage supposed experience from prison. The only experience you have in prison is getting fucked in your ass all day. You pussy cuck. There he is right there again. Over and over again. Talking about Chud the Builder. Talking shit about Chud the Builder. Fuck you, you faggot. Willing bitch in jail. You need to go back to prison so you can go back to sucking blacks' dicks like you like doing so much, apparently. All right. So, you'll see it's just blacks talking about them, blacks talking about them, blacks. Oh, and Nick Fuentes' stupid ass talking bad about him. So, fuck Nick Fuentes. Fuck every right-wing channel that had any right-wing channel that was talking shit about him. I already unsubbed from him. Blasphemer who's always riding Nick's dick. I already unsubbed from him because he sided with Nick's stupid-ass loser take, anti-white take. So I already unsubbed from him, gave him a dislike on his Chud videos. I did the same thing with Purge Viral. I think Purge Viral sided because he's a Nick clipper that sucks Nick's dick too. Pretty sure he sided with Nick on that too, so I unsubbed from him, gave him his dislike. I unsubbed from somebody bigger than those two stupid clippers. I forget who the bigger YouTuber was that I unsubbed from, but a pretty big YouTuber, has tens of thousands of subscribers. All the pro whites know who he is. I dumped him like a fucking heartbeat, in a heartbeat. Just bam! As soon as I saw he was anti-Chud, dislike, unsub. I don't give a fuck. I'm not playing any games. This channel is 100% tribed up. Gives zero shit what any non-white thinks about us or what any cucked white person thinks about us. Fuck all of them. We are Team Chud 100% at this channel. And that's all we will ever be. So, I'm just showing you here that when you put in Chud the Builder, all you see is negativity, 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 anti-whiteism, anti-white, anti-white, anti-white. That's all it ever is. And if I went through every single page of Chud the Builder available, it would just be it would literally be 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 pages of talking shit about white people, talking shit about Chud the Builder, declaring that he was going around offending the poor, helpless blacks. Look, the unholy trinity that explains Chud the Builder, as though something he was up to is unholy. So, look, hurling the N-word, which he would, but only after niggers would attack him. And who gives a fuck? The N-word, saying nigger is not a magic word, you all. Nigger, 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 nigger. It's not a magic word. You can fucking say any word you want. Nigger is just a fucking word. There is no magic word that white men are not allowed to say. Not on public and not online. Any fucking where you can say nigger. If you get attacked by a nigger because you said the word nigger, all they're doing is proving that your country is occupied by Jews right now and ruled over by Jews right now. That's what you're proving. And that's what Chud wanted to prove. And that's exactly what CHUD did prove and is proving right now, not only with his streams, but with the attack with legal fare against him and the gross abuse of power, the exorbitant, excessive bail amount put on him that is literally a gross abuse of power. That's what that literally is. The legal term for that is called gross abuse of power. And so, by the way, somebody please take out the judge and the DA, the white Shabos goy pieces of shit. Please, I will do a 12-hour stream. I will do a 12-hour stream, nonstop celebration stream. If the judge and DA are taken out, I will literally throw a 12-hour celebration stream, and I will dedicate the whole thing to whoever did so. And we'll do even more than that for them. We will honor them. We will honor them every month. Every month, at the first of the month, will be whoever that person is who does the deed. We will make that their day. We will name that their day, and we'll have 12 of them a year. Fuck those anti-white pieces of fucking garbage. Sellout, Shabos goy, Freemason, Jew-obeying, cucked fucking idiots. They think right now they're being funny, putting that dude through all that shit. But what they don't know is their day is coming. For them doing that to Chud the Builder, God is going to rain hellfire down on them. The reason why, I talked on other streams about how some people in our pro-white movement think that all white people are going to be saved because there is a passage in our Bible that says that God would prefer that all of Israel be saved. But it's a preference. Doesn't mean that's how it's going to go down. Of course, we all would prefer that all white people would act right. But do all white people act right? No. So having a preference of something is not the actual reflection of reality. Therefore, God was not saying that he plans on saving all of Israel, all white people. What he was saying was he would prefer that it would be that end up that way. That it's just not going to be, but he would have preferred it to be that way. So, likewise, this is not, I don't know what these cucked, idiot, white, fake right-wingers were expecting. Do you want some shiny, they want some squeaky clean, instant win from the very beginning start without taking one step forward first that doesn't really win much? They're acting like Chud's stance here and Chud's war that he started against, the blacks and against the Jewish-controlled, Zog-controlled fucking government isn't special or isn't important or isn't good enough, as though they could have done a better job. Oh, I could have gotten the blacks exposed and the two-tier justice system exposed better than Chud could have. Shame on him. He didn't do it a good enough way. I would have done it a better way. Well, why fucking didn't you then? Bullshit. If you could have done it a better way, you'd have already done it. It's just like some cucked leftist idiot that shows up to some place where construction's happening, right? And construction is fucking ugly, and it's messy, and there's shit everywhere. And I don't mean feces. I mean, there is stuff everywhere, and dirt, and grime, and dust built up, and nails laying everywhere where they shouldn't be, and it's dangerous, and there are hazards, and it looks like a total disaster. And some prim, priss, city slicker, cucked leftist whose never even held a cordless drill in his hand before, comes around a construction site and goes, ooh, icky, yuck, gross. This place is gross. Get me out of here. All this nastiness, all this grossness. Meanwhile, it's just something under construction. And it has to look that way to ever get built from nothing at all. There originally was just grass and dirt right there. But after months or perhaps years of all of this crazy mess and stuff laying everywhere and tools and wood and bricks and stuff laying all over the place and a huge mess and mud all over the place and tire ruts everywhere in the mud and dust blowing all over the surrounding areas and all kinds of mess and chaos and yuckiness looking, eventually, as construction comes to a completion, as the thing has finally been finished that was being created, being built, as it's being tidied up and finished up, one mess after another gets just cleaned up. The muddy road gets leveled off on the last day of the muddy road, and then it gets paved over, and suddenly it's this beautiful paved, flat, smooth entryway. And wouldn't you know, the huge area that the city slicker that was grossed out by the yuckiness of the big mess that didn't want to be anywhere near it, now all of a sudden loves this beautiful, gleaming white, immaculate, huge, awe-inspiring, awesome-looking building that was built. And now all of a sudden the city slicker, cucked leftist, wimp freaking white guy is totally cool with walking onto the site now, walking across the nice, fresh, clean, concrete sidewalk, stepping into the big, beautiful, nice new building that's been made, still stinking from outgassing of the paint all over the walls, walking around on its brand new tiled floors. Oh man, they get a huge kick out of that. And that's what these fake right-wingers, I guess, are expecting of our movement. They're expecting suddenly a beautiful building, suddenly a beautiful paved entryway to it, and a beautiful parking lot for it. Suddenly, it's just all there. There never had to be a first step, a seemingly inconsequential, doesn't get us anywhere step, like digging the first hole. You know how when they do a construction site, the first thing they do is a ceremonial groundbreaking where the funders of the operation or the owner of the thing or the whatever comes out there and he takes a shovel and everyone watches him dig the first hole, the first shovel full of dirt. And everyone applauds as he tosses the first pile of dirt out of the shovel head, and he hands the shovel off to someone who's really going to have to do the work and goes on about his day in his office doing nothing. But that first shovel full right there was the real first shovel full. That's why they made a whole ceremony around it. Before any of the real men who were going to do the real work actually came in and did the real work and did the real hard job and the real ugly part of the job, the rich leftist city slicker cucked white guy who owns the operation, or the Jew, gets to come out first, since he's the owner, and do the first shovelful, as though he's saying, look, I started this all off and I'm helping too. I'm part of this hard back-breaking work too. I did a shovelful. I dug a shovelful. I dug this first shovelful. But from the time that cucked leftist not hippie, but cucked leftist wimpy white guy or Jew, whichever one it might be, does that first shovel full of dirt and digs it up and then hands the shovel off to a real worker who's actually going to be sitting there for months and years building the project, from the time he hands that shovel to the real worker, all the way until they're sweeping the brand new pavement of the dust from the leftovers of dust from construction, where the whole thing's pretty much completely finished. Everywhere in between looks like total shit. It looks like a complete disaster. It looks like it'll never get done. It looks like it's just total chaos. Like, why do we even start this Mission Impossible project to begin with? Look at how much of a mess we've made here, and it's not even built. But construction takes time, and it's a sequence of steps, and none of it can be skipped. You can't build the roof and just hang it in the air and then build the walls underneath it and then build the foundation underneath that. No, you have to break ground first. You have to dig the shit out of the ground, make a huge hole so that you can determine where all of your foundational footings are going to go and how deep they need to go based on the soil and based on the bedrock underneath it and based on how big your building and how heavy it's going to be. And then you got to figure out how much plumbing and electrical you want to run underneath the building and underneath the foundation or in the foundation, depending on what part of the earth you're in. You know, some people build in the foundation, some people build beneath it, some people build above it. And by that I mean some of the piping and you know, some people want to lay those radiant heat systems in their foundations of the houses before they actually start building a home on top of the foundation. So they'll install the radiant heating piping all through their foundation. And meanwhile, every step along the way, it's a huge mess. There's mud everywhere. Everything's got mud on it. Everything's in disarray. And it stays that way all the way until you're finished practically. Until you finally reach the end of the final product. Until then, it looks like total hell the whole way. And you have to understand that that is what this movement and any pro-white movement trying to raise our people back up is going to perhaps look like. And certainly looks that way to all the cucked fake right-wingers that LARP on YouTube as though they're on white people's side. Like Nick Fuentes and whoever else had a loser take about him. And why is that? Because they want it to look awesome right out of the gate. They want it to look like the final product is going to look. But they want it to look that way right from step number one. From the very first step white people take to rise ourselves back up. It needs to be the finished product already. A nice, clean, beautiful, white, big building with a beautiful, smooth, flat, paved parking lot, an entryway. And everything's already smooth and finished and painted. And then they're okay with that first step. Well, guess what? No step, even not the first one or any step between the first one and the last one when we finally make victory is going to be a pretty one, is going to look the way you want it to look, is going to have good optics. It's construction. It's war. Construction and war are messy and ugly. They're not pretty. They're not attractive. They don't custom tailor themselves with makeup to make sure they have good optics that you approve of. Could you imagine if when a woman is suddenly going into labor, if she made it a huge point to care how she sounds and looks and acts while she's in labor? Could you imagine the absurdity of that? Oh, I don't want to scream too loud. That will be embarrassing. Oh, I don't want to say a certain bad thing. That would be embarrassing. Oh, I don't want to do anything embarrassing while I'm giving labor right now. No, the only thing on her mind is survive this shit. The two things going on in her mind are ouch and survive this shit. There is no time to worry about, how do I look right now? Am I okay? Do I have good optics in front of everyone who might be watching in the room? What are they going to think about how I sound right now? What will they say about me later after I gave birth? No, it's ow and squeeze and push and scream and be in pain. And it's ugly and it's hard and it's difficult and it's fucking not fun and it's not a pretty sight. And it's a struggle and it's a battle all the way through to the end. But the finished product, the end result, made the whole terrible ordeal worth it in the end. CHUD is a birthing pang for us. This is the beginning of labor pangs. We are going to have a race war. Period. Dot. The Jews are not going to take no for an answer. They are going to destroy white people to the point where we have to do so. They're not giving you an option. If you refuse, then you're just going to be Irina Zarutskin. Whether you're sitting at your car at a light or you're standing in 7-Eleven paying for your gas, or you're walking with your little kid back to your minivan with your groceries, Jews will see to it that you get got, whether you want to participate in the war against you or not. Whether you like it or not, you are all CHUD. Every one of you. And it's high fucking time that our people accept and acknowledge, not just accept it, we have to acknowledge it. It's one thing to accept it and then just sit on your ass and never do anything about it because you're afraid or because you think it's pointless or what good would it do? But when you acknowledge it, now you know, shit, this is important enough that something has to be said, something has to be done. And that's exactly what this is. This is a litmus test. Are white men free still or not? And the answer, of course, is no. And that's what CHUD was exposing to the whole fucking world, is that he could tell as a 20-something-year-old white man who's only been around as an adult for a handful of years that the entire system that we live in is rigged against us, specifically against white people, and especially against white men. And so he started auditing it. And God bless him for it. Now, look at all of these. When you type it on Google, of course, every one of these is against CHUD the Builder. And like I said, I'm already on page 6. If I kept going, that's all you would see. 10 pages in, 30 pages in, it wouldn't matter. Now, we're going to refresh this. This is his Give, Send, Go. We're going to refresh and see what he's up to now. He's gained another grand, excuse me, since I grabbed the picture earlier today to be able to use on the stream tonight. So he's moved up $1,000 roughly in, 4 hours or so. I think I got that picture about 4 hours ago. Real quick before we keep going on CHUD, I want to show you this post that Ron DeSantis made the other day. I don't know what day he did this. It had to have been either May 14th or just after. So in the last few days, look at this post that Ron DeSantis posted. Now, I understand that Ron DeSantis is a Shabbos goy and that he has went to Israel and signed a thing saying that people in Florida, shame on them if they ever say anything bad about Jews and that they ought to be prosecuted in Florida if they ever do, or whatever thing he signed over there. But read this statement of his, so interesting. I did not expect to see this come from him. And so let me show you what his reply is in response to. So this Rep. Andy Ogles said, excited to announce that my 83-page Assimilation Act has been introduced. Months of labor were undertaken by my staff at Centuberville and myself in order to gut the Hart-Celler Act of 1965, as well as scrap provisions of the Immigration Act of the 1990s. By the way, that's what I've been telling you all, is when 1990 is when they began the new wave of invasion. The huge mud flood took place beginning in 1990, which is exactly what he's talking about right here. The provisions of the Immigration Act of the 1990s. That's exactly, it's not its real title, but it was from 1990. It was actually implemented in 1988 under W's daddy, Bush Sr., Republican, and he's the one who implemented it. Actually, I should say it was implemented by the Clintons during the Clinton era, and then as soon as Bush Sr. took over, during his 4 years is when it got enacted. So he not only didn't reject the Democrat invasion or whatever that was imposed, like the Trump conservatives love to say, he is the one who enacted it. He signed a paper allowing it to become enacted so that it really would go ahead and start being taken place. And because of his stupid ass is why I had to be bused to the nigger side of town to go to nigger school, and a bunch of the niggers got to get bused to my side of town to fuck all the pretty white girls on my side of town that I was supposed to be with. So, I'm very pissed off about, the government doing that in the 1990s. So, and notice here that he's pointing it out. Early 90s. That's the exact shit. That's literally what happened. Is in 1988, they implemented or enacted, I should say, school busing and affirmative action and all this shit. And in 1990, they began it. Then, fast forward 2 or 3 years, they made provisions in like 1992 or 93, which is exactly what they're talking about here in this statement, to help further along and help ease the transition of flooding us with non-whites. Okay, so moving on. First person I wanted to show you all tonight is Rightio's channel. If you haven't subbed to Rightio, here's his channel. I'm already on his channel. Durr. So here he is. Let me go back because I was already on it. Here's his channel. Y'all sub to him if you haven't been or if you're not subbed to him already. He posts pro-white based stuff regularly. Like here you go. Here's one. Here's a I don't know what police department that is. NSW. Oh, New South Wales. So New South Wales Police Department. There's a cop and she's wearing the freaking Israel pin. And so this channel is a very based channel, and I want you all to know about based channels. So this gentleman, see how Leonarda stole, I don't want to say stole, but she basically took this free CHUD thing from Rightio and put it on her thumbnail to get people to click on her video, but then she didn't side with CHUD all that well. She ends up saying, well, even though I don't agree with him at all and think he's totally disgusting or what, she didn't say disgusting. I'm putting word in her mouth there in that case. But she basically said, I don't agree with him at all and shit like that. But then she said, but white people should be able to say what they want and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, but that's not good enough. That's not good enough. You need to be on his fucking side, period, dot. You need to be on his side. And so... Rightio, here you see him right out of the gate 3 days ago. As soon as we got the word, bam, right away he built the free CHUD thing, or maybe he got it from another YouTuber first and then copied it and put it on here. But either way, He was the first truther I've seen saying free CHUD other than myself in the comment sections and stuff. And so here is an eyewitness account that he posted from an eyewitness of what all went down. And the bottom line is, you're welcome to pause and read this on a replay. I'm just going to slowly scroll it. But the bottom line is, it confirms everything we say, that the niggers started hollering at him. They had literally spent, they had already talked about stalking him, coming to where he was, and starting shit with him so that they could kill him or attack him. And so it was all premeditated, and he did not approach them to attack them or threaten them. They were talking shit to him, so he walked over there like a brave white man and even cut a joke. He said, "How y'all doing today? Y'all like my new suit?" That is a white man way of reacting to niggers trying to make fun of you. And so he did it the right way. He walked over there, not afraid, walked over. White man, this is my country, so I'm going to walk over there and ask what these stupid niggers are saying. And he got over there, and he was kind of friendly by making a joke. And instead of the blacks going, maybe this guy ain't so bad after all. He's kind of witty. That was kind of a funny thing about, you like my new suit? Yeah, man, it's a nice suit, bro. All right, man. They could have left him alone. Instead, they had drove all that way with the plan of antagonizing him, getting him to call them a word they don't want. As long as they call him the magic nigger word, then they get to murder him, do whatever they want to him, and he'll end up being just like this or dead. So you see right here, rightio. And this was 4 days ago. So he was one of the first truthers out, just like me, saying CHUD the Builder is innocent, free CHUD. And he was doing comparisons about how, Carmelo Anthony's killer versus, not Carmelo Anthony's killer, but Carmelo Anthony and Arena Zarutska killer versus CHUD's bail. So here it is, Arena Zarutska's killer versus CHUD's bail, or whether or not they're labeled hate crimes in this case. So Arena Zarutska's killer, of course, isn't going to be called a hate crime, even though he's literally walking around in the train car saying, "I got that white girl. I killed that white girl." CHUD, no one even died, and he's labeled a hate crime. And we already understand all of this. I'm not trying to teach you anything you don't already know here. Of course, we all know all of that stuff already. But what I'm showing you here is just to show you that Rightio, the YouTube channel Rightio, is a base channel. He has 52,000 subs. Nice big size for a real truther channel. God bless you, buddy, and Godspeed to you. Next channel I want to show you is Mark Dice. Mark Dice, you all, has sided with CHUD the Builder. So, Godspeed to you, Mark Dice. God bless you, Mark Dice. Thank you so much for using your extremely large platform. 2 million subscribers this guy has. Every time he does a video, he gets tens of thousands of likes. He gets hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes millions. So, like this one, for example, I don't know, 130,000 views, and it's only been on the internet for 1 day. Now, check this one out. We're going to watch this together because he mentions, and a lot of y'all probably already watch Mark Dice, but I'm just going to run this to give him a little bit of props about what he shows about Ron DeSantis here.
Ron DeSantis, who very well may run for president again in 2028, especially since his terms as a governor in Florida are now up, made some very interesting statements about immigration that have not been reported on by any media outlet whatsoever. I'm utterly shocked they didn't completely flip out about this. His statement, which was posted on Twitter, just got lost in the sea of tweets. And it's really something that President Trump should be talking about, but instead he's just too busy helping Israel's borders and working on Israel's economy than to pay any attention to what it is that's happening here in our
Based. Thank you very much for pointing that out, because he has 1 million Trump followers watching him, so he really needed to say that right there. Thank you for saying that, Mark.
maybe after he finally appeases Israel, if that's even possible. could hope, right? Anyway, in response to
So anyway, I don't want to play his clip too long. I don't want him to accidentally get mad, or I don't want him to get mad at me and freaking, copyright my stream or something, because maybe he's one of those kind of people who would do that. I don't know if he is or not, but since he's a big YouTuber, he very well might get, where he'd be like, "Oh, you used too much of my clip," or whatever. So I'm not gonna keep playing it. Out of respect for him or whatever. Go over and check out his channel. Here it is, right at the bottom on the screen. Everybody sub to him. All of you are already subs to him. So if you haven't checked out his video yesterday about this, definitely go click on it. Give him his like for it. But here it is. He's got it right here on his channel, and God bless him for that. And he goes in. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to show you is he is on CHUD's side. And so I'm going to scroll on down till we get to that so that you can hear and see with your own eyes and hear with your own ears that he is on CHUD's side. Here's where he shows the countdown of white people being eliminated. Sorry about the ad. Here is where he points out the non-Hispanic whites. In other words, white people, 90% 1920, and it starts declining. Now, of course, this is also propaganda, and it was positioned where the camera would get it so that someone would notice it in the picture. None of these stats are true. White people were 90% of America all the way to 1990. We were 92% white all the way till 1990. And that is why when you look at any video of America or Europe in, say, 1988 or 1989 or 1986 or 84 or 82, all you see are white people in every commercial, every TV show, every movie, all the background characters of every movie. It was all white people. Why? Because we were 92% all the way till 1990. The reason they show you this was a staged thing for us right-wingers to see in the picture and zoom in on and go, look, white people, since 1920, we went from 90% to 62%, when really it's been since 1990 that we went from 92% down to less than 62. I hate to tell you, we're below 50% of our population right now. So in just 40 years, we've went from being 92% of American population down to about 48. But anyway, I'm going to show you the part where he gets to CHUD. And where is it? We're almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, maybe this one is not it. Maybe this one is not it, y'all. Hold on a second. Maybe. Was it before that? Nope. No, I'm pretty sure it is in this video. So it's somewhere he does mention CHUD the Builder. Let's look for it, because I wanted you to be able to hear his little mention. He didn't do a big old thing about him, but he did say, let's see, he did say positive things about CHUD. And so let me just look again here across the timeline. Of course, it's going to make us hit an ad or two.
1956. Look at those demographics. It must have been heaven.
It was. I promise you that. Compared to now, it totally was. We had an all-white world, and it was that way all the way until 1990. And then once 1990 hit, they started hammering us, flooding us with billions of non-whites. And at the same time, they started taking our money and paying blacks to outbreed us like maniacs, all while they were shaming white kids all through the 80s to avoid teen pregnancy and don't get pregnant out of wedlock. Then you'll be you'll be ashamed to your family, and your kids will be bastards, as they incorrectly taught ourselves to think, when a bastard is actually a mongrel. That's what a bastard is, an illegitimate child. There's no such thing as an illegitimate white child. I know you've heard that a child born out of wedlock is an illegitimate child. That's not true. The only such thing as an illegitimate child is a mongrel. A mixed race child is an illegitimate child. That means it's illegitimate to God. Its existence is illegitimate. Therefore, it will be destroyed by God. For eternity, it will be destroyed. It won't be destroyed one time, and then God will say, oh, okay, but now I'm going to resurrect you after I destroyed you, and now you're going to get to live forever with your white parent and your brown-eyed parent. Nope. The brown-eyed parents are all going to die, and all the half brown-eyed kids they ever created with white people are all going with them. And so I don't know why I'm not seeing where he mentions CHUD the Builder in this video, but I'm pretty sure it's this one, and he does talk positive about CHUD, and he is on CHUD's side as far as I can tell from that video and what he had said in the video. Now, I'm going to move on to our MVP of the year. So far, I declare that the best new truther that has become the most based of all newer YouTubers. Now, granted, this guy is not a new YouTuber. What I mean is he's newer to our pro-white movement. He used to worry about all the other worldly affairs, and that's what he would comment on. But he didn't comment as coming from being a pro-white person. But in the last 2 or 3 or 5, however many years it's been now, since he had the super obvious epiphany, he has switched to being a pro-white advocate channel. And I declare that this dude is the best, newest based person. Him and Narco Longo. But Narco Longo still has a long way to go because he's not tribed up yet all the way. But I know he has it in him to be. He's already talked at non-whites as though he was tribed up, taunting them. And he kind of smiled and enjoyed it when he did it. And so I know it's there. I know that he's got the will in him to be tribed up. And so I think it will come very soon. But for now, I still say that Lyndon Perry is absolutely our biggest, most based YouTuber. And Mark Dice is really getting close now. Now that he's starting to call out the Jews and call out the niggers, and now he's literally showing that, you know, the Hart-Celler Act and all that was a Jewish attack on white people, and that brownoids in our country are literally just here to be bioweapons against us by the Jews. He's understanding all that now. So you got LP and Mark Dice, two really great people really pushing the envelope here for CHUD also. And so I'm very happy to see them using their platforms for that. And so I'm not going to play iHypocrite's whole takes here. I just wanted to show I wanted to play this little clip that CHUD says.
So here's the thing. CHUD was already saying in his last stream that we're currently watching, he was saying how he wasn't going to do IRL anymore because he already had like the anti-terrorist squad from the FBI interviewing him and shit like that. So he was saying he wasn't going to do IRL, and he wasn't IRL streaming when this happened. He was leaving the courthouse when a stalker attacked him outside the courthouse.
She said, you know, she's like, oh, you tarnished your name, and I don't want him to have to deal with that. And I'm sitting there thinking, I walk through the streets, and respectable people are literally stopping their cars in the road to shake my hand.
Okay, that's another thing. The one problem that CHUD still has, God bless him all the way, 100%, and God, please be with him while he's in the jail. Please have your Holy Ghost protecting him, Lord. give him extra protection, more so than if it be your will, Lord. Please, if it would please you to do so, we ask you, please, Lord, to give him additional extra protection, more so than even the other white men in the jail have. Because, the Jews have put a serious hit on him. They really want him dead. All the blacks really want him dead, Lord. And he has literally pushed the Overton window open. We are on the other side now, and white men, it's time for us to start following his lead. I love it. And thank you, Lord, for rising him up, giving him the strength and the balls to do so. And I pray, Lord, that all of our white men would rise to his level at minimum, and in baseness and racial consciousness and tribal awareness. And Lord, just please be with him. If it pleases you to do so, our prayer, Lord, is that you please just bless him and just rain down protection with your Holy Ghost on him. Keep a solid force field around him from our Holy Ghost, from your Holy Ghost, Lord. Please, we pray in Jesus Christ's holy name. And we're so grateful that you've provided someone to go ahead and take the torch and step out into the world with it and shine the light where it needs to be. And I pray that he has more and more support every day, Lord. I pray not only for his safety, but for the safety of his child and his ex, even though she's indifferent to his suffering right now, even scoffing at him. We have to always remind ourselves of Job and the story of Job that you gave us, Lord, and how he told his wife when she said that you ought to just scorn your God. He's let everything be taken from you, and here you are still obedient to him, still serving him first and only. You should just curse your stupid God. He doesn't even care about you. What did Job do? He turned to her and said, "You sound like a crazy person, woman." And we have to be that way with you, Lord. And we're grateful for everything you've given us and everything you've given CHUD and every blessing you give CHUD, Lord. We're grateful for it. And we're grateful for every blessing that you give all of our pro-white people who are racially taking a stand for our people like your Holy Bible told us to, like your word has commanded us to all along. We're trying to bring your biblical principles back to our people, Lord. We're trying to make your holy word the law of our government again, Lord. We're trying to take our country back for your holy Bible to reign supreme over all of your white people of this country from now through perpetuity until Christ arrives, Lord. And while it is this channel's belief that in just 7 years Christ will arrive and harvest white people away, regardless whether we ever are victorious or not in this life, in this trial, we, just in case we are misunderstanding the timeline, or just so we please you with our efforts of at least trying to do so, we will still fight. And we will still continue to try to take our country back, to try to uncuck our people, as many as possible, as fast as possible. Thank you, Holy God, for all the protection you give all of my viewers and myself. And thank you, Holy Father God, for all protection that you give CHUD and his child and his ex while he suffers in this trying time, Lord. And we also pray that you bless him to, be helped financially, that they don't take his money away, that he actually ends up having access to his donations so that he can then, carry on with life in a decent manner without them having been totally destroyed everything he had and taken everything from him. We also ask, Lord, if it pleases you, to please bless his attorney to start actually being more aggressive than he is right now. He needs to be filing counter lawsuits. You must always counterfile and always counterclaim. Anytime someone has a suit against you, has a charge against you like that, you have to always file a counterclaim. And so far, Lord, it looks as though his attorney is terrible and hasn't been putting up a huge fight and didn't fight this ridiculous lawsuit or this ridiculous bail amount well enough. Therefore, it's still there. He should have objected at the instant the judge said it. No objection. He should have said objection the instant that number was uttered out of the judge's mouth, along with the grounds right behind it for the objection, that it's a gross abuse of power. And it's not consistent with the crime. That it's heavily weighted and completely off balance from the crime. And the judge knew it was, and that's why he, right before he said the amount, literally the words right before he said the amount was, so due to the totality, the severity of shooting in front of the courthouse and all this, he tries to use that as his justification. Oh my God, how dare a guy discharge a firearm trying to defend himself, Second Amendment right, against a vicious attack. How dare him do that in front of a courthouse of all places? We're more sacred than anywhere else in the public. Oh, it'd have been fine if he'd have shot you at your house, but if to discharge a firearm near a courthouse where a very important judge or Shabos Goy police officer could have been harmed by a stray bullet, well, that's uncalled for. Now your bail needs to go from $10,000 to $1 million plus. Sorry about that. Had to get my drink on there. The bottom line is we are all CHUD. And we are able to say whatever the fuck we want in our country. And if we're not, then we're already in total hell, and we might as well just kick off the war right now. We might as well all just gun up and start driving to D.C. and start mowing motherfuckers down. And that's the bottom line. And if they really do put CHUD away, I say we all do it. I say we all just fucking have the falling down moment all at the same time and just start going and blasting every Jew we find, every politician, we hunt them down. Every politician. Trump, you listening? Every one of your cabinet members, we will hunt your Jewish cabinet members down and your Shabos Goy Jew-obeying cabinet members down, and we will fucking slaughter every fucking one of them. And your stupid ass along with them. Including Jared Kushner. In fact, we're going to stick his dick in your mouth when you're both dead, you faggot-ass motherfucker. You piece of shit traitor. Fucking garbage creature. Hey, hello, Noah. Hello, Noah. Noah is here, y'all. God bless you, and happy Tuesday to you. And he said, let me scoot back to where he first said something. My bad. And he said, almost all of my family cut me off because of my beliefs that whites are God's people, true Israel. They all follow the mainstream, and the ones that are Christian are Judeo-Christian. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that your family is like that. I have no remedy for you as far as what you could tell them to finally snap out of their stupidity. And I don't mean to call your family stupid. It's stupidity. You know what I mean? And all of our family members and friends and people will suffer from it. So I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. I'm just letting you know that I don't mean to say your family are stupid. It's a stupidity. It's a stupor that all of our friends and family and everybody, all of our cucked white people are completely enthralled in. And, you know, we understand why. We were all born into it. Every single one of us were born into it. No different than being born into believing that NASA is real and that they've already confirmed all the things that you're taught about the earth and space and all this crap. And so it's fully established. We were born into it. We didn't know any better from birth all the way to adulthood. And so only us of the highest IQ echelon level are the ones who actually know about the earth shape and know about our Holy Bible, know what it says, understand what the Bible is for altogether. And a lot of people don't know what the Bible's for. A lot of white people, if you were to ask them, what do you think the Holy Bible is for? If you just asked them that way, they might say, well, it's so you end up being saved by Jesus Christ to God. That would be a good answer if someone were to be witty enough to come up with that. But I guarantee you that most people, and that's not even the it is a correct answer, but it's not the answer that I really have been looking for about what the Bible is for. Now, it would have still been a correct answer because after all, if you do what they're saying there, seek Jesus Christ and end up being saved by Christ, well, then that is the ultimate goal for the Bible. But it's a breakdown of other things. It's a multi-layered book as far as it's multi-talented. It has multiple disciplines in it, and it explains multiple things. It is our genealogy book. Okay, it's our family tree book. And it's our instruction manual. It's to tell us exactly what God expects of us so that we function as intended. And it's a warning book, giving us all the warnings we need to have about who are our enemies, what type of dangers they have inflicted on us throughout the years, therefore what type of injuries they might inflict on us in the future who read about them. And it's a book of promise, aka prophecy, meaning it's also a time traveler. It's letting you know what's going to happen in the future before it happens. Okay, that's what prophecy means. And so this is why Jews like to tell people in advance what they're going to do decades before they actually do it. And then they'll let some truther post the Simpsons episode from 10 years ago where they said exactly in that episode exactly what the Jews are up to right now, 10 or 12 years later. And people will say, look, the Simpsons predicted it. And some other guy will come along, some other baby truther will come along and go, yeah, that's predictive programming, right? That was a big buzzword around the baby truthers for years and years. Predictive programming. And it isn't. That's not what it is. The Jews already know what their plan is. And they know what their plan is 100 years in advance or 40 years in advance at least. And so since they know step by step what the steps are going to be to implement the plan throughout the next 40 years, they simply just declare things anytime they wish that they know are going to happen in the future because they're already written down as part of the plan to be conducted in the future. And so then a cucked white person comes along 10 years, 12 years later when they actually commit the thing, right? Some white person will be like, ooh, I remember the Simpsons talking about this. They predicted this 15 years ago. And they go back and look for the episode and they find it. And sure enough, there it is. Bart Simpson or Maggie or whoever saying exactly what the Jews are doing right now in 2026. And they're like, whoa. And they think, what a revelation, and they post it online, and everyone else on YouTube is like, yup, predictive programming, bro. Yup, the Simpsons have been predicting shit all along, all these years, getting it right over and over again, as though they just win the lottery with all their prophecies over and over again. And none of that's true. None of that's the case. It's the fact that the Jews have already told everyone who's in the big club. Man, I don't want to say everyone. I'm sure there are many layers within the big club where certain members get certain info up to a certain level, and that's as high of info as they get to get. And then only the extreme satanic, rabbis and things are the ones who are all the way up at the top that know all the things. But what they'll do is they'll tell Matt Groening or somebody else, the guy that did Family Guy or the guy that did all, what's the other one? The one, King of the Hill. They'll tell those Shabbos Goy artists or those Jewish artists, they'll already be Jewish, and so they would already know the plan if they're Jewish. They will openly tell white people what they're going to do in the future because they know that a baby truther white person will come along and fool the Goy, the unknowing white people, into believing that sorry, I'm making a drink. My bad, y'all. I apologize. They'll make them think that the Jews have this, like, or that at least the cartoon artist has some sort of what's the right word? Supernatural a way of seeing into the future, as though they're a prophet or a what is it, like a type of soothsayer that looks at crystal ball readers and stuff like that, mystics, right? Fortune tellers, that type. And basically, you know what the fortune tellers and mystics are, right? Those are the poor, non-corporate, non-business owning type Jews who are called gypsies. That's what gypsies are. They're just less rich Jews. That's what gypsies are. Gypsies are basically Jews that never figured out that they ought to be playing with the other Jews in the corporate and real estate and warfare and oil world and commodities world and merchant world. Instead, they kind of spun off from their Jewish family and just wanted to be their own weird little Jew that just likes their own weird little things. And because they didn't tribe up with the other Jews, gypsies are like not as tribal as you would think. They're tribal among their own gypsy group that they end up living around and going out pickpocketing with and stuff like that. But when it comes down to, say, a gypsy tribe was attacked somewhere, every gypsy would just run in a different direction. There would be no solidarity. It's every man and woman, or every male and female for themselves, and there would be no like virtuous, alpha male gypsy guys standing, in a line like an army, blocking, firepower from going near their women or any of that, near their females or any of that. No. There would be no like virtuous alpha male chivalry type of defending their females. Instead, they would just run. They would just scatter like roaches. They wouldn't even try to save their own kid or their own women or their own woman or their own kids or whatever. They would just take off running to save themselves, and every kid would take off running to save themselves. Every female would take off running in a certain way to save themselves. It would be every man and woman for themselves, only male, female for themselves. And so, whereas in the Jewish community, where the wealthy Jews, I should say, the same as gypsies, but they're wealthy, they actually will lock arms and gang together as a gang and try to, defend themselves from an attack, which is never the case. It's always them on the attack. But you know what I mean? The narrative is like, oh, for being attacked, they would actually gang up together as a group. They know that in numbers they're, stronger than one individual Jew, so they will gang together in a group. Gypsies are not like that. Gypsies are kind of every motherfuckers for themselves, and every one of them are just, local thieves at the local level, and they never really they never get into politics or into being board members and ruling over a little town or whatever of white people, because they're too busy trying to be ripping off white people individually on an individual level, like being mystics or pickpockets, tea leaf readers and shit like that, fortune tellers. That's how they dupe white people out of money, being gypsies. So, but they are Jews. They're just a different version of Jews financially. They're a different type of Jews. It's like a caste system, you know, like how you have the Patels and the Sikhs over in street shitter world. Well, in the Jewish world, you have Sephardic and Ashkenazi are the two ethnicity types, but then you have class. You have a caste system of class. And so, you know, all the wealthy Jews that live in like Jersey and New York and LA and what is it, South Florida. They have a huge area of South Florida, like Miami, all the way from like Boca to Miami. It's pretty much Jewish controlled and pretty heavily Jewish controlled. Funny enough, most people don't know it or see it, but it's true. And so, and that's why anyone that lives in South Florida knows what a Boca snob is. And even if they won't admit that they're Boca snobs and thought of that and called that because they're Jewish and live in Boca, but really that's what the Boca snob thing came from, was Jews originally, when they moved to South Florida, they took over an entire little town called Boca, or it's called Boca Raton. And so when they took over that little town, it's a small town. It's only like several stoplights long, and it's only a few city blocks or whatever. It's not a huge place. And so it's like a community town, you know, a little small community town. Kind of in it's in South Florida, kind of near Miami, but it's about an hour north of Miami or so. And if I remember that right. And I know it's north of Miami. I just don't know if the hour or so is the correct amount. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. I'm pretty sure it's pretty much exactly an hour from Miami, or maybe an hour and change. And so they basically took over this whole little town there back in, I guess, the 90s. And so for the last 30, 40 years, anyone who lives in South Florida, and I have several friends that do, that's why I had frequented Florida so many times. I have friends that live there. Good friends of mine that live there. That's why I frequent and see them. They are the ones who told me about that. They're like, oh yeah, you know, like it just didn't happenstance talking one day. They were mentioning this person being super rude in a circumstance or whatever, in some kind of scenario. And then one of them inevitably ended up saying, oh, it's because they're a Boca snob. Yeah, she's a Boca snob. And, you know, everybody heard that and we're like, oh, okay. You know, and then everyone understood except me. I didn't know what it meant. But everybody else was like, oh, okay, because they're all from there. And they recognized, okay, Boca snob. Yeah, that's why the lady's being a bitch that was being talked about in the story. And really, everyone in that moment, except me, understood that they meant that it was a Jewish twat. That Boca snob means it was a Jewish asshole, you know, living in Boca. And so that's where that came from. And so as Jews have taken over all these, you know, different places of, you know, those type of Jews that took over New York and New Jersey and South Florida and LA and all that stuff. I'm not familiar with the West Coast much, so I don't know how much of that area they really took over or whatever. But of course they rule the whole country, so they've taken over everything. But as far as like where they moved to in mass and all that, I don't know where in California they have. But those Jews are the wealthy Jews, the the upper class Jews, right? The low class Jews are any gypsies you ever find. Romas, gypsies, those are the same thing. That's just a synonym for them. And really, those are just gypsies who never played the game all the way and did all the tradition and followed along with all the others so that they could stay in the tight club of the, you know, have access to all the Jewish money pool and all Jewish things. Instead, they just kind of wanted to be weirdo, introvert, loner, whatever, and that it kind of phases you out of participating. They willingly phased out of participating with the Hasidic or the, you know, Sephardic or Ashkenazi types of practices. And when you're not following along with one of the groups, then you're not going to be included or welcomed as a part of one of those groups in order to dabble into their community pot of money that they support each other with to make sure that all of them always have all the things they need. And so, and of course, it's all of white people's tax money that it comes from, but they, get it from us in various means and rackets and things, and then they put it in these community bank accounts where basically any of them can tap into it by simply asking the others, and they all say, yeah, sure, you're a fellow Jew in our club, so go ahead. And so gypsies and Romas, which are the same thing, basically are just individual Jews who ended up opting out of wanting to play the game and play the system and whatever. Therefore, they don't get any of the access and benefit of all the things that the traditional Jews do. And so they become the basically the homeless bums of the Jew caste system, if you will. And so even if they have a home and all that, they're basically like you could think of them as the homeless, broke, loser, bum version of a Jew. All right, let me not only check the chat, make sure nobody else has chimed in. Oh, yes, Leroy Jones. Hello. God bless you and happy Tuesday to you. And he said, yes, we really need to start blasting. That's absolutely right. Not only do we need to start blasting, verbally, we need to start blasting for fucking real. It's time. This is white boy, not only white boy summer, this is white boys 3.5 years before our great tribulation comes. And for when the Jews call it sick the whole world on us. So another guy. So God bless you to LP and LP Lyndon Perry, I hypocrite. God bless you for siding with CHUD, being ultra based as usual, as expected. Very pleased and satisfied to see that he is on our side. Hermes, here you go, y'all. Good old Hermes, pro-white, right along with us.
The Builder situation. So if you guys don't know who CHUD the Builder is, real name Dalton, he is a streamer slash influencer, and he is a white person, and his whole shtick was to go around in situations around black people where either they're kind of going up to him and chimping out, and yeah, he'd basically call them the N-word. He'd say, oh, look, they're chimping out, and proceed to call them niggers, etc. So he started streaming, he'd go up to these black people and say, do you believe in free speech? And then proceed to say, oh, so you think white people can say nigger? And whatever you think about his behavior, if it's trashy, if it's low class, I do agree with that.
See, that's kind of a bad take right there, right? So I was like, uh-oh. Don't be saying that trashy behavior in low class, because it's not. So he's ass wrong for saying that about CHUD. And also he's wrong about what CHUD does. CHUD doesn't walk up to blacks and go, hey, niggers, y'all believe in free speech? Well, that means white people can call you nigger. Literally, none of that is the case. However, listen to what he says afterward.
Situation, we don't have all the details yet. There was some low quality video that came out, but from what I think happened, from the information we have so far, is that CHUD was streaming, and obviously a lot of people know who he is.
CHUD was not streaming, by the way.
So a black person came up to him and sucker punched him from behind.
And that is true. A black came up from behind him and sucker punched him, only after they had already interacted, and then CHUD had turned around and walked away. And then the black ran up and sucker punched him.
Or hit him, whatever, attacked him, and CHUD shot him. He shot him. So even if CHUD, went up to him first and called him a nigger.
Exactly. Even if CHUD went up to him first and started shit with him and called him a nigger and everything.
Or, he said he's chimping out. Whatever else happened. It's shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't matter. You damn right, buddy. It shouldn't matter. He's a white man in his own white Christian fascist, supposed to be, fascist country. And that's that. Audio should be unmuted, Noah. I can hear it on my side. You definitely should be able to hear it. Let me know if y'all don't. I'm gonna hit it again. See if it does. You know what? I bet you're right. I bet I don't have it cranked up enough. Let me go check on, maybe it's not loud enough. You're totally right. It's not loud enough. My bad. I got you, bro. It's coming right now. I just, I screwed up and I had it on, but I didn't have it up. So I was wrong that I didn't have it on enough.
Person assaulted him.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to back this up and let you hear him again.
Dalton, he is a streamer slash influencer, and he is a white person. And his whole shtick was to go around in situations around black people where either they're kind of going up to him and chimping out. And yeah, he'd basically call them the N-word. He'd say, oh, look, they're chimping out, and proceed to call them niggers, etc. So he started streaming. He'd go up to these black people and say, do you believe in free speech? And then proceed to say, oh, so you think white people can say nigger? And whatever.
Now, whoops, what the hell?
Whoa, officer!
I screwed it up. My bad, y'all.
If you guys see right here, so they smashed your window, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I mean,
Hold on a second. I screwed it up.
My thoughts on the CHUD the Builder situation. So if you guys don't know who CHUD the Builder is, real name Dalton, he is a streamer slash influencer, and he is a white person. And his whole shtick was to go around in situations around black people where either they're kind of going up to him and chimping out. And yeah, he'd basically call them the N-word. He'd say, oh, look, they're chimping out, and proceed to call them niggers, etc. So he started streaming. He'd go up to these black people and say, do you believe in free speech? And then proceed to say, oh, so you think white people can say nigger?
Okay, that is not what he would do. He would simply be out in public minding his own business, and if niggers approached him and started talking shit to him based on them knowing who he is, then he would turn on his live stream and go, oh, got me a couple of niggers here chimping out, and he would start asking them, are you going to chimp out? Are you chimping out? Are you going to be act like a nigger? That's how he would do it. He wouldn't just walk up to blacks and say, hey, do you believe white people have free speech so we can say nigger, right? That isn't at all what he would say. But anyway, let's let him continue.
And whatever you think about his behavior, if it's trashy, if it's low class, I do agree with that.
Boom. See, that's a terrible take. It's not at all low class. It's not at all trashy. So that's a terrible take. It's a loser take he has there about CHUD as far as, not siding with CHUD about it being high class or any of that. It's actually very based what he's up to. The opposite of low class or trashy. But anyway, let's hear his defense, though.
And I would say, yeah, you're right. He did put himself in situations where, he could get hurt or injured or shot or even dead. So that's all true. But all of that aside, in this situation, we don't have all the details yet. There was some low quality video that came out. But from what I think happened, from the information we have so far, is that CHUD was streaming, and obviously a lot of people know who he is. So a black
CHUD was not streaming, by the way.
Person came up to him and sucker punched him.
Exactly. A black started shit with him. He walked over to them and said, how y'all guys doing? Y'all like my new suit? How you doing today? And they said, you better not be talking that bullshit around us or we'll bust your ass, we'll beat you up, we'll shoot you, all this. And he was like, whatever, fuck you, nigger. And he turned around and walked away. And as he walked away, as he was walking away, he was sucker punched from behind.
Or hit him, whatever, attacked him, and CHUD shot him. He shot him. So even if CHUD, went up to him first and called him a nigger.
Exactly. Even if CHUD went up to him first and called him a nigger.
Or, he said he's chimping out. What else? Whatever else happened, it shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't matter.
If the black person assaulted him first and hit him first, he has the right to shoot him and defend himself.
Bam. And it doesn't matter if he went up and started this shit or not. Okay? What these cucked idiots are trying to say, they misunderstand the legal system. Okay, in the legal system, you can't walk up to someone and threaten them. You can't walk up to someone and say, I'm going to kill you right now, or I'm going to kill you tomorrow, or you're dead meat, says me, I'm about to kill your ass. You can't say something to someone that lets them know. You can't walk up to someone and notify them that you're about to cause them grave bodily harm or death. Or to someone they love or their animal, or you're going to do it to them, but it's tomorrow or whatever. You can't threaten someone. But CHUD doesn't threaten anyone until they threaten him first. And then even when he does threaten them back after they threaten him, he adds the word if in the beginning before he ever says it. So he'll say, when a black says, yeah, you call me a nigga, I'm going to lay your ass out right here. He'll say, if you try that, I'll blow your fucking head off. Well, guess what? You're allowed to say that in response to any nigger who threatens you. So if a nigger says, I'll kill your white ass, or I'll beat your ass, or I'll whatever the fuck, at that point, there is no more verbal protection for the Negro or any non-white who just threatened you. They threatened you. Now you can say a threat back. You can say any insult you want back. You can say any fucking thing you want back because you've already been threatened by the opposing team. So now all the gloves are off, all bets are off. Now he could say, I'll blow your fucking head off, nigger, and he doesn't have to use the word if in the beginning of it either because the nigger's already threatened him. Once you've already been threatened, you have now been assaulted. Once you've already been assaulted, you can now say whatever the fuck you damn well please to say, including every word out of your mouth being a direct threat. If a nigger walks up and ever says, I'm going to beat your ass, whitey, or I'm going to kill you, motherfucker, or anything, every word you say back to them, no matter what it is 100% justified, legal, lawful. Even legal world agrees with law there. It actually doesn't disagree with law there. You can utter any fucking thing you want. You can say, die, you stupid nigger, as you literally fill his head full of lead. As you do a full mag dump while he's falling and laying on the ground bleeding out, you can sit there and just keep emptying bullets into his back of his neck. Plow, 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 and going, die, you stupid nigger, the whole time you're shooting him. Why? Because you were attacked first, period, dot.
And again, he obviously could have probably avoided this situation, but that's not the point. That doesn't matter. His bond was set at $1.5 million, I believe. And just for context and just for comparison, the black person in the same state, Carmelo Anthony, who killed Austin Metcalf, his bond was $250,000. So you could already see the double standard just because he's white and the two-tier justice system. So again, this situation is the ultimate litmus test to see who's real and who's fake and who's a fraud.
Bam! You just heard him say it right there. That's exactly what this is. CHUD is a litmus test to see who's really on white people's side and who isn't.
You guys can see the people condemning him, saying it's stupid, saying he deserves to go to jail. A lot of big influencers, a lot of your favorite streamers.
Yup, a lot of fake right-wingers.
So it really just shows who's real and who's fake.
You damn right it does, buddy.
But anyways, let me know your thoughts on this situation in the comments below. And free CHUD the Builder.
Bam! There you go, buddy. Free CHUD. That's what we're looking for. Fleckus Talks came through for us. You all check it out.
All right, well, we're in our CHUD the Builder section. That case is still developing. We're going to start with some comparisons of other cases that are kind of related and the bail and bonds they got.
Yeah, we'll start with Carmelo Anthony. Well, CHUD says the N-word / shoots a guy who allegedly assaulted him first. His bond was $1.25 million. And then Carmelo Anthony literally stabs a white kid over a seat. $250,000 bond.
Yeah.
So different states, but wow, you see some of those numbers. And as a white guy, you're just going, huh, that's something ain't right. The guy CHUD the Builder shot survived, by the way.
Yeah, not even dead. And we have another example here.
It's been revealed that the same Tennessee court which slapped CHUD the Builder with a $1.25 million bond for a non-fatal shooting handed a black man, Antwain Crenshaw, a measly $250,000 bond after he killed someone unprovoked. And look at his mugshot there. Real smart guy, IQ.
That's who needs to get let out. And he killed a guy unprovoked, $250,000 bond. And CHUD's bond is the highest bail or is the highest bond in the history of the county, and no one is dead.
Yeah. Someone said, I went back 8 years into Montgomery County's public court records. I built 3 automated scrapers, pulled over 10,000 criminal cases from that courthouse, scanned hundreds of news articles, and cross-referenced every finding against the court's own system. And here's, I guess, the result of that. And he had the highest by far. And there was one guy who, I actually can't even say the word on YouTube.
Is it an R word?
It's R word and M word.
Arden murdered a child.
100K bond.
100K for him.
Yeah.
But CHUD says bad words sometimes on the computer, and he needs 1.25 million. And we actually have a graph of what it looks like. Here's basically all the other cases in the black, and those are murders, those are assaults. The rape and murder of a child is in there, and you see his bond is 5 times higher on average, it looks like.
But that's, that's a coincidence or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So they break all these precedents, and just for what? Because he's on social media? It was a self-defense scenario.
And he was on the ground getting beat up, and he shot from the ground.
Yeah.
So, you should just let yourself get killed by the black guy, racist.
Yeah. And then there's always a way to kind of say, well, it's not exactly the same. This is more high profile. There's all these little things and hedges that what makes it 6 times more. You know what I mean? These tiny, minute differences, and that's the justification for it. So if you're a normal, rational guy, you see this and you go, something's not right.
Yeah. And it's a modern day lynching.
If you don't work in IT,
That is
scrolling.
absolutely
Okay,
true.
now
It
that
is
they're
a
gone,
modern day
how are we
lynching.
doing?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what they want it to be.
They lynched him.
Yeah. And then also, isn't one of the rules excessive bond and bail is...
Correct. There is a thing where you cannot set an ungodly amount of bail on someone that's far excessive to what the crime is. And when you do something like that, they have a specific rule against it that's titled a certain way like that. And then there's also another charge you can bring against someone in a civil suit once you strip them of their immunity, and that is gross abuse of power, which is what his attorney should have objected with instantly. The minute that dude said 1.25 million, that moment before the judge could ever utter another syllable out of his worthless piece of shit Jew dick sucking mouth, the attorney for CHUD should have said, objection, Your Honor, gross abuse of power.
Can't be asked for.
Yeah, and that's the entire premise of a lot of the 2020, 2021 rule changes. One of the main things from that Floyd era woke shit was lowering bail. But it doesn't work for you, white man.
Yeah.
Racially insensitive white man.
It would be nice to take advantage of the George Floyd era low bond.
Yeah. Oh, CHUD, he's out. Give me $300.
We can't hold him.
That's great.
And we have some more examples here.
Yeah, somebody was, National Conservative was compiling a bunch of them. I'll just read some examples. Jeremiah Jonell Sanders is charged with first-degree murder and a felony gun crime in Montgomery County. His judge is William R. Goodman III, one of the same judges CHUD the Builder may get next Wednesday. Goodman gave him $50K bonds for both charges. That's first-degree murder. Sanders is out of custody and walking free. He paid a bail bondsman, which would have cost under $10,000. Cost $10,000 under state law. If on May 21st, CHUD the Builder does not get a massive reduction in his bond, then you will have a serious apples-to-apples argument about unfairness in the system, meaning his lawyer will be able to argue that. Current memes being passed around have a built-in fallacy because CHUD hasn't had his chance to get bond reduced yet. Yeah, so he has a bond reduction hearing coming up.
So hopefully that goes well.
But keep in mind, CHUD should never have been put in jail. He was fucking attacked. He was an innocent person minding his own fucking business. He had just left the courthouse. Niggers who had been premeditating and stalking him and literally drove 2 hours to come premeditatedly attack the dude after bragging to all their other niggers on nigger social media sites that they were going to do so, then attacked CHUD after interacting with him, and he turned around and walked away from them. As he's walking away, still has not committed any crime at all against them or anyone. They physically jump him, sucker punch him, attack him. Now, if they get him beat up, they can take his gun and shoot him with it. Or go shoot anybody else, rob anybody else they want with it. So it's critical when you have a gun that if someone starts attacking you, you don't try to fist fight them. That's why it's so stupid that cops are being forced to fist fight and wrestle with niggers now instead of just pulling out their fucking gun and shooting them. The Jews want it that way so that white people end up getting shot, and then blacks end up with the gun and get to drive away, and then they'll end up raping and killing a white girl with it. That's what Jews want. So that's why they forced the cops to no longer shoot niggers, but now they have to wrestle the nigger while they have a fucking gun on them that the nigger's going for the entire time. So you can bet your ass the entire fucking time that those niggers are attacking CHUD, they're trying to get his gun from him. If you are ever attacked while you have a gun, the only duty you have at all is to eliminate the threat. Okay, the only duty he had was to accurately shoot and kill both of those niggers that moment, right where they were standing, right when they attacked him. He has no duty to fisticuffs any fucking Negro who runs up and attacks him while he has a fucking firearm. The firearm is the force multiplier. The firearm is the way to eliminate the threat. Not hands, not fucking a belt, not a fucking billy club. When you have a gun on you and someone attacks you, you shoot them to kill them. Period. Dot. You don't shoot them in the leg and then call 911 and then try to help administer CPR to them if they start bleeding out too much. No. You shoot them in the head and you keep shooting them in the head until you have no bullets left.
We have another example here. This is the last one.
Clarksville, Tennessee had at least 2 recent black on white murders. Makai Sharon Richardson is dead.
Y'all can hear everything all right, right?
Jeremiah Saunders is walking free on $100,000 bonds. And you can see the unkempt looking face there.
Yeah, so it's a 2-tier system.
Of course.
Unfortunately. And we'll keep an eye on that story. The 21st is when that hearing is, so make sure you guys pay attention to it. And we've mentioned this before. It's not everyone's favorite style of content, what he was doing. But what this is actually like a really big thing, and we're going to see how 2-tiered the justice system really is.
Yeah.
Especially in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So, hopefully it goes okay.
All right. So thank you very much to Fleckus Talks. Thank you all very much for being based and having a good report. And not being way off and way inaccurate about your report about him. So many people accidentally say the wrong, not accidentally maybe, but they just do say wrong things about him or whatever, like that he walks up and says stuff to niggers like, hey, are you guys niggers and whatever. I mean, it's not what he does. Okay, now, and I know that I'm forgetting some channels that have supported him, and I apologize to any channel that is pro CHUD. I forgot if Jake Shields is or not. I want to say he's our boy and he's down. In fact, let's check real quick. Let's check Jake Shields. Shit.
Don't be mad.
Let me do that.
But
let's check Jake Shields here. Let's see. Subscription, show more. I'm not used to using the dadgummit, I didn't click on that. Go back. There you go. And see, y'all can see all the people I'm subbed to here on the side, too, as I scroll along. So that'll give you all an idea of who all else you could check out. Now, some of these, you know, I don't really watch their videos, like Arval and stuff like that. You know, I'm just subbed to him still because I was back then. I just never got around to unsubbing from him in particular. But let me get on down here to who I was going to look for, which was Jake Shields. That's right. I'm trying to go to the Jays. And, of course, funny enough, Jake is short for Jacob. And so Jacob is our patriarch, Israel. Not the Jews claiming to be Israelis, but our actual patriarch, Israel. H.I. Jake. Bam. Okay, let's see here. Boom. Let's see if he's got anything about CHUD. And he did a flat earth thing. Bam. Okay. Let's see. Here it was. I'm wanting to say he was on our side. We're going to have to click and find out. I don't remember.
Programs that the government talked about this yesterday. People are sharing the happening.
We're not going to watch this whole thing, but let's watch a couple minutes of it. I believe that serious bodily harm was probable to their life and was in danger.
Heck with it. Let's scoot back and just hear what he has to say from the rip.
All right, guys, we're going to talk about CHUD, the builder, I believe it is. I actually wasn't sure who he was, but I was streaming. People kept coming up asking me my thoughts. I'd heard his name, but I wasn't sure. Last night I gave an opinion, which I actually, I should have brought that tweet up. I don't necessarily agree with my thoughts yesterday because I was told he's this guy who is racist, which I think that part I think is true, but he was running up to black people randomly and calling them the N-word.
Okay. Now, notice there that he said, oh, they call him racist, and that part's true, as though he's still worried about the scary R word. You know, he's still, because he was a fighter, you know, how all the sports cucks and jock cucks and fighter cucks and weightlifter cucks, they all admire niggers. They're all fucking nigger admirers. So here he is, still has that cunt hair of cuckery left, worrying about what niggers think about the scary R word about white people. Okay, thank you, Noah. Good stuff.
And I'm still investigating the story. I don't know. I think it might be slightly different than that, but we'll get into that. Anyways, a black guy attacked him.
Also, what's up with all these people who put out this official video with their big opinion and take on stuff like Lily and Jake here, and they didn't even know the story yet. They didn't even know the story's so easy to get. It takes 1 second to get. It took me less time to find out the real story, the actual story that really went down, that neither of them got right on their videos at all. It took me less time to find out the real story than it took either of them to turn on all their shit and point their camera at themselves and then edit their video, God forbid, and all that other shit. It took 1,000,000 times more time for them to do all of that than it took me, or it would take anyone, including them, to have just looked up and found out the actual truth of what happened. But anyway.
And he shot him, pulled out a gun and shot him, and he's being held on bond for $1.25 billion, which is an insane amount of money. But let's watch the video. I think this is the shooting.
At least he admits that the bond is an insane amount of money. See, there they are. A bunch of niggers on top of a white man who's armed, and they're trying to get his gun so that they could either kill him and then go kill other white people with it, or at minimum kill him with it.
Here. Somebody got shot. Yeah.
And then what do the cops do? The cops come, and they pin down the guy that's being attacked. Why? Because he's fucking white. And the nigger is just left off to the side.
Yeah.
You couldn't really see too much.
They got
see how it started.
Holy.
I mean, it's
Is
like
someone down? I just see the one guy.
Like,
Oh my God. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Oh.
No one died by
Look at all the cops piled up. They were piled up on top of CHUD.
the way. So again, like I said, I just heard about.
And by
this
the
case.
way, that's CHUD there. That's not the nigger. That's CHUD. Laid the fuck out. He's not knocked out, but he's hurting. And the nigger had been was sitting off to the side with no cops fucking with him, while there's like 5 cops piled on top of CHUD. And they're not trying to pile on him to help him and make sure he stays alive or give him CPR or any bullshit like that. They're holding his ass down, trying to treat him like he's the fucking criminal.
I started looking up last night, but right now this goes. Okay, what's this say? This is from Andre Williams. This is an account I really like. I can't read that word. B-A-N-word.
He can't read the N-word. Why? Because he still has a cunt hair of cuckery left. He still admires niggers.
Be an N-word. Oh, I better speak my black voice. Be an N-word. Stab a white kid in the heart in front of his brother. Gets arrested. Claims racism as a defense. N-words defend him. Donate hundreds of thousands of dollars and bail you out. Go home. Play 2K. Be CHUD the Builder. Doesn't care about the N-word. Make content of you saying the N-word and watching N-words chimp out. Chimp out intensifies. Rappers demand black people attack you on sight. Black dudes find you and attack you. You shoot in self-defense. Gets arrested for attempted murder. Bail set at $1.25 million. Be racial double standard in America. Couldn't be clearer. And black people's culture and behavior couldn't be more retarded. And this shows this other guy that stabbed a white guy 200.
Now, you know, I can appreciate that he's being pro CHUD here with this, showing this post, but did you not notice how more of his cuckery's coming out because he has to use a fucking nigger as his reference? This is the other thing white people have to stop doing. Jake, brother, if you ever listen to my streams, if you ever listen to this stream, you've got to stop. You've got to let go of that last little bit of retarded cuckery, bro. You have to get rid of it, dude. I'm not trying to insult you, brother. You're a man of you're a brother of Christ, bro. And I want you in the new earth with us to live for eternity, bro. You deserve it. You've earned it. You've sacrificed your channel to become a truther against all the odds and all your fans and their opposition of it. And you're earning jewels in your crown right now by being a truther on your videos, bro. And I want you to succeed. I want you to be called great in heaven while you're alive in your mortal trial on the earth right now. And so I'm just trying to forge you, brother. I'm just trying to harden you better. I'm trying to turn you into a diamond pulled out of the extreme pressure and fire. And what you need to know is you never need to use a nigger for your reference, okay? White people have this misunderstanding that whenever a nigger agrees with white people about other niggers, that somehow is more relevant for us white people, that we should listen to that more so than any white guy who's already said all of this same shit. Every fucking pro-white guy has already said being a nigger and stabbing a white kid in the heart and claiming racism allows you to walk free and be home in the morning in time for cornflakes. And if your races are reversed and you're white, then it's $1 million bail. You didn't even kill anyone. You're evil racist. The whole world wants you dead, and it's okay if you end up killed in jail. The whole thing. Every white guy's already said that's pro-white. But what does Jake do? He says, nah, I need to make sure I find a nigger that approves of what I think of niggers. Not what all the millions of base white guys like myself think, but I need to find some nigger who actually is also a part of the problem in our country because of them still existing here. See, that's the big problem with Jake and all these nigger admirers is they can't seem to get through their thick skull, even though I've tried to explain to them this a million times, that not only do we need zero support from any nigger or their opinion about what we say about and think about other niggers, but those niggers are not truly on your side, okay? Even though it sounds like they're on your side. Look at all these idiot white cucks who listen to the nigger twins. I call them the Nog twins. Who listen to the Nog twins or Candace, whatever her fucking real name is in her own kind's click noises. Or Thomas Sowell. They like quote Thomas Sowell as though his retarded dung hut wisdom is somehow worthy of listening to, even though all he really does is usually just repeats. He just quotes other white men who've lived long before him. And then white people come along and quote Thomas Sowell and go, wow, Thomas Sowell's so intelligent. He's one of the good ones, y'all. He's proof that not all blacks are bad. So the problem with all of that, the other problem with all of that is that they don't seem to realize these white people who are still cucked into listening to blacks who pretend to agree with white people's side. What they don't realize is if that black that they think they're listening to was truly on white people's side, they would be broadcasting from Africa. They would be broadcasting from Haiti. They would be broadcasting from the Congo. They'd be broadcasting from Jamaica. They'd be broadcasting from the nigger side of Colombia. They would be broadcasting from some non-white country in the world. And that would be because that they are on white people's side. They realized that by occupying a white country, they were being a bioweapon against white people, exactly as why the Jews brought them there to be in the first place. And so they would have had the epiphany of that and had the guilt and shame of the law of God written on their hearts, which does not exist within the non-whites. Therefore, it's a fantasy to ever expect this. And then they would have moved right away. They would have said, shit, white people are right. They're the ones that created all this wonderful shit we enjoy. And my race of niggers or Pajeets or Arabs or whatever are busy taking their jobs, wiping them out, milking them dry, attacking them left and right like hotcakes, giving them excessive bail if they defend themselves successfully or even non-successfully. Stand by real quick. Apologize for that. So then they see, shit, you know, I'm in a white country. I'm part of the invasion. I'm one of the fucking brown invaders that Jews flooded into their country to destroy them. So now that I find myself completely on white people's side and having sympathy for them and empathy for them and even gratefulness to them for creating this whole first world that I enjoy, all the creature comforts I enjoy of it, automobiles and air conditioning and electricity and all these things, indoor plumbing, sewer. I need to get the hell out of their country so I'm not contributing to destroying them. I need to get out of their country because I'm being the exact thing that is ruining their country. By me as a brownoid, as a nigger existing in their country, I'm part of the problem. Since 0.00 non-whites ever tell themselves those things and have that epiphany and leave the white country back to their own non-white country, since 0 of them ever do so, what should that tell you about reality and about them? What it should tell you is there is no non-white who is on our side. And so because there is no non-white that is on our side, it's idiotic and foolish and stupid for us to ever allow them even into our country, much less to set up shop here and own businesses and get in our government, God forbid, of all things. But this whole thing is it keeps helping perpetuate the not all cuckery that white people have, which means we'll never do anything about the non-whites ever. Because after all, not all of them. Well, in fact, now every single one we ever look at, we have to be able, just based on a visual cue of looking at them, try to determine and perfectly correctly guess with zero mistakes 100% of the time, always accurate, just like winning the lottery, guessing the numbers every time, no questions asked. Or we die and get murdered by the one that we guessed incorrectly, perhaps. We have to get it right every single time. That's what we're demanding of our little girls, of our women, even of ourselves. And so this cannot just continue on and on and on. All right? And so trying to pretend and use non-whites as your reference, like Jake did here, is pointless and stupid. I realize this comment sounds based as fuck. If a white guy had wrote it, it would be. But instead, a nigger wrote it. And it's a nigger who is literally occupying our country at our expense. It's a nigger who will attack harm a white person in his life, in its worthless, garbage, parasite life. And it's also a nigger that will gleefully rape or if the girl is willing to, happily screw any and all white girls he can ever possibly put his dick in. Okay, so he is not on white people's side. He would never be on white people's side. He's always black through and through. It doesn't matter that he's calling out the blacks here. Okay? He's just one black out of 240 million blacks that will all disregard his comment, and all of them will side with all of the degeneracy of the blacks. I'm almost willing to admit, not willing to admit, but I'm almost willing to, not admit, that was the wrong word to say. I'm almost willing to declare that account and that nigger are fake altogether, and it's some Jew that put that there, posing as a black, so that cucked white people who watch the Nigger Twins and Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and any other brownoids, and I know I have said Nick looks white to me, but now that he's gone anti-white, I'm defaulting him to his Mexican side. And so that's that. All these supposed right-wingers that have come out against CHUD are absolute fools, absolute stupid asses that have no idea not only the story itself and how everything went down, but the gravity of what they're asking of white people from now on. If CHUD loses this, that means that white people aren't going to be able to even perturb a non-white in public. And if we do, and they attack us and we're armed, we're going away forever. Whether we shot them, whether we didn't, whether we killed them after shooting them, or they didn't. And it's so, it's coming down to a super critical point now. You're going to have to tribe up all the fucking way, tribe up. No more fucking cuckery. No more horseshit. No more quoting niggers. and interviewing niggers about white people's fucking problems because niggers exist in our country. No more interviewing and using the literal problem as the reference of what to do about our problem. You don't ask the problem how to get rid of the problem. That's stupid. So, we don't need to ever see any quote from any nigger. We don't ever need to see any whatever criticisms from them, advice from them about stuff we do and how we do it. We just need them gone. Gone. Out of here. We don't have to give a fuck about details and this and that and whatever. If you're brown, you're fucking gone. Not sorry. I was going to say sorry, not sorry. No, there's just not sorry. Fuck the sorry in the beginning of that statement. There is no sorry, not sorry. There's just not sorry. You're an invader. You've been here way too long. No one has had the balls to tell you need to pack your fucking shit and go home. Anyhow, I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm like, well, it's disappointing that he's, using a nigger as his reference. But let's go ahead and hear out a little bit more of what he's got to say.
Racial double standard in America couldn't be clearer, and black people's culture and behavior couldn't be more retarded. And this shows this other guy that stabbed a white guy, $250K bail. This was murder. Yeah, so I didn't realize. See, the way I had it heard, he was running up just calling people the N-word. That's completely out of line, but doesn't justify attacking him. We're completely out of line, so you understand why they got to punch him. But apparently...
Okay, but completely out of line does not mean that now niggers have the free will to attack and harm you.
He wasn't calling that guy that. He just said it, and the black guys were coming up attacking him.
Correct.
So I'm hearing mixed stories, but it seems very likely that he was the one who was actually attacked. And here this is a bail hearing.
So we're gonna have a bail.
I'm gonna set just a bond right now after we have our bail hearing. Then I'll let you make all the arguments.
Now let me just say, his attorney looks mildly white from behind, but the combination of that beard and shape of the beard and the color of his hair on his head. Let's see. I would say we have about an 80% chance that his attorney is a Jew, even if he's using a white man's name.
We can go through all the factors in the statute and see if that gets amended up or down. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to set initial bond at $1.25 million.
It's like first-degree murder.
Now, you notice right then, all that cuck did, that attorney did, is wrote down shit. He don't need to write down $1.25 million bail. Everyone knows what the amount is. He's not going to forget it tomorrow. So he just started writing on a piece of paper to act like he's doing something important, taking an important note when there isn't any important note to take. The only thing that has been said right then in that moment is the amount of money, and that's all he needed to write, and he didn't even need to write that because it was so obvious what it is. And the biggest problem with this scene right here is, and I already told you what the problem is, I'm going to show you again and let you watch him not do what he's supposed to do.
At $1.25 million.
It's like first-degree murder. 1.2 million.
Okay, now ready? This is how it should have went down.
$1.25 million.
Objection. Objection, Judge. Objection.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to set initial bond at $1.25 million.
Objection, Judge. And he would have said, based on what grounds? And you would say, gross abuse of power. And you could follow it up with, Judge, you can't give this guy $1 million-something bail when you're only giving literal murderers $50,000 and $250,000 of bail. You can't just charge this guy because of scary R words or anything else 5 times the amount you charge literal physical rapists and killers of innocent women. But no objection.
It's like first-degree murder. 1.2 million in a case where now I'm hearing he was the one that was attacked. The black guy came to him, attacked him because he said it on stream. He didn't run up to the guy and call him an N-word. If you did that, then it makes sense to get punched in the face. But to run up and attack someone because they said it.
No. Let's back that up, Jake.
Was the one that was attacked. The black guy came to him, attacked him because he said it on stream. He didn't run up to the guy and call him an N-word. If you did that, then it makes sense to get punched in the face. But
no, it doesn't. You should be able, as a white man, to walk up on any blacks anywhere and just say nigger, 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 nigger. And you can say it niggers with a plural. Say nigger. You can say nigger, 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 nigger. Every pitch you want, and it wouldn't matter. No nigger has the right to attack you.
But to run up and attack someone because they said it on stream and then hold them for 1.2 million bail, this is insane.
1.25 million.
It's clear racial.
Based upon the fact of how many people were in the courtyard, were here at the courthouse.
Blue Columbine points out his ears and that it very well could be a Jew because of his ears. Maybe so. I noticed only some Jews have their ears stick out. Most of them, their ears grow really tall, like abnormally tall.
And the seriousness of all these felonies.
And funny enough, his ear does look eerishly tall for his face and his head. Look at CHUD's for comparison over there. Granted, CHUD's got hair covering top of his ear up. But CHUD's ear isn't, way smaller than that dude's. That dude's shorter than him by quite a bit. Yet his ears look to be the same size or even bigger than CHUD's, height-wise.
And his bond status.
If the races were reversed, there was no way it would be this kind of penalty.
Correct.
And I'm not even justifying what this guy's done. I don't know all the details, but clearly this 1.25 million is insane.
Exactly. Yes, it is. So I just wanted to show you that. And of course, there's more to it you can watch, but
26.
It's not really necessary. Y'all kind of get the idea. And yeah, that's basically who. Those are the ones that, and I know there are others, and I apologize that I don't remember all the others to add, because I totally would add them to the stream. I tried to remember all the ones I could remember offhand and showed them. So those are the ones I know about based on searching and based on what has popped up in my feed from my own subscriber, or not subscribers, my own subscriptions, things I'm sub to. So I'm going to go ahead and step away from the computer for a moment and have myself a drink, walk around, get my legs back. We'll go ahead and go outside. Let me do a little pacing back and forth. Get the blood flow in the old legs. And I should have some charge now on this daggum thing. Boy, it sure is charging slow. I don't know what's going on. The cable is good. The block is good. It really is no reason for this thing to be charging so slow. But it has at least made it to 40%. So that's plenty to go outside with and be able to read y'all's chats and do some more ranting. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Blue Columbine said, "Stay white. The videos are very quiet." Okay, that was when I had my audio way down. Yes, I'm very sorry about that. Thankfully, it's all corrected now. Thanks to you guys letting me know. And thank you. Whenever the audio is wrong, Noah, thank you for telling me right away, because even if I don't notice it right away, at least someone said it, and then I can scroll back. If I'm scrolling back in a chat or something like that, it gives me an opportunity to see it. And then of course I'm going to make the correction, because I don't want, I don't get upset with the messenger. I'm grateful for the messenger so that I don't ruin the stream. Like I did that one night where I didn't even have y'all watching what I was showing on the screen, and I wasn't showing it on the screen. I thought I was looking at the same thing y'all were looking at, and I'm like, see here, and I was reading this and pointing this out and pointing that out and on the page, and all the while y'all were still looking at the slideshow. And that went on for a good probably 45 minutes or an hour or more maybe before I ever realized it. So by all means, anytime I mess up audio and things like that, please let me know, lickety split, so that I can correct it as soon as I see your comment. Sometimes I won't see your comment, and that would be why I don't mention it or do anything about it for a while. But once I do see the comment, I'll immediately be checking my stuff to make sure I am not ruining the stream. Let's see here. I was going to read something that let's see here. Noah had said, I've known about True Israel, meaning us white people, since 2015. I told my parents the most before they passed. Since, and also my closest siblings. We've gradually parted ways as things have escalated through 2016, through 2020, etc. Deb of Christ is kind of, sympathizing with him, empathizing with him, saying, yeah, it can be tough. Both of my parents have passed also. I only have one living sibling. She isn't budging. Her church is very liberal. Ugh, the whole church and liberal they shouldn't even be allowed in the same paragraph, but I totally understand what your sentence means, and you worded it the correct way. It just, doesn't it suck to have to put the word church and the word liberal in the same sentence together, even though they're talking about it in a bad light? Just the idea of the concept of liberal church, that just sounds like such an oxymoron. And Noah said, I get it, Deb. With a lot of my family, they were sort of the same on that. They were, I don't know what he means, in that they were, same on that and their denomination of Christianity, but were hardcore against NIGs back in the 90s, but now they are super brainwashed. Yeah, it's funny, like, some people actually used to be based and actually were Jew cooked over time in their lives. I can't name a specific example of that, of someone right out of the gate, but I literally have interacted with them firsthand, those types that were exactly that way. And so I know it's real. I know they do exist, and the whole thing. So, Noah had also said, LP still proclaims Jesus was a Jew and doesn't allow talking about whites being true Israel in chats. Correct. He actually, that's one thing I'm very kind of disappointed about him on. Actually, it's my only thing I'm disappointed him on, is that he has me hidden from all the chats. So if I make a comment in his chat, YouTube has it set up when someone is hidden from your chat where you can see yourself in the chat. You can see your name, you can see your comment, and you expect, because you see it in the chat with everybody else there, that everybody else is seeing your name and your comment there in that chat. But in fact, they are not seeing it if you're as pro-white as me. Because thankfully, a lot of these streamers like iHypocrite will leave a small window somewhere on the screen with their chat rolling, And so what I'll do is I'll look at the comment before mine and the comment after and try to zero in where any of my comments are in a chat, and they are never there. Only mine is always missing. Meanwhile, other comments are about Jews and about, whatever. Some of them mention Hitler. They even use the word Hitler or the name Hitler rather than, Uncle A or something like that, where they're being more discreet and clever. But yes, about LP, unfortunately, one of his mods has me muted, so or hidden or whatever, so I can't. I can comment in the chat all night, and I'm sure the first couple of times before I discovered that I wasn't able to be seen in the chat, which means nobody else can see me who's even on YouTube with me, or in the chat with me on YouTube. That means none of them can see me, and so who knows how long that was going on before I noticed. But let's see here. Noah said also, he continued on saying, seems like he would do a deep dive into it since he does on so many other things. I have posted a bunch and others reply on it, but he brushes it off, saying it is not true and that Jesus was a Jew. Yes, that's the whole premise of this channel was to teach that Jews are not Israelites. If you listen to my very first streams, I am stressing to people over and over again in all my earliest streams and even all of my streams all the way to now, I have been stressing that white people are Israel and that Jews are not Israelites. That's literally the bulk of the premise of my channel. If like say I went to YouTube, headquarters because I was ticked off because I know they're killing my viewership and they literally knock view counts off my viewership in real time, and even after the streams and stuff, and I know they're blocking me from being visible to the world and all that stuff. If I were to be asked what, if someone asked me what is, just give me one straight, concise statement about what the premise of your YouTube channel is and what it's for, it would literally boil down to that only white people are Israel. That's it. Only white people are Israel. And that would be my bottom line bullet point of the whole point of my channel. I could even put it as the, what do they call that? There's some other little thing they can put, in the description or whatever. And so in the description box, I could even just put that. I could just put, only white people are Israel. And it, but the problem is, these people, they're, what it boils down to is people's ego. All of you had to shed your ego at some point, whatever point had caused you to have your epiphany or whatever. You had to end up shedding your ego in order to even be able to look at everything again with a fresh pair of eyes, with a clean slate, with nothing clouding your judgment, or telling you to interpret something a different way than your eyes read it in plain words, whether it's the Bible or something that some Jew has written in a book planning on plotting against us. When you read these things, you're supposed to take them at their word. That's what they mean. When a Jew writes in his books that he wants to exterminate the white race so that they can rule over 10,000 years over all the darkies, they mean it. And you should take it seriously. They're dead serious. They wouldn't have went through all that hell and all that trouble to write this, 80 million word book in extreme detail, specifically calling for the extermination of white people. And this is times Jew after Jew after Jew who've written books about us, like Saul Alinsky with You Gentiles, clear all the way to their own Jewish almanac, where the very first sentence of the entire Jewish almanac, line number 1 of paragraph 1, is, quote, and I'm speaking it verbatim, strictly speaking, it is incorrect to refer to an ancient Israelite or Hebrew as a Jew, or to call a contemporary Jew a Hebrew or an Israelite. Period. Dot. And then the rest of the book is 10,000, 50,000 words of them trying to explain away the admission in the very first line. So we have all of these Jews who've written all of these things, admitting their hatred for us, admitting that they plan on exterminating us, all of these things that are literally things that only the children of Satan would ever write. And knowing that their only supreme target are the white people who match all of God's promises to Israel, who match all of God's promises to Abraham's seed, while Jews and all the world's non-whites combined have never even accomplished one of God's promises to Abraham's seed, white people have long ago already achieved all of God's promises to Abraham's seed, to Adam's seed, to Noah's seed, to Israel's seed. And so the more and more as the years pass, I'm going to be vindicated more and more on this channel. You're already seeing that this CHUD thing is a perfect, separator from the wheat and tares. You already see that this channel has already shed its ego long ago. I've already had to shed my ego to ever accept that the earth was flat. I had to review all of the things I was ever taught. I was a whiz in science. Science was my favorite class. I thought outer space and all that crap was so cool. And I didn't become a flat earther because once I discovered there was these contrary arguments to NASA that it made me like, oh, fuck them, and da-da-da. No, it was that it's true. And I was trying to debunk the flat earth concept using all of the information I'd already known all my, adult life. I passed science with straight A's all through all the different science classes. Whether it was astronomy or a certain type of science is, the study of electricity and the phenomenon of it, and electromagnetism and thermodynamics and all the things. That was my favorite subject. I memorized all of it like a champion. When I accepted, it's not that I became a flat earther, it's when I discovered that the earth truly is flat, I still remembered all of my stuff. Most globe believers don't remember any of the things. But when I started trying to debunk the flat earth concept, or the truth of it, it's not a concept, it's just the way the world is, as our Bible has always declared it was. When I started trying to debunk it, I was actually knowledgeable of the globe side. Most globe believers are not. I could ask anyone I walk up to tomorrow. I could walk up to anyone, any white person, the most intelligent white person around, and I could say, or I could walk up and ask, hey, you believe in outer space and the ball, or Earth is a ball and the whole thing, right? And they're going to go, yes, of course I do. That's what it is. And I could say, all right, cool. Then I have some questions for you. And one of the questions I could ask is, how far away is the moon from Earth? And they'd be like, oh, shit, I don't know. Well, I know. Why don't you know? You believe in the ball Earth. I believed in the ball Earth. We both went to the same type of school, learning all the same shit. Why don't you know? Because before I got into the flat earth subject, I already knew that their claim is that the moon is 250,000 miles away, roughly. And that it fluctuates by a few 10,000s of miles. If I ask them, okay, well, how big is the moon? They declare it's 1/6 of the size of Earth, or at minimum 1/6 of the overall diameter of Earth. But they say that it's roughly the size of the United States in size, as far as like a flat look size. Surface area visible on one side of its size, if it's a ball. They claim it's roughly the size of America. But if you ask a globe believer who laughs at flat earthers all the time and tries to ridicule them all this stuff, if you ask them how big the moon is compared to the earth, they won't know. If you ask them, all right, since you believe in the ball earth theory so much and you think flat earthers are so stupid, how far away from Earth is Lagrange 2? They won't even know what Lagrange 2 is. They won't know what that even means. I could ask them, okay, so you believe in the ball Earth just like everybody else. How big is the sun compared to the Earth? What is the diameter size of the sun compared to Earth's diameter? They won't know. Funny enough, the claim is that the sun is 109 times the diameter of Earth's diameter. Now, we all know that 109 is a very sacred number. So isn't it interesting that the Jews, for their fiction, picked the number 109 times the diameter of Earth is what the sun is. So we flat earthers, by golly, let's make it 110, right? We're going to make it 110,000 or 110 times, I'm sorry, the diameter of Earth. But they won't know. You know, I could say, okay, you believe in the ball Earth just like I believed in it all my life. How far away is the sun from the Earth? They won't know. I've known all along the claim is 92 million miles, that it fluctuates from 91 to 93, and that it's fluctuated greatly. Some just 30 years ago, they claimed it might only be 65 million miles away, which is a whole 30 million or 25 million anyway, miles difference from what they claim nowadays. And keep in mind, every time they make any claim of distance or size or any of that shit about outer space crap, that they always tell it to you as matter of fact, already been measured, tested 1,000,000 times, confirmed. Therefore, you'd be a fool if you didn't believe what they're telling you in this info. All the while, they're just pulling numbers out of their ass. They just make shit up, or they just made shit up as they went to explain away each phenomenon along the way. And some are still inexplicable to this day, which is why I, enjoyed using my channel back in the day, not this one, but one I had before that I showed on other streams. That's why I had an entire channel that was themed around the Earth being flat. Because I spent, quite a bit of time trying to debunk it, and it's just not possible. And, a lot of the globe earthers, they really think they've got us with the fake experiment that Jaron supposedly went and did several years ago, and they titled it The Final Experiment, and they supposedly went to Antarctica, and they supposedly filmed 24 hours of sunlight while they were there. But meanwhile, what people don't realize is it's not 24 hours of sunlight. That's how they gagged them. All right. When you were at Antarctica, as the sun goes by, your left to right distance your east to west distance that the sun traverses is 3 times greater or more, maybe 5 or 6 times greater than the distance the sun has to cover to completely pass you by when we where we live up here in the northern circle, closer to the north than the equatorial line. So if you look at a Gleason map, which is the world map, the world aviators map, and the world mariners map, because it's the only real image of the Earth as it is, therefore it can give you accurate trade routes, accurate flight paths, while a globe can do no such thing. It can be made to work, but there's no point in using that when we already have a flat world and we have flat paper to make a flat map that looks just like the flat world from above. And so that's why the UN and aviation world maps and mariner world maps are all flat earth maps, the Gleason map. And when you look at that map, you'll see just how small the United States is west to east compared to somewhere in Antarctica where you might be standing, where the sun would have to cover an enormous distance east to west before it finally goes out of your view. So down there, they're going to get at least, I don't know, 18 hours of sunlight, maybe less than that. Maybe they get just a couple extra hours of sunlight. But they said, oh, we're down here and we're getting 24 hours of daylight. That's impossible on anything but a ball. And meanwhile, that's not even possible on the ball. If you look at the angle that they claim the Earth is at, which is another thing you can ask any ball Earth believer, you can ask them, well, okay, you believe the Earth's ball and outer space is real and all that. Well, what angle is the Earth tilted to that you believe in? They won't know. They won't know that it's 23.4 degrees, which the remainder of that to 90 degrees is 66.6 degrees. And so the point of all of it is that they don't actually follow their own beliefs. They don't, just like Christians, how they claim that they're Christians and claim they follow the Holy Bible and all this stuff, yet they don't really read their Holy Bible. Therefore, they don't really know what it says. Therefore, they don't really know what Christianity is supposed to be, that it's supposed to be racial, that it's supposed to be racist, that it's supposed to be fascist. Since they don't know all those things, they can't even defend their position worth a shit. And what do they default to after you beat them down with fact after fact after fact? They just get angry with you and go, you know what? Fuck all your stupid crap you believe in. I don't want to hear about any of that shit anymore. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to discuss it with you. I don't want to try to go back and forth with you about it. You just believe fucking bullshit and it's stupid and blah, blah. And that's literally what they default to is fuck you. I don't want to believe that crap. And all that is them proving that their ego is the roadblock. Their ego is the problem. Their ego is what's causing them all of their frustration and defeat in the argument that's pissing them off. They wouldn't be pissed off if they actually could debate their side. But since their side is not debatable, or it's not their side is wrong. Since their side is wrong, it's not. It's there. There's no way to have victory over someone who already knows what they're talking about. And so when someone like us, a real flat earther, debates with a glober, not only are they not gonna know anything about their own belief, but the flat earther is actually gonna know that opponent's belief better than they do by far. The whole point of ending up shedding your ego and yielding to the fact that Earth truly is flat, like our Holy Bible declared, and like all of our senses agree with, means they have already had to argue every ball Earth point against the flat Earth. Therefore, they had to go revisit it, relearn it, remember it, because all of you were taught that the Earth is 92 million miles away or 93 million miles away from Earth. All of you were taught that the moon is roughly the size of the United States, about a sixth of the size of the Earth. All of you were taught that the sun is 109 times the diameter of Earth's diameter. All of you were taught all of the same exact things that I was taught, and that every other flat earther was taught. We all went to the same type of schools, learned the same curriculum, the same lies from the same Jews. The only difference is all of us flat earthers actually, we took our ego and we sat it to the side. We said, no more stay white's opinion. No more, and at the time it was we are all inventions. No more we are all inventions opinions. We're going to go by facts and standard observation and logic only from now on. And that's true science that God blesses and ordained for us to become, intelligent and create wonderful things that we enjoy now. But scientism means believing blindly every Jewish lie you were ever told in school. Being able to memorize it, repeat it, graduate with your big A on the class of science or whatever, like I did. And then off you go into the world. You're a super smart guy when it comes to science, says all of society. But meanwhile, all they really did was took all that information and swallowed it, memorized it, repeated it so they could get the good grade. And they never actually sat down and said, wait a minute. Gravity exists simply because one mass is really big and another tiny little mass right beside it is really small, and the gigantic ratio between the two causes the large one to attract the small one like a tractor beam in Star Trek. That's not true. If that were true, every skyscraper would be covered in dirt and dust at all times. You'd have to literally have a whole crew air blowing with they'd have to be rappelling up and down the buildings with fucking air blowers, and then have a vacuum that not only does it blow the dirt off, but then it vacuums it right off the building into a catcher bag or something, a dust bag. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to walk by any skyscraper and rub your finger or hand across it and not have it completely covered in dirt and tree pollen and every other type of thing. Literally every structure, every skyscraper, every very large building, whether it's tall or just huge surface-wise across, like a large Amazon building or whatever. Every large thing would be a dust magnet, like literally a dust magnet, where it would attract just pounds and pounds and pounds of dust all day nonstop from the air. Why? Because gravity, yo. A huge mass compared to these molecules of dust. Of course, the molecules of dust are just going to be tractor beamed right to it, gravity style, because after all, gravity is this inexplicable, not truly provable at all because it's Jewish fiction concept that one mass is much greater than another little mass. It's going to attract it to it. You could set the lightest weight, little tiny microscopic pebble next to the largest building ever made, or sit it next to Mount Everest. You could take a tiny little thing that weighs nothing, a tiny little BB or something, sit it right next to Mount Everest. Set it just inches away from its base. And you could go back 10 years from now, you could go back 100 years from now. You could revisit 1,000 years from now if Christ hadn't come yet by then, and you could somehow still be alive by then. And that little BB will be no closer by any fake gravity attraction than it was the day you placed it where you placed it. It'll still be in the same spot. It won't have moved 1 millimeter toward that mountain based on its attraction because of the massive mass ratio difference. And I've already went through explanation after explanation. I showed y'all on Google AI as I argued down with it and got it to admit that I was correct and that NASA is bullshit and outer space is bullshit. And all the things they teach are bullshit. Google AI, I showed you all the other night, admitted all of those things are preposterous and that I am correct based on facts, logic, and standard observation. So it's kind of eye-rolling for us truthers, even in the pro-white world, where when we interact with some of these other people who are, trying to ridicule us, name call us, talk shit about us. It's just an eye roller for us. You're not hurting our feelings. You're not going to make us go, oh no, they made fun of me. I guess I don't want to be a flat earther anymore because I don't want some globers thinking I'm stupid, calling me uneducated. And now, of course, since they had no proof at all ever on their side until Jaron supposedly went to Antarctica and supposedly filmed a 24-hour sunshine day. Because they had nothing before that to argue against flat earthers with, they now use only and specifically that experiment and nothing else. And they use it so much now to try to defend their position that they all know Jaron's name now, and so they'll actually include it in the thing. They'll be like, oh, Jaron went and did that experiment and dumped on all y'all's belief and proved the whole flat earth thing wrong and blah, blah, blah. When really he did no such thing at all. Hello there, kitty cat. Hello, beautiful kitty. You're so pretty. My pretty cat. You are your pretty kitty. Prettier than all the other kitties. You are. So because of that phenomenon, they think that they are the smart ones. They think that they are the ones who somehow have knowledge and all these things, when in fact they really truly don't. They actually don't know anything about their own belief. And so when you come across a true flat earther, a real flat earther who not only just accepted that the earth is the way the Bible says and the way our senses declare, but also is an actual avid studier of it. A globe earther will absolutely have their ass handed to them like they are a retarded small child when it comes to knowing facts. Now, that doesn't mean there are plenty of flat earthers that accepted that the earth's flat and did not ever pursue studying up on it because they don't care to defend their position about it. They simply just believe that way. And if no one else wants to believe that way, that's fine in their opinion, but at least they believe it. And so they don't care about trying to force others to believe it. Therefore, they don't study up on it. They just go, I don't know all the particulars. I just know that I believe it's flat. The Bible says it's flat. That's what I go with. And God bless those people who accept it just at the Bible's word. I accept it just at the Bible's word. And if every scientific experiment allegedly seemed like it proved the Bible wrong and proved the ball earth right, which there are no experiments that do. But if there were if every experiment literally shit on the idea of earth being flat, and if every experiment literally absolutely visually with standard observation and facts and logic made me deduce that the earth is not flat, that it is a ball whirling around in an endless void of space, I would still side with the Holy Bible. I would still side with it, y'all. 100%. After all, NASA exists right now. NASA claims they've sent 1 billion things to space, and they're all over the place whirling around doing different things. And so I've already not been believing any of that all this time as a truther. You know, by the time by like 2012 or 2010 or something like that, we were already discussing how NASA was bullshit. And really even earlier than that, I guess it really started in about 2009, pretty much the same time YouTube started. So whenever that was, 06, 2009 maybe. I don't remember what exactly when YouTube started, but or which year it was, I should say, but it wasn't long. It was probably about a year into YouTube, and then everybody just started, I don't even think it took a year, and then everybody started blasting videos on there about truth stuff. So I'd already been discussing the NASA thing, not only on YouTube, but on other forums. We used to have Clues forums. I don't know if there still exists, but Clues forum, there used to be a lot of truthers on there back in the day, and that was one of the very first places where we started busting NASA. We started originally busting NASA on mobile camera phone blogging sites that would only accept pictures from mobile phones, and then anybody who was a user of the and was an involved member, a certified member or whatever, registered, that's what I meant, a registered member of it, could comment on any of your pictures, and sometimes comments were bad that people would put about people's pictures, and then sometimes the comments were good, and it started off being kind of a fun thing, but then we started using it for truthing. We started taking pictures of things that disagreed with the narrative or that proved our point on our side of things, and we started posting them on there, and then other people would discuss whatever, and it actually worked just like the community posts on YouTube. It's literally how it worked, only it wouldn't accept anything from a computer or email address. It had to come directly as an MMS from a phone number. And that way it maintained its purity of calling itself a camera phone blogging site. And so we started off on Mobog. Actually, there was even one before Mobog. I can't remember the name of it. And then Mobog became like the original hardcore big one. It was like, I forget what the first one was, but the first one was kind of like meh. And then Mobog came out, and everybody moved over to Mobog, and it became like the huge big one. And it lasted for a good year, maybe. Then Pixarbog came out because Mobog started being aggressive against the users. Apparently, it had been sold or changed hands, and they started creating rules and just did away with the free speech that was on there and everything. And so we all moved over to Pixarbog so we could keep doing the conspiracy thing and talking about conspiracies and stuff like that. And then basically right away after everyone left, whoever had bought it just filled it with smut and pop-ups and shit like that. So if you went to Mobog or and then eventually PictureBog was done the same way about 2 years later. So what Jews did is they were buying up those picture blog sites and then just flooding them with pop-up spam, fucking virus. Click on it here and you got a virus now kind of things. So if you were to ever go to Mobog or PictureBog now, it would just ruin your computer with viruses or something, or flood it with all kinds of porn or something. But it had none of that back in the day when it worked as intended. For Jews bought it and ruined it or whatever. People were doing truthing on those. So we were doing the picture blog websites, and then Clues Forum came out at some point. I don't remember exactly what year it came out, but it came out at some point, and everybody kind of moved from doing picture blogging because we were still doing picture blogging, but they moved from like AOL, chat rooms and stuff like that over to the one I had just mentioned, Clues Forum. And Clues Forum was not the only forum. There were actually quite a few others. They were, Clues Forum and some of those others were kind of like a 4chan before 4chan was a thing, or before it was popular. And so everybody kind of used that for a while, and then that's where we all really started discussing NASA way more heavily. We started pointing out all the fakery in the camera shots, things disappearing in the middle of the shot, things reappearing, glitch outs that wouldn't have really happened in the circumstance where they glitched out, and they wouldn't have glitched out the way they glitched out, according to the narrative and all those things. So many impossibilities of them being in 0G, doing certain things they were doing. There was a million examples of why we started busting them. And funny enough, all that time, no one ever put 2 and 2 together and said, hey, wait a minute. Could they be doing all of this just to keep us from realizing the Earth is flat, not a ball? Which is really all NASA's primary function exists for. That's all it's really for, is to convince people that mankind has proven their own Bible wrong. That white man flew up into the sky so high and so fast that he proved that the earth is not the way that our Holy Bible declares it is. And to further humiliate white people during that humiliation ritual of telling white people they were orbiting Earth, what did they do? They read Genesis. They read Genesis 1. And they started talking about the firmament in the heaven and all these things, and they were literally doing all of that to mock all the Christians. They're like, look, this is the part of the Bible that taught you that the earth is flat and that you have a dome over and all this shit, and we're reading it to you, proving it wrong as we're reading it to you by default of orbiting around a ball-shaped earth, which is the total opposite of what your Bible says. So it was mockery of our Holy Bible and mockery of our own selves. Humiliation ritual on white people. And so, and they continue to do this all the time with outer space crap and all that shit. Anything NASA claims, they know they're full of shit. They know they're just taking the piss at white people, and white people are none the wiser, and they know that. And so that's why they enjoy so much of what they do with a huge smile on their face, because they have no concern that white people are ever going to bust them over their things. One more noticer we have joined in on the chat, you all. Special guest John Connor. Hello, God bless you. And I saw you, if it was you, who contributed to CHUD the Builder. I saw that contribution under the name John Connor in the contributions to CHUD the Builder. So if that was you, John Connor, who donated to him, thank you very much for that, and God bless you and Godspeed to you, and thank you to all of you who have donated to CHUD. Every single one of you who have donated to CHUD, thank you so much. Thank you very much for doing so. And CHUD will appreciate it. I appreciate it. God appreciates it. And so, thank you very much for y'all's contributions to any of you who have or plan on doing so. And if it wasn't you, John Connor, well, good news. There is another John Connor that has your doppelganger name. And he put some money on there, so that's good stuff. And John had said, what the fuck is up with all this alien stuff? They are going all in, especially on Fox Jewish News. Notice how the ozone layer lie fell apart. Now they are saying the ozone layer repaired itself. So all good. Well, of course, because we allowed them to pass new laws against us, restricting us further with what we can and can't burn and can and can't do. And also, they put billions of dollars in their pockets. So just like they said, if we gave Jews billions of extra dollars, then, New York wouldn't end up being underwater by 2012. So Al Gore's prediction never came true because, after all, we ended up giving Jews billions more dollars to make sure the earth didn't flood and turn into a water world and flood. They showed us the maps in early 2000s. They said with confidence that here's the map, here's what it'll look like by 2012, and it showed a whole new shape of America where there was no Florida, there was almost no Georgia, there was no New York, there was no part of southern Texas anymore. All of California was gone, or a whole half of it. It was like split down the middle of water, like as if it had broke off the earth or something and floated off into the ocean, which is what we've wanted it to do all along. The alien thing, I'm sure they're still pushing it quite a bit, and they were pushing it to pastors and all this stuff. And the reason why is because they know, like I've been teaching recently and shown and confirmed with Google AI in front of all of you, that this is the last final 7 years. And so in this last 3.5 years, they're going to start throwing everything at white people that they've ever planned on throwing at white people in the final last days to deceive us. One of them is going to be aliens. One will be a false return of Christ. And it'll be very easy to know that it's a false return of Christ because you will not be lifted up into the clouds instantly, and all the non-whites standing around you won't all drop dead instantly from the brightness of Christ's whiteness. And so until that day comes where suddenly you are lifted into the sky and you're looking at Jesus Christ in the clouds as you're being drawn toward him like gravity, like they claim with the gravity thing. And you look across your horizon, and there are millions of other white people flying up into the sky to meet Christ in the clouds. Until that moment you are experiencing happens, whatever else you see presented before your eyes as though it's supposedly Jesus Christ, if you look around and non-whites are running and talking and jumping and hooting and hollering and staring at him and singing, yay, Jesus, and all this, you know that that's not Jesus because they're not all dropping dead instantly. And you're not flying up into the clouds to meet him in the clouds. So unless that's happening, you're not looking at a real Jesus Christ. You're looking at their fake manufactured version of it. Now, the demons are the aliens. So all these people that think of aliens and outer space and all that crap, they're actually the demonic entities that were cast into the earth. God said he cast them into the earth. These are not the same as the sons of God that God cast into the earth when they became rebellious with Satan against all of the rest of heaven. In fact, what happened is when God cast the sons of God, the third of the sons of God who fought against the other 2/3 of the sons of God, when they were cast down into the earth and Satan was cast down with them, Satan had already amassed demonic minions, who knows how many, an army, a small army of them or whatever. And so since he's supernatural, he survives things like the flood and all those things. And since the demons are supernatural, they too were able to avoid dying in the world flood, the Great Deluge. And so what happened is, they were cast into the earth, and they're supposed to be released at a certain time. And so this time frame now coming up is when they are expected or planning to, because of prophecy and everything else. Remember, they follow prophecy. They don't create prophecy. They just simply know what our Holy Bible says in its prophecy. They know when those prophecies are supposed to take place. So they, years in advance, will make jokes on Simpsons about something they plan on doing 12 or 15 or 20 years later. And it ends up happening perfectly to a T the way the Simpsons or Family Guy or King of the Hill or whoever said it would, is because they already knew the plan. And the plan does not get changed. The plan is the plan, and it stays the plan, even against all opposition and in the face of all kinds of adversity. They will still stick to the plan. And so the bottom line, though, is, with their false Messiah, the aliens thing, that is what they might use. They may collaborate with the demonic entities to create a false appearance of Christ in the sky. Of course, a lot of people believe that would be Project Bluebeam that's going to do that. But Project Bluebeam is probably going to be like an addition to it, something that adds some flair, some special effects, things like that, extra, to make the situation more believable, as though it's truly the real thing that's happening right then, or whatever. Or not, I'm not wording it correctly, but basically, my point is, just to stick with the bullet point here of it, is that we, and I could digress all the way back to my original thing I was saying, which I will in a minute, but to finish off with the alien thing, the demonic entities are going to be who put on this false Messiah presentation. And Project Bluebeam most likely will be this human help that we managed to give to help further dupe our people. But the demonic entities could do Christ's false arrival all their own, with their own technologies and things that they know how to do. They could just supernaturally force the appearance upon our vision worldwide, and then we'd just be looking at a fake, a fraud, maybe even a hollow entity, like a ghost type of thing where it has no body or any of that. And on a sidecar here that I haven't mentioned yet, and I should have mentioned long ago, and I haven't. I am on this channel now. Stay White's position is that these data centers that they are building against everyone's wishes in every state are not data centers. They are camps for the white people. Remember when we all used to worry in the 2010s during the Obama times, the early 2000s and things? We were very worried about Walmarts being converted to FEMA camps. And we were worried about a lot of different large facilities like Walmarts being turned into FEMA camps. And we had drones that had just become a thing at that time. And they flew drones over large mass grave sites where there have been no bodies put in ever at this point. But there were tens of thousands that stretched for miles, for city blocks. It were just concrete caskets on top and beside concrete caskets. And they are up to 6 caskets deep. So each casket you see actually has 5 more caskets immediately beneath that casket, and then times miles of stacks of 6 high of concrete caskets. And so those are for the white people. do the purge against us for white men mostly, for when they do the purge against white people in the fall of 2029 when it begins. And these data centers, I'm calling it now, and I've already been suspecting it for a long time, but I haven't just made it official as my official position on the channel. But until further notice, it is my official position that data centers are not data centers. They are not building them for AI. They're not building them for having supercomputer data centers or any of those things. And this is why I'll give you a great example of how you can prove to your own selves that they're not data centers. Every single proponent that's against them, and not proponent, but every single person who's an opposition to the data centers points out that they're going to need all this massive amount of fresh water. And they act as though there's no way to use sewer water as coolant, as cooling water. They act like there's no such thing as refrigerant, where you could just make AC and keep the place cold. They act as though there's no such thing as a closed loop radiator cooling system, which is exactly what a data center would do. It would actually they would fill up a cooling system with a fixed finite amount of coolant, whether it's coolant or water, and they would have a massive radiator or an entire wall of radiators or whatever for all of that all of that heated water to pass through and cool back down. And they would run it through radiators, giant radiators, just like a car engine. Does your car need a water hose with a fresh water supply hooked to it so that it can drive down the road everywhere you want to go? No. Well, why not? Wouldn't it just have thermal runaway because you have just this fixed amount of water in your system? Yes, it would if you didn't have a radiator in the front that the coolant ran through, but you have a radiator. And so that's what it's for. It takes the coolant that's extremely hot and it runs it through its cores and whatever, and the fins allow all the heat, the surface area of metal and the wind passing through it to blow away and absorb and wick away all of that heat from the coolant, whether it be water or an actual, petroleum-based coolant. And that is I kind of lost my train of thought there as I was explaining it, but shoot, I kind of lost my train of thought there. My bad. It kind of just left my head. Got too deep into my explanation and lost my train of thought. It'll come to me in a minute, but the alien thing is specifically going to be to fool, obviously, as all of you know, to fool white people into believing that, aliens must exist, that they're not demonic spirits, that they're aliens. And what does that do? That reinforces the Jewish fiction of the ball Earth, because after all, if they're aliens, that means they came from another planet. They came from another solar system, perhaps, or they live on the moon on the dark side, or they live on some other planet in our solar system, or they live in a whole different star galaxy away, a whole different galaxy or a whole different solar system in a different star far away. And so any of those things support the Jewish Big Bang, trillions of years, trillions and trillions of light years of an infinite universe, outer space, evolution, dinosaur. It literally, all of the Jewish fiction falls perfectly into place as though it's all acceptable and real if you just believe in the alien concept, right? So they don't care what you believe as long as you don't believe your Bible. They don't care if you don't believe in aliens, but you do believe in race mixing. They don't care if you don't believe in aliens, but you do believe that Jesus is a cucked hippie leftist that welcomes everyone into heaven with open borders. They don't care if you believe that Christianity is a Jewish concept. They love that if you believe that. and you want to be a pagan instead or whatever, thinking you're getting back to your original white roots. They don't care what you believe. They don't care if you become a transsexual. They want you to, actually, so you'll cut your tits off or your Peter off. Any of the more degenerate they can turn a person, the better is the way they look at it, because that's the closer to not being saved by Jesus Christ that they can get you as possible. And that is the Jews' entire goal, is to ruin as many white people indirectly, basically by tricking white people into dooming their own selves out of their own salvation. That's the Jews' ultimate goal. That's the Jews' only goal. And so, as long as we still have these creatures ruling over us in our country, we're going to have more situations all the time of CHUD the Builder. Only next time it's going to be you. And so we can't keep going on and on and on this way. Something has to give, or white people will all be exterminated sooner than later. And now that we know we're in the last 7 years of Jacob's trouble, this is why you're going to see this ramp up of all the things we've been worried about before. Okay, I realize I was talking about data centers. So now I'm getting back to that. My bad. That is exactly what I was talking about. It just occurred to me. So these fresh water demand, okay, of the data centers does not match with normal understandings of operating anything that generates heat. Okay, an airplane, a giant ship out on the sea, an automobile, a massive skyscraper anywhere in a big city. They all generate lots of heat. They all need to be able to radiate the hot water that's being generated in the place. And so they all need to cool the buildings. And so they have these gigantic radiators called water coolers, and that's what a radiator is. That's a coolant cooler. It cools water, it cools coolant. They have gigantic ones up on top of these skyscrapers. And that's what causes those buildings to have nice, cold air conditioning, ample for the whole entire massive building, is because of these giant water radiators that they have on top of the building. Those buildings do not require, and those AC systems do not require a constant supply of fresh water. They have a closed loop of water that travels through them, and as some water evaporates, they'll add a little bit more water in now and then to the fixed amount of the system as some water evaporates away. Because with water coolers, they actually let the water free fall down these large fin-shaped radiators or accordion-shaped radiators, and so they don't actually function like a true radiator, because a true radiator is a closed-loop system. The coolant does not escape. The water does not escape. So I'm giving you a bad example, sort of, by mentioning the water coolers at all. So really, we could just stick with thinking about engines. Every engine has a fixed amount of coolant in it. An engine generates an enormous amount of heat, which superheats really quickly all of that coolant or water that's in the system. But thanks to the radiator with the fan on it, and the coolant passing through that radiator and the fan blowing air across the radiator, that coolant is cooled right back down in the system before it goes right back to the hot parts that it needs to cool down and keep cooling down. And that's exactly what all data centers would have. They would have a fixed amount of coolant water combination, and it would be a totally closed loop system, exactly like the cooling system in any automobile or any, other type of heat generating engine device, whatever it's electric motors or engines or whatever. And so this demand of this, gobs of gallons of fresh water, it can't be salt water, it can't be sewer water. It's got to be fresh water for some fucking inexplicable reason. And it's got to have this never-ending supply, which everyone who knows anything about cooling systems knows you don't need a constant fresh water supply. Think about all these people that have these really expensive gaming computer towers, right? And they fill them with all these badass processors that make lots of heat. Do they have a constant fresh water supply? Do they have a water hose coming from a spigot in their house feeding their gaming PC so that it has a constant supply of fresh water? No. If it's a water-cooled or coolant-cooled system, which it will be most often, it has a fixed amount, a finite amount, a fixed amount, not a constant fresh supply of fresh water. It has a fixed amount of coolant and water combination inside it, and it runs in a closed loop through a radiator with a fan on it. I used to know a guy who had a huge crypto coin mining farm, right? And I mean huge, like the size of a building. And when you walked in that, dude, it has, I don't know if he still has it or not. I'm saying had because I saw it years ago. It may not even exist anymore. I don't know if he tore all that down or what. I heard that mining is not as profitable anymore. And I heard about that years ago too. So for all I know, I haven't seen the guy in a decade. So for all I know, he may not be doing it anymore. But he used to have this huge mining setup, right? And for a long time, he was just keeping it cool with giant fans, right? He had it all in a closed building, and then he had these huge industrial fans lined up one beside the other, sucking all the heat out, blowing all the heat out into the world to try to keep it cool. Well, that worked to some degree, but it wasn't good enough. So he had to install a real cooling system and fill it with water and coolant mix. And then he had to have these giant radiators brought out and installed into the closed loop of the cooling system, and had these big ass fans put on the radiators. And then all of his stuff maintained a very comfortable temperature that it's supposed to operate at. And he did really well for a long time with that cooling system for that. He never had a lick of trouble out of it. Just like you don't have trouble out of yours. You know, you get in your car, you drive it every day, and as long as no leak forms in your coolant line anywhere, your coolant doesn't go anywhere. It stays in the car, the engine works fine, it gets up to its temperature, and then the radiator and fan do their job, and it maintains its temperature, and that's that. And that's exactly what every data center would do. Instead, needing a constant supply of fresh water is something that a prison needs in order to keep prisoners alive. Okay? So now I've been telling you all that coming fall of 2029 will be the extermination of white people on first sight by any non-white who wants to do so, and that they will gleefully oblige the Jews' command. That would mean there's no need for all these huge prisons, and there would be no need for, even if they were imprisoning us, why would they want to give us all the fresh water we need to survive in the prison, in the camps, or whatever? Okay, so here's the kicker. The camps are actually for the non-whites. That's the kicker. The camps are not for the white people. White people are going to be, as they figure out that these are not data centers, they're going to start freaking out and thinking that they're for all people. You know, most white people are still cucked about race, and so they don't think of things and they don't look at things and observe them as being anti-white or working against white people or part of the big Jewish plan to destroy white people. They're oblivious to all of that. So all they're going to be thinking is the same thing we were all saying and thinking during Obama's term in office, when he was buying guillotines and fucking certain McDonald's were closing down and becoming FEMA holdup spots. And all the while, they may have actually been hoping to utilize those things back then for that. They may have actually been wanting to pull off their stunt back then, but they knew the timing wasn't right, and that's why they didn't do it. They have been keeping track of the time all along, and so they knew for a fact that if they did it back then, they were jumping the gun. Therefore, prophecy wouldn't be right. Therefore, all their, quote, predictive programming that they've put on The Simpsons and all these things wouldn't line up correctly. It all has to go in a timeline. And so that is what they do. They build their things and they talk about what they're going to do way in advance, decades in advance, and then they carry them out as they declared they were going to, exactly to a T, decades later. And then it looks to many baby truthers as though they are predicting the future, or they're causing prophecy to come true. And I could even say, I'll accuse my own self of saying that they are causing prophecy, because I've said that before. And in a way it is true, but really it's not them causing prophecy. It's kind of the wrong way to say that, because that would imply that they are dictating that the Bible is correct. What's really happening is, because the Bible's correct, they're simply doing what is in their nature. Just like the Holy Bible calls non-whites beasts and locusts and swine because of their nature and their behaviors, Jews are simply acting out their behavior. Their behavior is to destroy white people. Their behavior is to do anything to cause white people to fool their own selves into being anti-Christian. And the whole gag is they want you to ruin your own self. They don't want to be blamed for you ruining yourself. They want to be able to argue with God that, hey, Lord, you don't get mad at me. You know, I didn't tell your favorite white guy there's little boy to cut his wiener off. I didn't physically attack the kid and cut his wiener off. He grew up and wanted to cut his own wiener off when he was in 5th grade or 8th grade, or when he got out of school. I didn't do that to him. Your favorite creation cut his own little wiener off. Yeah, he was just a little kid. Yeah, sure, the Jewish teachers were convincing him that he ought to. But really, he's the one ultimately who made that decision. He could have just said no. He could have just said no, thank you. He could have just turned it down. But instead, he went along with it and had his pecker chopped off. Well, we didn't do that, so you shouldn't be pissed at us, Lord. You should be mad at your own creation. He decided to do that to his own self. And that's that victim blaming that a lot of pro-whites like to talk about when it comes to white people being attacked by a black, and then the white girl is shamed by the others going, well, you know, you can't be wearing a short skirt like that around blacks. Or they won't say around blacks, but they'll be like, oh, you can't go out in public wearing a short skirt that short, you know, because, you know, and they won't have to admit because you might get raped by a black guy. But that's what they're implying. That's what they're trying to avoid, like hell having to admit. But the aliens thing, the data centers, it's all wrapped up in one thing. Oh, I lost my chat. I don't know why it does that. Every once in a blue moon, it'll just lose the chat for no freaking reason. It's so weird. And then I have to boot it back up. But that is my position on the data centers, is that they are actually going to be prisons for the non-whites. Now, of course, the Jews will put white people in them that aren't slaughtered. by the non-whites. But the thing is, when they call a purge on white people, it's going to be too hard to collect enough white people that aren't slaughtered right away by the non-whites to ever fill these buildings, these massive buildings up. And remember, Jews are very kind to their own non-white bioweapons. That's why in the jails they get tablets, and they're able to communicate with the outside world now, and they can watch porn and watch white women get penetrated by black dicks all day long, every day while they're in prison. So that way, the moment they get released, guess what they're going to go do? To the first little white girl defenseless that they find. And so these prisons and this demand that this declaration that they're going to need, that they're going to require, millions of gallons of fresh water, constant supply, it makes no sense at all for a data center whatsoever, because that would be a fixed amount of coolant running through radiators. No one would ever try to supply any place that generates lots of heat with fresh water, constant fresh water to cool it. And by the way, even if, let's say, they decided let's say that data centers were really what they actually were trying to make, supercomputer data centers, and that's really what they are, right? Let's say that's really true. And let's say that they really do need to run millions of gallons for inexplicable reasons. Doesn't make any sense with our science and logic and basic or standard observation and facts. Even though none of that makes any sense at all. Let's say that it's all true as they claim. They're really data centers, and they really need millions of gallons of fresh water in order to keep the place cool. Well, guess what happens with water when all that it does is pass through a cooling system made of some simple pipes of plastic or metal, and then runs through a radiator perhaps to cool down, and then is expelled, and maybe it's not cooled down. Maybe it just naturally takes all the heat as water itself, and then it just spits out the other side of the data center. Guess what kind of water comes out of the other side? The same water that went in. Fresh water in, fresh water out. It's not going through a manufacturing process. It's not being combined with toxic chemicals. That's not necessary for cooling. If you're going to run fresh water as your cooling for your system, you don't need to add anything else to it. You would simply run the fresh water through, and it could spit right back out into a lake or a pond right next to the thing, while other fresh water is being sucked from the same lake right back in. And there would never be contamination from it, like when some steel manufacturer or some aluminum manufacturer or some, plastics, textiles, products in general, supplier in a factory somewhere dumps like toxic things into water as their wastewater. It would be nothing like that. It would be just fresh water in, run through the cooling system, spit out the other end, and it's the same fresh water that came in. Only now it might be hotter. But hot water versus room temperature or cool water doesn't mean anything. It just means it's still just regular old water. So even if the story was true, all the hubbub about ruining millions of gallons of water just wouldn't be true. It would just go as clean water into the system. It would flow through the system and absorb whatever heat it grabs along the way, and it would spit out the other end hotter temperature water than it went in, but with no difference. So I just wanted to get that on record for anyone who listens in, that these data centers are most likely not data centers whatsoever. Since they require all this fresh water and yada yada, chances are those are mass prisons for the world's non-whites. And so what will happen is Jews will keep all non-whites, mostly all non-whites, I imagine, incarcerated. And then what they'll do is they'll release non-whites as, prisoner work release to do tasks for the Jews. So when Jews, need something built, well, they'll have a select few of the good, best behavior non-white inmates, gathered on a work release program and brought to a site to live on temporarily. And they'll build a makeshift prison wherever the construction site is or whatever, so that they got to go back into that at night. I mean, they're going to rule them with an iron fist. White people have no idea how Jews are going to rule non-whites. It's going to be complete, full, supermax lockdown, where the only free people on earth will be the Jews. And all the non-whites will be incarcerated slaves. And so it's funny because, I get so much grief in person from mostly white people who I warn these things that are coming. But I also warn non-whites about it. I talk about the Jews and their plan to use the non-whites against us. I tell non-whites about it all the time. I just pissed off a Mexican the other day who, was sitting there trying to act all buddy-buddy with me. And so he was talking about some deep politics stuff and talking about, whether or not the World War III is going to happen because of the Iran war, or if it's going to happen later because of attacking Lebanon and all these other places. And so as I would throw a few things back his way, he started being more and more curious about my position. So I just laid it out there. I'm like, look, here's the deal. Non-whites are the Jews' bioweapons to use by the millions, to flood into white countries to use to destroy us. That's the bottom line. That's why you're here. That's why any non-white is here in our country, is because Jews brought y'all here to overwhelm white people and take over our countries. And as you would expect, he didn't like that answer. He didn't like being told that he's a fucking invader. He knows he is. He knows everything I told him was correct. He knows the whole reason he's in a white country is against white people's wishes. But because Jews rule our own white people's own country now, the Jews have disregarded and overridden what white people, demanded, which was to, stay homogeneously white. That Mexican knows all of that. And he wasn't mad because that's the case. He was mad because I'm a white man who knew what he's up to and what all non-whites are up to. He was upset because he finally ran across a white man who's awake and who's not a cucked pussy afraid to beat around the bush, or, being beaten around the bush because I'm afraid to admit to a non-white what the real deal is that I know is going on. And also, non-whites expect that no white people actually know what's going on. They expect white people to be completely oblivious to the fact that they are being invaded and conquered, because after all, they spend every day being super polite to all the white people at their job that they took from a white person. And all of the white people there, like idiots, happily, gleefully reciprocate and even fawn over Jorge and talk about how great he is and how they're so glad to have him there. Oh, yeah, those Republican, Trump-loving, freaking conservative ladies in the office, oh, man, they just fawn over Jorge the fucking invader. And they don't care that he's legal or illegal. They don't care that his wife's illegal. They don't care that his kids are illegal. They don't care that he got his parents here illegal. They don't care. They don't care if he's illegal or legal. They just like him because he's brown and they're white women. They're really no different. The conservative white women are no different when it comes to non-whites than any leftist. While they all make fun of leftist chicks and call them kooks and dumbasses and all that shit and low IQ, they pander to niggers especially, but conservative females pander to blacks and all non-whites even as every bit as much as the most leftist would. And I would say perhaps in many cases, and in a lot of cases, I don't want to say most cases, but in many cases, maybe half of them, the conservative females fawn over and pander to and coddle and glaze non-whites more so than any leftist ever would. So they're just as big of a detriment when it comes to non-whites as the leftist, rabid leftist cucks are. So we have that whole situation going. And I really see, digressing back to the data center thing, I really see that that's what it is. It's going to be how they rule with an iron fist over the non-whites. They can't fight them, right? So they're going to use our military equipment, and they're going to use their own soldiers that we've trained to use all of our own military equipment, and they're going to first use that military equipment from 2029 to 2032, or even all the way into 2033. They'll be busily, when Christ arrives, they'll be busy with their agenda against us all along. So at some point, before Christ arrives, they will be busy at it, locking up non-whites, right? They'll have to come up with some story of why they're locking non-whites up. I don't know what that story is going to be yet. It may be because of the alien hoax. So all the white people who we are all worried about, like, oh, are they going to try an alien invasion hoax on us or whatever? What's really probably going to happen, I'm going to give you the breakdown sequence right here. The fall of 2029, Trump will sit in the throne of the Third Temple and declare a purge against all white people. White women and children will immediately be captured by any non-white in their arm's reach, and they will become sex slaves immediately, instantly, to all those non-whites who capture them. All the white men will be slaughtered. Then there will be very sparse white people left on the earth. Only the ones that live in the woods, like myself, people that live up in the mountains where non-whites have no access to and all those things, or have less access to. They will be still around. There will still be some scattering of white people around. But our numbers will have diminished from 7% of the world's population to 1% or less. There will be very few white people left in the world. And at that point, I think, is when they're going to pull the alien invasion. White people are too intelligent to believe the alien invasion. And too many white people are Christians who know that the first appearance of Jesus Christ is supposed to be a fake Messiah, a false Christ, an antichrist. And not only that, but they know the characteristics I told you about earlier, that when Christ arrives, they're going to be carried up instantly into the clouds to be with him. And they're going to look in the sky as they're being carried up, and they're going to see millions of other white people being carried up. Now, they're going to think white people in their head. They're going to think millions of every kind of people. But the bottom line is they think, based on what the Bible tells them, that they're going to be carried up into the clouds as soon as the real Christ is here, and that they're going to look in the sky as they're being carried up, and there will be billions of other people, I'm going to say, in general, being carried up with them to the clouds. And if that's not happening, if they're not being carried off the ground into the clouds supernaturally, toward this Christ that's in the sky looking at them, then that's not Jesus. If they're still standing on the ground and no one's dropping dead and the whole thing, they know that that's not Christ. But guess who wouldn't know? Guess who wouldn't know the difference? Non-whites. Because Christianity is really, truly not their religion. And since they know that Christianity truly is not their religion, they don't bother reading books like Jeremiah or Revelation, because they know that's when they get exterminated. They know that that's when they get excluded from the new earth. So here's the breakdown of the timeline. Trump will declare a purge on all white people in the fall of 2029. The blacks will gleefully oblige, as will many Sikhs and a lot of Pajeets will gladly oblige. So will many Spics. So will many Arabs. Then, at some point around 2023, 2022 going into 2023, 2033, whatever, they will, after they've used the non-whites to exterminate the mass bulk of white people, where we're literally so sparse now and scattered apart that none of us have any communication with each other. We are in full hide mode from, the military choppers flying overhead with all their different optics they have and everything. And so you want to talk about worrying about optics? That's the optics you need to worry about, not what we look like to the non-whites, what we look like to a chopper flying overhead with 60 millimeter guns on it that has thermal imaging and shit. That's the optics you need to be worried about. So after they exterminate all the white people, the bulk of white people away, where we're all sparse and scattered and really rendered ineffective from now on worldwide, at that point, I think, is when the alien invasion, the fake alien invasion will happen, the hoax of it. Because non-whites will believe it. White people would not believe it. Therefore, they've got to get rid of the white people first. Then they can have their fake alien invasion, which will blow the minds of non-whites. They will be so blown away by these demonic spirits and all their incredible abilities, supernatural abilities and things, that it will just absolutely flabbergast all of the non-whites worldwide. And what the Jews will do is say, hey, you're going to need to take, they'll come up with a story. Now, I'm just making up a story right now because I don't know what their official story is going to be, but rest assured there will be an official story they use on the non-whites. The one I'm going to make up right now hypothetically is my best guess, my best educated guess, a hypothesis of what the story will be. And though I might be completely ass wrong, it will be something along these lines or so. And what it'll be is, after they have successfully dwindled white people down to practically nothing, they will implement the fake alien invasion. And they will tell all the non-whites that the safest place they can go is to these data centers. And they'll have a reason for it. I don't know what the excuse will be. They'll come up with it at some point. They may not come up with the excuse, the official excuse, to convince them all to get in the data centers until that time comes. But I'm guessing it will be something like, look, these are our most secure buildings. We have built them with the most fortification, the most concrete. We have barriers where nobody can get in there once we barricade ourselves in. Let's all barricade in, because otherwise they can just destroy us with their lasers and all their shit. But these buildings here, since they're data centers, we spared no expense in fortifying these buildings They're laser proof. They're immune to all of these high-tech weapons that you're watching with your eyes that aliens are using on you to disintegrate you in one laser shot or whatever, like they see in the sci-fi movies. That's how they'll portray it. And so they'll put on this show as though they're exterminating lots of non-whites effortlessly. Just one swipe of a laser, an entire crowd of niggers just drops dead. And that will freak out the non-whites so hard that the Jews will be standing right at the door of the data centers going, come on, hurry, in here to safety. Come in here with us to safety. And they'll act like they're going to run in the building, right along with all the non-whites. They're going to be standing in the doorway like they're already in the building, going, come on, y'all, come on, hurry up, it's right on your ass, hurry. Pretending there's like a alien or a ship running them down. And they'll be like, hurry, and they'll guide them all into the data centers to escape, to survive, they will tell them, to survive the alien invasion. Hugo the Pork Eater said, dude, am I freaking you out with this one, bro? I hope I'm blowing your mind on this one. So that will be what's going on. That is the chronology I declare of the sequence of events that are going to take place, and the alien invasion will be included. But it's not going to be to try to fool white people, because they know that too many white people understand the Holy Bible and what it says the sequence of events will be. And it even details so that white people wouldn't be fooled that the false Messiah will not be able to do what the real Messiah causes. The false Messiah, when he arrives in the clouds, we're not going to be called up in the clouds by the billions. We're not going to see us and billions of other people lifted up into the clouds to be called up with him in the clouds. That's only going to happen when the real Jesus Christ arrives. Not only that, but all of the damned and wicked are going to drop dead right in our faces. Right as soon as we start lifting up off the ground and we go, whoa, what's happening? And we look up and we see Jesus looking at us, and we see the brightness of his whiteness exterminating all the non-whites on the land. We're going to see that happening as we're lifting off the ground. The non-whites standing around us are just going to collapse to the ground. And the higher we go, the more we see just swaths of non-whites collapsing to the ground, dropping dead. And the higher we go into the clouds, the more and more and more those little brown things start looking just like little rat droppings. And then by the time we get up to the cloud level where Christ is waiting on us, Jeremiah says we're going to look down at the earth, and the non-whites' dead bodies are going to litter the earth like dung. Why do you suppose Jeremiah used the term dung? Why do you suppose? It was a dog whistle to white people to let us know that all the non-whites, the brown, the turd-colored things, will look like nothing but little rat droppings laying all over the earth as we are carried away. Turds are brown and black colored. They're dung colored. And when they litter the earth with their bodies, they will look like dung. It's very straightforward. So that's my take on the data center thing and the alien invasion thing. It's all mixed up together in one, which is why I had to sidecar the declaration about the data centers so that we would all be clear on what my position is that the data centers are, and it also explains the answer that John Connor had asked about the alien invasion. So it's all wrapped up together in one, and that's part of their plan. Definitely don't think it's for the white people. Of course, any white people that happen to be captured after the extermination, the purge itself, perhaps they might put one or two in the prison. But I honestly doubt it. And the reason why is it only takes one intelligent white person to be captured and thrown in with all the non-whites for them to then start asking that one white man, what should we do to get out of here? What can we do to get out of this fucking thing? Because they'll all you'll think they'll want to just eat that one white guy when he gets in there, but they'll have already exterminated white people on their own by their own hands. And then had their own Jewish masters who they gleefully exterminated all the white people for, now immediately imprisoned them all. They're going to know that they were double-crossed. And so if the Jews did capture any white man and throw him in the prison with them, not only would they not all want to not kill him and eat him or whatever out of vengeance or anger or whatever, they will have at this point realized they had been had. And now their living conditions are far worse than when the white people were in charge. They were free and had a car and had a job and was able to fuck white girls and watch porn of white girls all day. Now all of a sudden they exterminated all the white people, and now they're all just in prisons. They got tricked by the alien invasion, and then boom, once they got the last nigger in the door, they shut the door behind them and fucking give them the finger and go, ha ha, suckers, you're all our slaves now. Welcome to our Pax Judaica. So if they were to throw a random white man that they happened to find after the purge, instead of exterminating him, if they threw him in the prison with all the non-whites would literally rally around him to look to him for answers and advice and what they should do to escape. They would treat him like a king of the prison. That's no bullshit. They would treat him like a king like the god of the prison. They would know, thank God we have a white man in here now. Maybe he can figure out a way to save us all, like the white man has done so many times before for us. And so he would be a treasured jewel in the prison, and all the non-whites would go to him for advice about what all of them can do collectively to escape. So therefore, they won't put even one white person in those prisons with the non-whites. If they ever did manage to capture a few white men and didn't want to exterminate them for whatever reason, and you know what? There actually will be white men that they have to keep. They'll have to keep some engineers, some physicists, some scientists, some chemists, some aviators, some air traffic controllers. They'll have to keep a whole slew of white people of high caliber job settings, types or whatever, in order to maintain their lifestyle that they enjoy of being able to fly anywhere they want to go in the world, be able to drive cars. There's going to have to be oil rig workers. There's going to have to be oil refinery, gasoline refinery places. All that stuff will still have to exist. So there will be some limited white men allowed to live in full lockdown, of course, incarceration and everything. So there will be at least one facility, or maybe there will be a segregated section of each of the, quote, data centers that house the important, necessary white people, the essential workers, as they called anyone who was allowed to keep a job during the lockdown. They called them essential workers. Well, that's what white people will be. White people will suddenly be what are known as the essential workers. The only white men that are left living will be incarcerated as essential workers, and they will be the ones who are kept because of their profession they already have, whatever their expertise are. So I guess in reality, the data centers will be a prison for white people also. But the idea is the bulk of the prisons will be the containment of all the non-whites after they've used the non-whites to exterminate the white people. And so you got to understand, this explains why the data centers have to be so massive, And this is why the data centers have to use so much, quote, fresh water, not just any water, but it has to be fresh water because it's got to be drinkable water. It's got to be drinking water. And so this is also why they're not concerned about the water supply load on the local communities. You hear all of these local communities throwing a fit saying, why would they build a data center out here when our aquifer is already really low and we haven't had good water here? Our creek is totally dried up. Our lake is gone. We've been in a drought for 15 years. We see no sight in the future, no water reestablishing in these areas anytime in the future in sight. Yet they want to clear this entire massive forest out here of 100,000 acres and build these large facilities bigger than anything humans have ever built. And it's going to require millions and millions and millions of gallons of constant fresh water supply, inexplicably for whatever reason that makes no sense in thermodynamics. And they're going to basically, the demand of this data center is going to require all of the water that the town next to it, all the surrounding towns, depend on. Why aren't the Jews worried about that? Because there won't be anyone in any of those towns. They'll all be in the facility. So there's no concern for taking all of Chicago's fresh water supply away when the entire population of Chicago will be contained in a building. Now, all the fresh water that would have supplied Chicago, the city, simply has to all be piped right to that building. And voila, just piping it all to that building where the entire populace is kept is now the only place the water needs to be. You don't need to supply the entire city of Chicago with fresh water when the entire population of the city of Chicago is in a building. You just need to supply that building with the water. Jews are only going to live certain places. They're going to live down in Florida. They're going to live in, I imagine, Denver, Colorado, because of their little underground joint they got there at the airport. They're going to live wherever their specific places are that they have picked, and they have built their underground facilities to live in and all those things. They're going to live in those specific places across the world. And all of the major cities will all just become desolate, empty ruins. New York City, New Jersey, Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, everywhere, LA, all these places with these millions and trillions of trillions of square feet of living space, trillions of apartments and hotel rooms and just skyscrapers, every skyscraper, every building, the entire cities of the entire world, all our entire country will be a ghost town. And this is times the entire world. The entire world will be a ghost town, a literal ghost town. If someone were to manage to escape the data facilities or what data centers, if someone were to manage to escape, some non-white, whatever, managed to escape, it would be like that movie, and I don't watch movies, so I don't know the name of it or any of that, but there was a movie where I saw an ad on YouTube or something years ago where some nigger, I think it was Will Smith, actually, where Will Smith is like the only guy left in the world, right? He might have even been called the last man or something like that. And of course, they use the word man for a nigger, so they want niggers to be called mankind. But it actually was Netflix wee-wuzzing, because originally there was a book by an author many years ago, like 30 or 40 years ago. It might have been 60 or 70 years ago that book was written by a white man about a white man character, not a nigger. And it was called Why the Last Man, as far as I remember. And if I remember the book well enough, the premise of the book was that something had happened that killed off all the men of the world. And all that were left were women. But inexplicably, there was this one guy who survived. I don't remember why. I don't even know if the story ever explained it. I think it was a mystery to the guy and to the women all through the story, and even to the reader all the way through the end. I want to say there was never an explanation for why. But it could have been that he was underwater, or he was somewhere else at his job or something, and he escaped. Or maybe he was in outer space, as they claim, in the space station. I don't fucking know. There was some reason or excuse, or maybe there was never a reason given, but for some reason, somehow, he survived while all the other men of the world died off. And suddenly, too. So suddenly, all the world's women were freaking out because the world was crashing, falling apart, burning up into flames and the whole thing, just like it would if all men died suddenly. And because he was the only man around, it was very dangerous for women to discover him, because women were rabidly trying to, take him as their man, because they didn't want to be the only one. They didn't want to be, every woman wanted a man, like they were all desperate to try to find a man. And suddenly he's this only man on the entire world. Every woman was like fighting over him. Some women actually wanted to exterminate him because they thought this is a good thing. They went mad, they just went crazy after all the men died, and they were already a rabid anti-man leftist. Now that all the men are gone, they're realizing how horrific their life and how horrific the world is and how miserable they are without men. But for whatever reason, when they finally do see a man, instead of going, thank God we're finally found a guy to help take care of us and da-da-da, they actually just want to exterminate him too, because they're already so far in their depression and misery about the whole circumstance that they're just like, fuck it. We're already doomed now. Let's get rid of this piece of shit too. And so this dude was in grave danger everywhere he went, from women wanting to mate with him and kidnap him and make them her sex slave or whatever, or, man slave, or if they just wanted to kill him. And so I don't remember what all happened and what all he survived and whatever his adventures were with that. I don't know what the end result of the story was. It's been too long ago, and I didn't really read the book. A friend of mine was an avid book reader, and he told me all about it in great detail one day while we were visiting. And so I tried to memorize bits and parts of it that I could. And of course, that was 30 years ago when he told me all that, or 20 years ago anyway. So I have long forgotten most of the details about it, but I did remember those basic things about it. And so I know that this Will Smith movie, years later, is basically just a Netflix We Was theft of that white guy's story back in the day with a white star character. So as usual, trying to brown all of our stories. But that is what would happen if they put one white man in the brown side of the prison. They would all worship that white guy like a god, hoping that he would be able to somehow eventually figure out a way, MacGyver style, to, take a roll of toilet paper and a toothbrush and a whatever and MacGyver something together to get them to free themselves through the lock or whatever. And be like, woo, the white man figured out how to get us out of here. And so that's how that he would be treated. And so they definitely will keep them fully segregated from the white people. And that's definitely what the data centers are. I'm certain of it. There's no such thing as needing constant fresh water supply for any type of heat generating machinery or computers or anything like that. So a constant fresh only water supply means you're going to have it filled with people and nothing else. All right. And I did go through my tabs tonight. I didn't have a lot, but I did show you all the few YouTubers who I know of who've been standing with CHUD. Thank you to Mark Dice. Thank you and God bless you for using your platform to stand with CHUD. I hope you make an entire video about CHUD, Mark. I would really appreciate that. If we'd all love to see a full feature video, one of your daily videos, dedicated specifically and only to CHUD and defending him and defending white men and our right to be able to go anywhere and talk and insult any non-white we want to, and then still shoot the motherfucker if they attack us afterward, and then walk free on Second Amendment self-defense after first exercising our First Amendment right. And I'd like to see, Mark, I'd like to see you tell everyone that all white people are CHUD. All white people are CHUD, especially all white men. But this applies to our women, too. They'll throw the book at any white woman who takes a stand against Negroids, too, especially for the white race. So thank you very much, Mark, if you tune in. And please do an entire video about CHUD, trying to use your 2 million subscribers to give him a lot more support on Give, Send, Go. Offer the link. Tell them about his Give, Send, Go. Show how rapidly it's been growing, in donations and donators. And encourage your viewers to support it, please. I appreciate that. God will love you even more for it if you do than he does already. You'll get more jewels in your crown in heaven, which you only got to wait 7 more years for, buddy. That's it. And so, thank you to Hermes for standing up with CHUD and saying free CHUD. I don't like that you said that you think what he's up to is trashy and low class. That was a low blow. The man's out here doing shit, and he's doing more than even you were. And you've been saying some edgy things to the blacks. You've been doing it in the form of asking questions. This dude just tells them, shut up, nigger. Don't be chimping out on me, stupid nigger. And that's way more effective and way more powerful and kicks up way more of the litmus test that white people need to be testing against our government and against the non-whites in our country than you questioning blacks in a creative way that's still pretty direct, though. I'll give you props. You literally ask them, why do you think the crime is so high? And you're expecting them to say because of blacks. So props to you, Hermes. But remember, everyone would consider the same thing you're doing is the same thing CHUD's doing. Going around antagonizing, but walking up to blacks. Hey, can I ask you a couple questions? And then eventually you just start telling them your opinion about them. That's the same shit. You're just not calling them a nigger, and you're just not telling them to not chimp out on you when they get angry with you. But there's really no difference between y'all. So you shouldn't be calling his modus operandi low class or trashy. He's doing the same thing you're doing, bud, only he's taking it to the next level where it really ought to be. You're trying to stay ambiguous for the most part so you can walk away without a fight or being attacked and things. He's literally full face in it, saying, fuck you, nigger. Don't talk to me. Don't fucking sass me, nigger. Don't be chimping out on me, nigger. Take your ass back to Africa. And that's what white men really need to be saying all the time to these non-whites. All of them. Whether they're minding their own business or not, you should just walk up to non-whites and go, get the fuck out of my country, you fucking stupid-ass mess of spicks. Get the fuck up and get the fuck out of here, you dumbass fuckers. Get the fuck out of my country. Take your ass back to Mexico right now. And pretty soon we need to start saying it to all of them, walking right up to them while they're minding their own business, as people say, and give them direct threat at gunpoint. Get the fuck out of my country. I'll blow your fucking head off right now, you fucking invader. This is my house. Get the fuck out of my house. That's what we really got to start saying. And it's coming. And it's coming in this 3.5 years. It may not happen until the last portion of this 3.5 years. May not start happening until about 3 years from now, 2 years and a few months from now. But it will have to start happening. And by that time, we won't have much time left before the great purge against us starts. So we'll only gain however much ground we manage to gain. And that'll be unfortunate. What really needs to happen is right away, we should be taking our country back from all the non-whites everywhere we go. We should all be at DC right now, just literally rounding up every fucking Jew and every politician that we find anywhere. We see one on a sidewalk, we see one step out of a building, we see one hop out of an Uber, we fucking snatch them right then. You are arrested, motherfucker, at gunpoint. Whatever you are, Senator so-and-so, Congressman so-so, Supreme Court Justice so-and-so, you're arrested right now, fuckface, at gunpoint. And if you fucking flinch, say one word against white people while you're incarcerated by us, we're going to exterminate you right then. No questions asked. And we round all those fucking pieces of shit up. And once we have them all rounded up, then we just start making our way to every major city. And round up every fucking nigger politician, every mayor, every judge, every fucking sheriff. We round them the fuck up. Any cops that get in our way, we have a full-blown mega fucking shootout with them. And we will win, and we will take the fucking boss of theirs, their fucking superior piece of shit, Shabos Goy, asshole, traitor. And we'll throw him in the fucking data center. We'll use their own data center to lock all them in it. Fucking pieces of shit. That would be the ultimate slap in their face. To lock the Jews into the fucking data centers with their own Negro fucking bioweapons. And of course we're not going to give them one smidgen of food, not one morsel. They're going to eat each other. We're going to have that place locked up, and they're going to eat each other just like they were in the motherfucking Astrodome in Louisiana during the fucking Katrina shit. Is that what it's called? Astrodome? I don't remember what the name of the one is there in New Orleans, but they were in there eating each other. And that's what they're going to be doing to the judges and the Supreme Court justices and the fucking Trump administration and every single Democrat, every single Republican politician, every single non-white that has ever been in our government. We're going to exterminate them instantly. You see a non-white politician, blah, that's it, gone. The only ones we're going to save for later extermination will be the white Shabos Goy. But we're going to keep them around for a while because we need all their information out of them. We need to know where all they built shit, what all they got all our money hidden, where they got all of our gold hidden, where they store a bunch of oil hidden away from us. They have all of our commodities stored by trillions of tons worth in various places across the earth, buried in the ground, sitting on a vessel offshore somewhere in a peaceful area up in the north where there's no weather. They have resources and commodities of ours stashed and hidden away all over the earth, waiting on Christ's time to come so they can try to fight their way through it, try to survive Christ's arrival. You would think, as half-ass intelligent as they think they are, that they would realize that there is no escaping Jesus Christ. Doesn't make a fuck what you build. Doesn't matter how deep you build a tunnel. We're talking about the creator of the entire fucking world. He could just separate and open up the entire earth all the way to where you are and expose your fucking heads right there. 10,000 feet deep in the earth. He can just open it up and be looking at all of you. Hey, what are you doing? Like nothing. Like he's opening an envelope to look at a letter that's inside it. He could just split the earth open. 10,000 feet down, there y'all are hiding in your little bunker, and he's just like, what are you pussies doing down there? You can't hide from God. You can't outfight God. There isn't a Jew alive who could ever hang a moon in the sky like God did. God reminded Moses of that Said, you see that moon up there? Can you do that? Oh, that's right. You can't. Well, I can. You can't. So that means I have to say so. What I say matters. What I say fucking goes. Not what you think. Not what you say. Not what seems right to you. You can't make a moon and put it up there in the sky. I can. Likewise, he will tell the Jews that. The Jews should already know that. But you have to understand the Jews have no option. They have no option. Eternal doom is coming for them in 7 years. They have no way to escape it. So guess what they're going to do? With their endless amounts of money, they can literally just create money out of thin air by typing however big of a number amount they want on the computer and assigning it to someone's bank account and hitting a button, enter, bang. And now they've just given that person out of thin air. It's not even real money. It's just fake numbers on the computer, but it spins just like real money in our economy. By that place they paid, they can pay any company any amount of arbitrary money they ever want. Jews literally are living on, they don't even need white people's money. They take our tax money for a humiliation ritual. They just take our tax money and then give it to themselves and the blacks as a humiliation ritual. They don't need our money at all. I know all of y'all have seen the meme where the guy's standing up. He's like in a city hall thing. You know, it's like a cartoon rendering or a artist rendering. So it's a painting looking thing. It looks kind of old timey. But there's this one working man standing up with his hand up as though he's questioning a panel from the crowd. And he says, his question is, of the meme, if y'all can just print money, why am I paying taxes? And that's a really valid question. If they just print money out of thin air, which nowadays they don't even have to have paper and physically and ink and physically print money, they just literally can type imaginary numbers of whatever they want. They're not imaginary numbers. They can just type numbers. They can say, I want to pay $60 million to this company who says that's how much they want to build me an underground temple. And they just type 6000000 and just hit the zeros a few times, and then they hit enter. And then poof, that company just got paid 60 million real dollars that the Jews did not have to create or come up with or transfer gold for or do anything. They just typed the number 60 million, typed in the account number of the bank account of the freaking person, the company they want to pay to build their underground temple for them. It would be way more than 60 million. It'd be more like $6 billion probably. But they just get on the computer and they type the number 6 and then just keep hitting zeros until they get to however much they needed to pay this company what they demand to pay it, to do it, to build it. And boom, they hit enter. And now magically out of totally thin air, this other company has been vested with $6 billion, let's say. $6 billion, because that's way more reasonable than 60 million. You're not getting a third temple built deep underground for 60 million. Surely not. Be more like billions. So $6 billion in the blink of an eye, this company's been paid. It's real for them. They can literally, because it's numbers in the official system, they work everywhere. It's just made out of thin air, but it works anywhere. All $60 billion or all $6 billion of that money is 100% spendable on anything that company who got paid that fake $6 billion, any amount they want to spend anywhere with any other company, it works perfect, just like real cash. Now, multiply that times anything in the whole world Jews ever need or want. They literally just make up numbers. Inflation is just Jews creating new fake money amounts every day and paying things with them, paying companies with it. There is no having to transfer gold, because you paid some crazy IOU promissory notes as sovereigns know of fiat currency, as they call it. No cash tender has to physically exist and be driven to someone else so they have that money now. No, it's just they type a number out of their own mind, whatever they want, whatever they agreed with the customer really about, or they're the customer. So whatever they want, they tell someone, hey, you're a boring company there, Elon? Well, we've helped you out quite a bit. We want your boring machines to bore us a tunnel however deep under Israel. We want you to do it under Jerusalem. We want you to build us a big old tunnel down there, and then we want you to help us build, or you don't have to help us build, but we want you to support the tunnel really well so that we can bring in other crews to build us an entire third temple down there. How much do you want, Elon, for the boring part? And whatever number he says, 14 billion, 2 billion, 900 million, whatever his price, the Jews say, consider it done. And they look to their little person sitting with the laptop, and the guy on the laptop is literally an admin of the bank, one of the many banks they own, and then they just type in the number. How much did you say you wanted? 900 million. Put it in there, 900 million. And the little Jew assistant goes, yes, sir, and types in 900 million, and bang, hits enter, and wouldn't you know, suddenly the boring company is $900 million richer. Just like that. And for them, it's perfectly real money. Perfectly spendable, perfectly usable for every single imaginary dollar of it. Stand by just for a minute. Apologize for your wait. All right, my apologies. Sorry about that. And so, I think I covered most of the stuff. Let me look back. One more thing John Connor had mentioned was the ozone layer lie. Yeah, the ozone thing. That was so funny. I remember when that started being a major thing. And, the ozone is such a nebulous thing. There was no real way to argue against it with people. You couldn't walk up to Plant Life and go, look, everything's still as green as it was before they claimed the ozone there was no reference. You couldn't use anything to say, look, nothing has changed. Everything is fine. There is no ozone hole or whatever. It was just, they always come up with these ways of declaring that certain phenomena are happening that you just cannot prove whatsoever. There's no way to prove it. It's so, Yeah, I mean, that's just the best way to prove it is the best way to describe it is it's always something that is absolutely not provable, that just has to be repeated and championed and repeated incessantly until it's believed as fact. Just like Uncle A warned us about, he warned all of us white people about, that Jews do, that they tell a lie, an outrageous lie, so outrageous that it would be absurd to ever believe it. And then they keep repeating it and incessantly repeating it, even against all opposition, against all adversity to their claim. They just keep repeating it mindlessly and endlessly. They keep repeating it. And over a couple of generations of them endlessly, mindlessly repeating this lie, the second generation starts kind of believing them. The third generation is born into hearing the lie nonstop from birth to death, so they naturally believe the lie, and then they teach their generation of kids after them about the lie as though it's true. And by then, they've got all white people suckered in and locked in within just 3 or 4 generations of repeating a lie incessantly. And so, since that is something, that is their process, of forcing reality to be believed as though it's different than it really is, that is one of their processes to do that. And so, the ozone layer and the whole, the thing that the one where they really overplayed their hand was the ice caps melting, and then we were going to lose a whole bunch of the east coast of America and even the west coast of America, and Europe obviously would lose a lot of land, and the UK was going to be underwater mostly, and except for a few mountains. And it was like they had it all not planned out, that's not the right word, but they had it all figured out in their story. And they declared it all with absolute certainty, absolute confidence. This is what's going to happen. They had a whole bunch of people scared to death about it that actually believed those assholes back then. And then by 2012, the earth was exactly the way it was back 10 years before, when they warned us if we didn't start giving Jews trillions of extra dollars of our money, that half of America would go underwater from the ice caps melting. But somehow, if we paid the magic Jewish wizards a few extra $1 trillion more than they steal from us already, that somehow the ice caps would be happy with the balance of the world, with Jews having so much more of our money, that the ice caps would decide not to melt. The ice caps would decide that they're cold enough to stay solid. Since Jews have all this extra money now from the white people, now the weather can behave properly because the world is in order. And then when 2012 come along, and the earth was still exactly the same, all the land was all the same still, nothing was any deeper in water than it had been way back then, when they said that we wouldn't have New York anymore, wouldn't have Florida anymore, wouldn't have California anymore. Half of Oregon was supposed to be gone. Half of Texas was supposed to be gone, even though it's totally landlocked in the south to Mexico. Somehow they came up with an idea of that, just so a lot of people in Texas would be worried also. And, they never pushed it on non-white countries. That was the other thing for me that kind of exposed the whole global warming garbage back then, is they would have their speeches at every white major city. You white people better cough up all this money or we're fucked. You better let us sign all kinds of new rules and regulations against you or you're fucked. But they didn't go to India and have a big old global warming. If you don't stop throwing away garbage, and if you don't stop using plastic straws, and you don't stop throwing garbage into the fucking water, you don't stop shitting in the street, the ozone's going to turn into a huge hole or the whole world's going to flood with water. No, they didn't go there and tell them anything. They didn't say India is going to be underwater in 10 years if you don't give us trillions of dollars. They didn't go to Japan or China and say, if you don't give us trillions of dollars, the ice caps are going to melt and half of China or all of Japan and half of China will be gone, be underwater. And they told us that it wasn't just going to be a slow rise. It was going to be tidal waves. Inexplicably, we were going to have tsunamis, 1,000-foot high tsunamis. They showed us CGI imagery, which was our version of AI back then. They showed us CGI imagery of these waves taller than the tallest skyscrapers of New York coming in and just washing over, just rip curling over the entire city. Wash. Massive tsunamis. That's what they told us, how we were going to flood from the ice caps melting. Meanwhile, if the ice caps had melted and if everything was the way they said things are as the world is, right? That it's a ball and that the ice caps exist on the top and bottom of the ball, and that if the ice caps melt, it's going to rise the ocean levels, which will put all kinds of coastal states mostly underwater. If all of that part had been true, it would not have ever came in the form of these 1,000-foot tsunamis. They just threw that on there as a Godzilla flare to freak everyone out even more. But all that would have happened is every year, another 1.5 feet higher, the water would go. You know, every year you would slowly see several feet of water higher. Keep in mind, coastal areas are at sea level. So all it would take is several years of climbing 3 or 4 feet a year before all of a sudden your ocean is 16 feet higher worldwide than it was before. 16 feet higher would put a whole shit ton of America's coastal states underwater. Might not put the entire states that get on the edges of the coast and stuff underwater, but it would wash out, like, say 50% would be underwater that isn't right now, that is a normal state. So yeah, all of those hoaxes were things to, you know, basically sucker white people into giving out trillions of extra dollars to the Jews for no reason, for them to just stick in their pockets and then claim, okay, well, now that you paid us, we'll work hard and figure out a way to make sure the weather doesn't change on us like that. And then when it never came, they're like, oh, well, it's because if you were to question someone in 2012, like, hey, what the fuck, man? We gave you all that money and the world looks just the same as it did. All your warnings were bullshit. They'd be like, no. It's because you took our warning to heart and donated us money that we took initiatives and took action and we prevented the crisis from happening. And that's why New York still exists and it's not underwater. And that's why California is still the same shape as it looked like originally. And it doesn't look like the one we showed you on the map that might happen. Thanks to you guys contributing to trillions of dollars to us and our Jewish masters, we were able to take steps and implement actions to prevent this world crisis that was going to come and happen. And that really is their reason. And that really would be their answer, even to this moment. If you asked any global warming proponent, said, hey, wait a minute. Aren't we all supposed to be underwater? It's 2026. What happened to 2012? Remember Al Gore in 2000 saying that in 2012 we were all fucked? What happened with that? Was that total bullshit? They'll go, no. Because y'all helped donate, we defeated the problem. We solved the problem. Didn't cure cancer, but we cured that. You know, I'm surprised they haven't started find the cure campaigns for hurricanes yet. You know, after all, they know how to start them. They know how to stop them. Just like cancer, they know how to stop cancer. We've been healing it in animals for 150 years. That's how we know that ivermectin gets rid of parasites. And before ivermectin was ever created, we knew that wormwood and black walnut green hull tincture, and garlic, and heavy doses of vitamin C, and almonds, and there's a whole slew of things that are anti-parasitical. We knew that cancer was parasites. Now we've been duped into believing that it's some, mysterious phenomenon that nobody can explain. And then if you get it, you just got to cut it out of you, or you got to poison your whole body with $100,000 worth of chemo and then die just a day or a year or two after it. So, it's just, we're in a situation now where we don't have to really worry anymore about all of those gags that they pulled the wool over us with that time, like global warming and the ozone layer. Now, believe it or not, they've come full circle and actually started giving us warnings that the world is going to freeze over. We're going to go into an ice age. That's what they used to scare us about in the 70s. They had Popular Science magazine and People magazine and Time magazine. They all got on board, and they all had episodes in the 70s warning white people that in the future we were heading into an ice age. And they had it all broke down scientifically, as they claim, as to why it was going to happen. And not even 25 years later, they literally were telling us the opposite of that hoax as the new hoax. And we asked people back then, when they started promoting the global warming garbage, we asked them, wait a minute, 25 years ago, you were telling us we were headed for an ice age of 10,000 years, where everything's going to be frozen over the whole earth. We're going to have a hard time getting around anywhere. And we're going to have a hard time having fresh water because everything's going to be frozen. What happened to that? But you won't get any answer out of them. Or you'll get the answer that, we solved that crisis, so it never came to pass. See, they'll always have a get out of jail free card, because if nothing happens, then it's because we donated the trillions of dollars to the Jews, and they went out of their way and worked hard and kicked ass and made sure that they defeated the weather on our behalf. Now, we're pretty much since we're in the final 7 years and the beginning, I should say, first year of Jacob's trouble, white people's trouble, I say we don't worry about any of the archaic things anymore. We don't need to worry about all the things that we spent years studying, no tiers and sovereignty and income taxes against our law. It's just Jewish theft and constitutional rights and all this archaic shit that they're not going by anymore, all right? They have, again, like I've mentioned in other streams, they have shifted gears. We're sitting in fourth gear, flooring our car, trying to stay up with these billionaires that can literally they can shit $1,000 turds all day, and they'll never even put a dent in their money. And we're competing against them, right? And so for, resources, livelihood, all these things. And so we're sitting here, like I've mentioned before, in some little 4-cylinder car. We're in fourth gear and we're flooring it. We have it totally maxed out to the floor, maxed out top speed. We're doing 110 or 109. Which, funny enough, that's the limit on mini cars is 109. There's that number again. They're sitting next to us in, like I described before, I know there's no such thing as space. Okay, I'm only saying spaceship is in the concept version that can go warp speed and light years and all that crap. So imagine us being in our little 4-cylinder car from the 90s or 2000s, and we're in fourth gear, and we have it on the floor, and it's totally maxed out. It can only do 90 miles an hour, 109, I mean. So we're doing 109. We're totally floored. But right beside us are these billionaires and our politicians, and they're all along for the ride with the billionaires. They're all piled in together in this spaceship, and they're looking over at us, poor white people. Us working class, even upper white class, white people. They see us all in our own vessel, in this case, a vehicle, right? They see us all crammed in the 4-cylinder little car, and they hear it's wound out. It's in fourth gear. It's wound out all the way. It's not going any faster than 109. And they're sitting there all looking at us in a vessel that can go warp speed. And they're sitting there just tapping their foot, rubbing their head, putting their hand on their head, or their head on their hand, shaking their head. When can we finally leave these idiots in the dust? That's what they're thinking. And until the rest of our people realize that is the circumstance we find ourselves in right now, more and more white people will be slaughtered and killed by them. More of our women will be attacked and brutally, viciously, horrifically raped. Their lives will be ruined forever. Many of them will be murdered. Their families will be shattered forever. And all for what? I don't know how I got off on that rant there, but anyway, sticking to the subject. I think I covered most of the things I wanted to cover tonight. I did want to say more about CHUD tonight. I wanted to kind of just push CHUD as much as possible tonight. But, all these other things are wrapped up with CHUD. And so, when you scroll down through here and you just look at all of the joy, you would think that he actually got shot in the neck like they pretended Charlie Kirk did. It's just, it's just everyone being anti-white. Anybody, supporter prank. That's cool. Cassidy Campbell. Yeah. So, I mean, they're all going to be negative. Practically all of them. And so, this is us. This would be you. You would be in prison right now or in a jail right now, being held unlawfully, no bond or some ridiculous bond that no person could ever, come up with. It's especially if they're working class. And then having all these millions of niggers celebrating your demise online. That's you. That's CHUD right now, but that's you in the future. So it's really important that we support CHUD. And we love you, buddy. God bless you. Sorry you're having to put up with these stupid niggers and their Jewish their Jewish blessing over the blacks to destroy you. I'm sorry about these two stupid ass Shabbos goy white guys who are trying to throw you under the bus. I hope both of them are exterminated by anyone who sees them in the public. If any white person sees that DA or that judge who is holding you right now unlawfully with this ridiculous, gross abuse of power bond, I hope to God, in the name of Jesus Christ, that some based white person absolutely exterminates the judge who has done this to you and any judge who works against you in this case until you are free as a bird, starting right now, really. It should happen right now. Any judge and DA that works against you, I hereby declare cursed in the name of the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. They are cursed. They will face eternal damnation, permanent fire, melting them forever. And our Holy Bible declares that the smoke of their torment shall ascend forever. So, God bless you to you, CHUD. And I'm really sorry that you are incarcerated right now. I'm really sorry that your woman is being a traitor like Job's wife became on him when times got too hard. I appreciate your resilience. I appreciate your firm-footedness. I appreciate your quick wit. You actually got to have a little bit of that to interact with the jive chatters. And so, Godspeed to you, Judd. And CHUD, I mean. Godspeed to you, Dalton Etherly. We pray for you and your well-being and your success in this campaign. And we pray for your immediate release and freedom. You absolutely need to countersue, and you need to basically fire your worthless ass attorney who did not say objection immediately when you were given your $1.25 million bond. Immediately, any attorney on the face of this earth who's a real attorney would have said objection. Instantly, the last syllable that left that judge's mouth with that total should have been objection, Judge. So you need to fire that dude. You need to get a real attorney in there that really will fight for you, not just take punches and then you lose and end up with 50 years, which is exactly what your attorney is doing right now. Any real attorney would already have a motion to suppress against the any statement that is made by their family or friends that would try to skew the judge or the jury's opinion of the criminal blacks who attacked you. I would also file a motion to suppress separate to suppress your own statement that you, and do it in limine. So I would motion to suppress both of those different things, two different motions, motion to suppress their statements from their side for their parents and their whatever, and also a motion in limine to suppress your own statement that you made to the cops. And hopefully they hadn't Mirandized you yet. I need to re-listen to that whole thing, but I don't even know if it would have been on the clip because maybe the recording picked up after that. But CHUD, if they did not read you your Miranda rights before you said any of that shit you told them, you are good to go as long as you file a motion to suppress your own statements to the cops that you made. And you need to make sure you do it in limine, because if you wait until you're in court and then you go trying to use it as a got you moment in court against them, knowing they won't have any backup arsenal ready for that, they can call for a continuance on the case at that point so that they can gather more evidence to try to counter your claim. And so that can hose you into an entire new court visit on another day, a month or 2 or 3 months later. Granted, a lot of white people like dragging out the court system because it puts more time between the last problem they got from the law, or they're not the law, but from the Shabos Goy cops, than they have recently. And so, but, you know, everything is upticking really hard because of inflation, and so it's just getting, it's going to get dumber and dumber for white people. Everything is going to get more and more expensive. it's not going to be a pretty sight. It's definitely going to be it's going to be an unfun experience. But if anybody can handle it, it's all of us. It's you, it's us. We can weather the storm. We've already been weathering the storm. We've already been surviving this shit all of our adult lives, all of our teenage lives, all of our however long you've been being forced to be around non-whites for your livelihood or your school or your job. Well, I said job already by livelihood, but whether it's, school or work or just the shopping malls. A place to socially gather and chill and enjoy the background music and have a snack from the food court. And so we just have to endure. We have to stay in the fight all the way to please our holy God so we can look at him straight in the eyes 7 years from now and say with a smile, with confidence, but with a with matter of fact statement, because we know it's true. I want to be able to stand before him and say, Lord, I did what I could. Lord, I went for it. I tried, Father. I want to be able to say all that instead of having an excuse. We're always most comfortable with just trying to find an excuse to get out of what must be done. I can only hope that in the future, in the very short future, that all of you prepare yourselves mentally, build yourself. You're going to have to go buy yourself and build it a bug out bag. Buy a collapsible wagon. It needs to be collapsible. Buy collapsible rubberware things like how they have the collapsible camping good plates and bowls where it all folds up flat, or it pops together flat, but then you pop it open and it's a bowl, or you pop it open and it's a shallow but still an eating plate, but it has depth to it. Just take you a thing of those. I mean, you know what a bug out bag would need, So you just pack all your essentials in that and have them ready in a bug out bag by the, fall of 2029. And I think I covered everything I wanted to say tonight, other than I just wanted to, harp on about CHUD more and more and more. But I mean, I've already covered what needed to be said. It's late. It's a Tuesday night. I realize it's already getting super late. So I should have already wrapped this up long ago, but I just wanted to, blast all these things out there and say hello to you all and give you all some long range time of listening if you're interested, because I didn't get to do anything with you all on Sabbath, which I'm very sorry to the Lord and you all. But I did show the things I wanted to show for the most part. And, I mainly just wanted to give certain people props who've been siding with CHUD or who right away came out in support and saying free CHUD. I wanted to cover all of them tonight. And of course, there are way more haters than there are people on our side. That's expected. That's what we know. And it's just a huge disappointment in some of the right-wingers, but the fake right-wingers. Some of them have really exposed themselves. But just know, before I hang this up, and then I will, that whenever you are faced from now on with a supposed evil baddie, right, that I don't know why that's there. That's not what I wanted. Okay. If you're ever, you know, what do I call it? If you ever find yourself in a circumstance where you see a white person being done like CHUD, being railroaded because he's white, being forced to be used as an example to all the other whites that you better not pull this stunt or you're going to get fucked, whitey. Anytime you see any white person ganged up on by the Jews and all the world's non-whites, and I don't mean that all the world's non-whites are against CHUD, I just mean all the ones that are non-whites in that white person's world immediately, you know what I mean? You see a white person being accused of charges and da-da-da, you stand with the white person. And I've already said long ago in other streams, many, many streams ago, a year or 2 or 3 ago, that anytime you're on a jury, if it's a white man, he's innocent. Unless he's true, unless you really think he's guilty of committing a heinous crime. But if it's not a heinous crime towards women or girls or kids, nothing sexual or any of that, where he needs to be put down like a rabid animal. But let's say it was like breaking into an unoccupied business, all right? That's like the least offensive of the big criminal acts one could do. Even if it was proven that that person definitely did it, you side with them anyway. You side with them anyway. It may sound dumb. It may sound low class. It may sound lower than our high standard we've set for ourselves. All those things I heard earlier. But it's effective and it's necessary. And it's actually God blessed and God ordained for us to take care of each other. That's literally what we're supposed to be doing. And so when we see something like this, knowing that someday it's going to be your ass they come after. And I know you think, oh, bullshit, because I'm a goody two-shoes. I fly right. I don't even, California roll at the stop signs. I bring my car to a complete stop. I always check down each direction of an intersection before I drive through it, even if I have the green light. I mean, they go out of their, they're so, let me just digress back there. We need to, because I'm going to get way off in space. I'm getting loopy because I'm so tired. So that last sentence may have not even made sense of what I was trying to say. In my mind, it did, because I'm losing my mind right now, getting spacey or loopy. But the bottom line is, if you ever see any white person, under charges, being charged, being whatever, being ridiculed by all the media and being shamed as a white person, evil, baddie white person by all of the whoever, you always side with the white person. Okay? You always do. Niggers do it for blacks. Every non-white race does it for their own non-white race. When Leo Frank raped and murdered a little 14-year-old white girl, the Jews created the entire ADL to defend him. And they still maintain that stupid piece of shit to this day. So you have no idea the severity of things that are coming our way. It's going to get very, very ugly for white people. And having someone like CHUD on the ready, who knows what he's doing, knows what he's talking about. This dude is trapped unlawfully right now by Shabbos Goy, piece of shit, Freemason, Jew-obeying, cucked garbage. So we need to be supporting him. There are very few voices online. If I kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, there is practically no support of CHUD. Short of the ones I've shown you tonight, and perhaps one or two other channels that I'm totally forgetting that were also in the list. So we're sorry, buddy. To you, I know you can't hear this because you're locked up in jail, but man, we're really sorry for you, bro, and we're really appreciative of the first step you took. And it's going to be ugly, just like I gave the analogy of construction earlier. It's going to look like total hell and chaos and ugly and dirty and filthy and shitty until we're finally finished. And the final product, when we're finally finished, sweeping the last little bit of dust away from our freshly paved driveway, we'll be able to thank CHUD the Builder and other people like him for taking that first step. And you know, it's not going to be pretty. It's going to look like construction. It's going to look ugly and messy all the way until we're finally at the very end. And after we sweep that last little bit of dust off of our brand new freshly paved driveway of our brand new freshly built mansion, then it looks perfect. It looks presentable. It looks natural and normal, like it belonged there all along. Why didn't we build this years ago here? It'll be the same thing with CHUD. We'll get behind him. We'll support him. Hopefully he'll come out on top. And then all white men are going to be like, man, why haven't we been just doing this all along? So, God bless you, CHUD. Godspeed to you, CHUD. I'm really sorry, and we're all really sorry to hear about all the terrible things you're having to put up with there. And now you're in jail, the worst part of it all, being in jail now. So we're very sorry to hear that. My prayer is that the Holy Ghost is hovering over you at all times, guarding you with a divine force field, so that all non-whites know by some mysterious force that they can't explain that they better keep their hands off of you. And from now on, all of you are CHUD. All right, ladies, y'all's job is to stay as far the hell away from non-whites as possible. You go saying any of these things to a nigger that we say, you know, you're going to super predator your ass. So this is only for the men. Okay, women you can support, you can cheer on, you can communicate with other women, that's fine. But for us guys, you know, we're the ones under full attack. We're the ones who, you know, that's like, it's basically just so bad. It's, you know, we have to stick together now. We have to tribe up, and we have to be all the way tribed up, just like blacks are, just like Jews are, just like Spics are. We have to be tribed all the way up, period, dot. No exceptions, no ebbing and flowing with the every little wind. No, we have standards. And they get filled, and that's that. They get followed, I should say, and that's that. So, anyhow, I know you're in a rigged system, CHUD. I know that, you know, the whole thing is designed to crush white men with our own laws while they cater to the beasts and pander only to the beasts. That is the beast system that we are in now. So, I don't know if I'll see you, you know, eventually somewhere in real life. If I ever get to, I'll shake your hand and tell you, great job. Thank you very much for your first step forward, because after all, it took somebody to make the first step forward. He has finally open Pandora's box. When all the other cucked white men have been standing around the box, sitting on the box, sitting things on the box. Not a single white man ever thought, maybe I should crack the box open. And you have, sir. So God bless you and Godspeed to you. And I hope that you end up making $1 million freaking dollars or however much you can make. God bless you. There it is. God bless you, man. And I hope that you just keep rolling in more and more and more of the dough, bro. The more you can make, the further away you can escape from non-whites. And to give you an idea of how slow it goings, his is, now granted, it's a weird time in the middle of the morning, but this whole stream we've been running, he hasn't even made another $1,000, you know? And I know we've been on the stream a while now, at least 5 hours. Nah, probably 4.5. Getting up to 5, though, I imagine. So, take care of yourself, Chud. And I'm sorry about your boy. I'm sorry you'll have to just do your thing and then get and be with him as much as you can also. And try to keep his mother calm. You can't keep her pissed off, bro, or you'll never get to see your kid. And yes, it'll be her fault. And yes, she's a bitch for doing it that way and the whole thing, but she will have ultimate power to do it that way, and the law will let her. So instead, you got to be cool with her. Whatever pisses her off, don't do it. Whatever makes her want to kick you out of the house, don't do it. And the more you resist the temptation to snap back and be sassy and whatever the situation, I'm just making up scenarios here in my head, hypothetically, but just stay the course, man. Stay the course. And your woman, hopefully she'll come around someday and realize that, you know, your ideas weren't kooky. They weren't wrong after all. You were actually a pioneer, taking the first step to open Pandora's box while millions of white men have stood around the Pandora's box, talked about the Pandora's box, but tried to carefully avoid mentioning the actual, and then beating around the bush and all those things. Anyway, I have no idea where I was going with that because my brain went in loopy mode again. But all I want to say is God bless you and Godspeed to you, buddy. And I hope you make $1 bajillion. And I hope you become rich enough that you never have to live around non-whites ever again. And I hope your boy gets raised in peace and tranquility because of that. But that you still raise him up understanding all the things. And I know you will. I think you've done a good job already at exposing how bad white men are conquered right now in our own country. And so I'm extremely grateful to you for that expose. And I already knew all these things were true, but I know that our people need to see that shit, not me. And so that's kind of where I've, you know, been so grateful all along about those things, because, you know, or about what you've been up to, because all white men should have been doing it all along. And we just simply haven't been. And it's just despicable that we haven't. I don't know why we haven't, but, you know, the time has come. The time has indeed come, and we have to just accept things the way they are, you know, and start working against it, you know, acting accordingly. Like Cody says, we know what's going on. We know what they're up to, so we need to act accordingly. And until we do, we're going to keep taking more and more L's and more losses. And I just hate to see that of us, because that means more Arena Zarutskos slashed in the neck. That means more Austin Metcalfs dead on the bleachers. So please, y'all, whatever you can do to snap all of our people out of their cuckery as soon as possible, please do so. All right? God bless and Godspeed to y'all, and I'll talk to you soon, all right? Take care. and stay white.
Life's too short for us to be